Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this interview session as PMPL has been going on incredibly fast with the teams, with the players and whatnots, their own ups and downs and everything as they are facing with the team and with themselves. My name is Oshin Sharma and we are going to be talking to a very good team, a very dominating team that has dominated previously and as of now as well. I'm talking about T2K, and T2K has had a name for themselves. When we talk about the domination, when we talk about the gameplays, these guys have just made it all over the world. Well guys, before we just start off with any conversations, why don't you guys just start off by introducing your own selves?
So my name is SCYTES and my in-game name is SK49 and my role is support.
Hello, it's me, Bablu. My in-game name is TTK Nobita and my role is Fragger.
So my name is Richard. My in-game name is Zord and I play as a filter and supporter for my team.
My name is Pondepkota. My in-game name is Frankie. I play as Assaulting.
Okay, well, we have quite big names out here. I mean, if I have to talk about you, SK, I mean, I've seen you grow since the times of you were in Team Hype, right? So from there, you have grown so far that right now you are out here. But you have played previous PMCO as well. You have played this PMCO as well. You guys dominated by the name of Team Hype in the previous PMCO of South Asia. You guys won that. So how has that experience helped you?
Yeah, the experience is the most important thing in this, competitive scenario, and everything we are here because of the experience. That's it.
Well, that's totally true. Now, Nobita, I want to move to you for the questions. As just like you said, right? Assaulting and everything, and experience as well. Just SK49 pointed out. What are those qualities that actually you think you have in your own self that makes you a very good team player?
It's the experience as well. I used to play for T2K like till season 7. Then I moved to Europe, prison. Then I played with tier 1 team over there. And now I'm back again here. So it's the experience maybe that counts us.
That's very nice. That's very nice. Zord, so the team that was formed like T2K and then, addition of Venom and addition of SK49 from Team Hype. How has that been? Like, how many hours do you guys, you think you guys practice to actually get that synergy build up?
We practice a lot. In a day, we play about 9 to 10 games. So we can build our synergy as this is a new team. And so that's it.
Nobita, I want to ask you one thing. If you have to choose one thing out of two, right? Game sense or reflexes, which thing will you go for and why?
I would go with game sense because at last the brain wins the hand. Because what is your mindset that wins the game, not just fragging and everything. Because you need mind to rotate and everything to get into the zone.
All right, well, that's very well put in. If I have to ask Zord for now, so how many hours do you practice as an individual and with the team just to get that synergy build up?
I practice a lot, like in training counts 2-3 hours or more than that. And most of the time I play with my team so that we can improve and dominate this PMPL.
Just like Zord said that he practices a lot in training grounds. Now I'm going to go move on to Frankie, who's actually an assaulter. So there's a misconception or a concept among people, I would say, about thumb players, then 3-finger players, then 4-finger players. Some people are 5-finger players. Do you think in assaulting that actually matters how many fingers do you use on the screen, or what matters while you're assaulting? Like, do you think finger count matters?
No, I don't think that. I think you should be comfortable with your finger use. Every 4, 3, 2, like that. If you can use 4 finger, if you are comfortable in that, then you can use that.
All right, well, that was very well put up. But well, SK, I want to move you for one thing, for one question. See, you have had a lot of experience, right? Is there any message that you want to put on to your rival teams for this PMPL?
So guys, सबैजना यहाँनिर PMPL South Asia को यसपालिको PMPL मा जो पनि टिम हुनुहुन्छ सबै टिमलाई हैन अलिकति हेरेर अलिकति बिस्तारै खेल्नु भन्छु म चाहिँ किनकि हामी आइसकेका छौं T2K SC अनि टप हामी सकेसम्म टप ल्याउने कोसिस गर्ने नै छौं सो बेटर बी केयरफुल गाइज there.
Better be careful. That's actually important if you are fighting against Team T2K. And I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors. And probably you guys will be rocking it all in this competition. So see you out there and all the best.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2 Finals. Today, it is day 3 of the finals. That means it is going to be the penultimate day of this finale. And as I'm talking about the finale, the intensity couldn't get any higher. As in day number 1, we saw one team set a record of 3 chicken dinners in a single day. Day 2, they bombed, but another team picked up the opportunity to climb up the ladder to the second position and just be right on their toes. And with that, the battle to see who is going to make it to the global championship stage is pretty intense. But the intensity is nothing compared to what is on the lines along with the global championship for these lads that are playing in this PMPL South Asia Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Warren Super Johnny John. I'm your host for this entire festival, and joining me are a couple of people who make this event even more exciting. Starting over from the commentator's desk, it is The Experiment, joined by Blair. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. I'm doing good. Halfway through, it felt like the past couple of days just flew by. And especially the way it ended yesterday, I'm just looking forward to more storylines here.
It is going to be an amazing storyline, of course, as you mentioned. We are halfway through. Expect a lot of action, last-ditch efforts, make it or break it. And I can't wait. I'm excited.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting indeed. As you said, it is going to be a make it or break it situation today because, well, you can establish yourself going into tomorrow. That's going to be the last day of the tournament. But today is still getting started. And I'm going to go over to the analyst desk where joining me this time, it's going to be Fixes and Shadow. Fixes, coming back. How are you feeling?
Well, apparently Shadow had been complaining that Ocean hadn't been sharing his Mountain Dew. So someone had to step in. Someone had to be the bigger person over here.
You also don't share.
Yeah.
But
I did.
No.
That's a blatant accusation.
But yeah, we missed you.
Well, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. We're going to talk about Mountain Dew as well. But while the analysts fight over who gets the Mountain Dew, the teams are fighting over who gets the prize money, ladies and gentlemen, because it is pretty massive for these finals. $142,500 in total, the prize pool for PMPL South Asia Season 2 finals, out of which the top 3 positions, the team on the top 3 standings of the leaderboard by tomorrow will be going to the Global Championship.
You know, what really strikes out over here is those 3 global championship slots. And of course, the man with the highest kills.
Yeah.
$5,000. That's massive.
That is massive. Another reason to go for the kills, not just for the overall points, but money is also involved.
Exactly. You want to be the man at the end of the tournament with the $5,000 in your own pocket, along with getting your team to the Global Championship stage and also the prize money for having the top position in this PMPL South Asia Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. And how do you do all that? How do you qualify for the Global Championships? How do you earn that money? Well, you got to earn the points first in every single game that you play, and the point distribution system is right here.
Well, the first place obviously gets the 15 point, and the main thing over here is going to be obviously the kill points, that is 1 kill per point. But I have to point it out that there has to be a balance, because we have seen it with SCYTES having just kill points and 0 placement points, or having 0 kill points and 7 to 8 placement points. That kind of never works. And 13 to 16th, and even there is no point in being from 8th to 13th position, because you are basically getting nothing, either a 1 point or a 0 point. So you have to make sure that you are in the top 5 with good number of kills.
Exactly. I think top 5 with at least 6 to 7 kills in your favor every single game. Keep in mind, every single game is going to be the thing that you want to keep your eye on. But with that, talking about keeping an eye on things, we're going to keep an eye on all the teams that are playing in this PMPL final, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about teams. Here they are.
Well, starting things off, Team ElementriX, BN Crew, Code Zero, High Voltage, and then we have Team Bablu. I really see all these 3 teams, in fact, apart from Code Zero, High Voltage, really stepping it up huge. You know, ElementriX, blah, blah, blah. So name off to a very, very good start on those kill points. They've been doing pretty well. But talk about Team Bablu. They have been the team that did manage to get those 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and they certainly are looking ahead, to get even better points today.
Well, they will certainly get even better points if they keep performing. But if we talk about Assiduous Esports, in one of the matches they tried to step up coming into the third position. But other than that, they have been falling. And let's see if they will be able to step up or not. Even DEADEYES guys also, they are having a decent outing. Day one was not their day. But later on, they started coming up. Even SCYTES has 2 chicken dinner in their hands. So SCYTES is also looking good as compared to league stages. But SCYTES, this is a team that needs to step up. If we talk about yesterday they had one good match. That is match number 2. But after that, they were falling out.
Yeah, they certainly were. And well, talk about teams really falling out. We have Team T2K. I mean, right now I'm here. I'm pretty sure they're going to bag up you chicken dinners. But talk about Killmongers. We have A1 Esports. In the league stages, I did mention that this team is a complete package. And if you take a look at the statistics, they've have been bagging up the highest skill, 61 to be the exact precise number. But Stalwart Esports have had a good run, getting that one chicken dinner, but they certainly can do better, provided the experience that they've got.
Well, definitely. They have one good match, but yesterday also that didn't happen. They didn't have one very good match.
Exactly. I mean, we know they pop off in one game. Maybe they'll compensate today, but talking about the last 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen, 7C Esports, Venom Legends, Abrupt Slayers, and FutureStation. As Fixer said, one team was missing from the first 4 teams that we saw. In this one, I think it is FutureStation. They did have a very nice game in Erangel, the last one we got to see from them yesterday. But the big question is going to be, was that enough to keep this team in the fight? Well, today is going to decide, I think, because Abrupt Slayers, they pretty much established their domination. They asserted their domination on day one itself with the 3 chicken dinners that they got. But that wasn't enough to keep the difference between them and the teams behind them pretty massive. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard and we're going to find out how the situation is, ladies and gentlemen, before we get the day started today. And there it is. There's the thing that I was talking about. Abrupt Slayers, 120 points for them. Keep in mind, they ended day one at 98 points.
Well, 98 points in day 1 and day 2 that didn't work out. Day 2 had a bad performance, but I think that is compensated by the performance of day 1. If they step up in today's matches also, they are in a safe spot. But if we talk about A1 Esports, look at their kill points, 61 kill points. If they are able to finish in the top 3 today with the same amount of kill in their hands, we can see A1 Esports sitting at the top also. But Team Bablu, this is a team that we need to look out for. If we talk about DRS Gaming also, they had a consistent outing throughout the finals, except for 2 bad matches in yesterday's day. That was match number 1 and match number 2. Other than that, DRS has been consistent. And CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they are also trying to step up. They have 75 points and are sitting at the 8th position.
You know, what really caught my attention over there was 7C, completely playing different to their play style, you know, not getting enough kills, rather going in for the position points. That's where the real pressure builds in. But as we move along further, and, you know, this is where my heart kind of really breaks down. FutureStation, Venom Legends, Team T2K, SG, and then we also have Team SCYTES. You know, all these teams that have been playing amazingly well during the league stages have succumbed to the pressure. That is what I can really conclude.
Exactly. I mean, based on the performance from the league stage, we expected these teams to perform really, really well. Finishing, I mean, by now they should be part of the top 4, but no, they are at the opposite end of the spectrum. And one team that, I mean, did turn things around for themselves compared to how they played in the league stages and how they're playing right now was Abrupt Slayers. Well, so far in day 1 they did really well. Day 2 is the day sort of failed to show up the entire time, and we have a comparison in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, of their performance in day 1 and in day 2 of the final of these finals. So look at that. Day 1 they got 98 points. Day 2, 22 points in 5 games.
Well, that is a major difference between, and look at the damage taken also. In both the days they have been receiving almost similar damage, but they are not dishing out that much damage because they have been avoiding the fights. Day 1 they were so aggressive, playing edge to edge, that was working for them. But day 2 they were the one, even though they were at the end, it was just one last player remaining.
You know, the thing about Abrupt Slayers, you know, I've been also mentioning that during the league stages, was this is a team that is either a hit or a miss. So either they go out completely full guns blazing, just take down every single one they find, and they've got their good days. But certainly yesterday was definitely not one of them, and they could do better provided the players they have, the experience that they've got in the roster. The first day, of course, getting those 3 chicken dinners was so very good, and that is the exact reason why they are on top. But now with the teams catching up, especially Team Bablu coming all the way from the 15th position, making it to the 2nd position, today I really anticipate some other team, maybe, maybe it might just be FutureStation, maybe it might be T2K really stepping it up. So today for Abrupt Slayers to really shine, they will have to depend upon Captain and Chari yet again.
They will have to depend on Chari. Chari is the one person who is always in the fight. He's the one who kinds of gets an opening towards the squad, and that's when the whole squad rushes in. In fact, Joker also, we saw an amazing performance from Joker also when it comes to Abrupt Slayer. But day 2, kind of Abrupt Slayers also became a little predictable. That is why I think they kind of had a really bad start. In fact, in Sanhok also, A1 Esports went against them and took them down. That was in very early exit with 0 kills in their hands.
Yeah, and it was this one game towards the end of the day where Heaven sort of tried to step up a little bit for his team. His teammates were taken out quite early on, and we saw him survive to the later stages of the match from that very moment on. And it was incredible to see how much he could do for his team. We're going to hope that the same team, the team that we saw on day 1, is coming back into the action today, because, well, that is going to make things a lot more interesting. Team Bablu, Abrupt Slayers, A1 Esports, with the level of aggression they bring to the table, all these 3 teams fighting for the top 3 spot for Global Championship, well, that is something that I'm going to enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. A1 Esports, like I've always mentioned, they always tend to surprise me with the way they have been coming in. But there's one certain team, and it's Team Bablu, that has really, really impressed me so far.
Well, let's look at their stats. A comparison between Team Bablu's performance from day 1 to day 2, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be quite incredible, right? Because just like Abrupt Slayers, but with a slight twist, Team Bablu, day 1 wasn't there at all. They were struggling really, really hard to perform. But day 2, well, they blew quite literally our minds and the opponents, and proved one thing as well, that the song that Ocean had been singing for a really long time did hold true, that Bablu indeed does own the Miramar.
They certainly do own the Miramar, because in day 1 also we saw them performing really good in Miramar. But if we compare the stats of Abrupt Slayers and Team Bablu, day 1 of Team Bablu, day 2 of Abrupt Slayers, I think Team Bablu has a better outing, considering they have 11 kills in their hands as compared to Abrupt Slayers. So overall, if we look at it, I think Team Bablu is having a better outing.
Of course, they're looking really confident, especially that 17 kills chicken dinner that they did back themselves in Miramar. I think that is what really got them into the zone, and that is what really called for yet another chicken dinner. But, like you mentioned, tales have been told, bards have been saying legends about Team Bablu, and we are all privy to how good this team is. But today is the day. Today is the pivotal day where you really have to shine, because today we are going to get that demarcation between all these teams. Because if you did take a look at the leaderboard, we did see the teams being very, very nearby to each other, because you cannot really leave things till the last final day, because what really happens is that teams tend to start targeting each other. We get to see that a lot. And well, if you really want to win the finals, you've got to do the performance today.
Exactly, and as you said, the legends that were told about this team, the sort of play style they brought to the table, we got to witness that yesterday on this map. This game in particular, the highlights that you're seeing on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. It was bonkers indeed. I mean, talk about squad wipes, 4 squad wipes.
One after the another. In fact, they were taking fight in the all 4 direction. One of the player was taking fight with the plus of teams Easy High Voltage. Others were taking fight at another place, and they were winning every fight in style. And this particular guy, Team Wolf, the way he 1v3 the plus of team JyanMaara, they just hadn't eliminated one of the squad, and right after JyanMaara rushed in and Team Wolf took down 3 of the players. That was perfection.
Exactly. It was perfection indeed from the team in that game, and the one after that as well, because, well, 2 games chicken dinners back to back. They went from a 2.2 KPM in day 1 to a 6.8. The improvement is there, and they got to keep on improving. They got to keep the graph going up in a straight line, or, well, if they can curve it up even harder, that would even be better for the team if they can hit peak performance today in the very first game. But talking about the games that are going to come, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at the schedule for today. Things things, like always, will start off at Erangel, followed by a change in the map. So no Miramar today. Let's see if Team Bablu has a hard time because of that, because the next match is going to be Vikendi, map number 2 of the day, match number 12 in total. Third map of today is once again going to be Erangel, followed by Sanhok and Erangel in the end yet again. And since we have a lot of Erangels, and I think, Fixers, you're going to find this a lot more interesting. So right now, we do have the map chance percentage with us as well for every single map. And for the last couple of days, every time we saw Erangel, we saw DEADEYES guys on the first position, always in that map chance percentage. But I think things are going to look a little different right now.
Well, DEADEYES are still there, considering they had really good Erangels in the league stages also. Even now also in finals, they are not having that bad matches. In Erangel, they are performing decently. They even got one chicken dinner. But 7C Esports has stepped up in the finals. But where is T2K?
You know, exactly, that is what I was talking about. Where is T2K? Fixes was not there, so I was apparently their lucky charm, and I really do want to see the reminiscence of the first chicken dinner, the first Erangel game when they just completely went bonkers. You know, FutureStation did manage to win that, but it was T2K who was just guns blazing all the way along.
So I'm not going to ask you your predictions. That means you already said T2K.
Yeah.
What about you, Shadow?
I desperately want T2K to get that chicken dinner in Erangel.
The analysts are going to stick together on this one, I guess. Both of them going with T2K for the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Who are you guys picking? Who do you think is going to win this match? You can just spam it in the chat and cheer for your team, cheer for your favorite players, support them in this fight. That is for them to qualify for the Global Championship and, well, for the prize money as well. But you guys can earn something for yourself as well. If you are watching this broadcast in the game, in the esports center in your game of PUBG Mobile, you can earn rewards for yourself as well. Just activate the spectator missions, complete those missions with your friends or alone, earn those energy drinks and redeem those energy drinks for your rewards, ladies and gentlemen. And these rewards are pretty incredible. I mean, I've been talking about how I personally, I'm a really big fan of that chicken outfit. I mean, I would love to pop some heads with that outfit. But now I'm going to leave the analyst desk. Like always, walk across this land of Erangel and move over to the commentator's desk with the experiment and Blair. So, T2K, do you guys believe in them?
No. Well, listen, there's so much you can hype up a team. They haven't done anything in the past 2 days. You got to go with the teams who have been performing. I'm going to go with ElementriX. I think they have this one in the bag.
All right. I'm going to pick a few teams, not just for the first chicken dinner, but just, you know, I want them to do good in the day. ElementriX, as Blaze said. DEADEYES guys are, you know, in a potential spot to kind of make a comeback, so I want to see something with them. DRS Gaming as well, they have been going a little hard, but they haven't, you know, got all their nicks and crannies basically figured out. So I'm going to pick these three teams: ElementriX, DEADEYES guys, and DRS.
He's playing it safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna join.
What a chicken! Right?
I'm gonna play. I love the chicken outfit, so I'm gonna pick 3 teams as well.
And I've played with him, so I know why he wants a chicken outfit. It's not.
So wait, no one's going with Bablu. No one's expecting a hat trick.
I'm going with Team Bablu.
I'm going Bablu as well. I'm going to turn Bablu with ElementriX.
Exactly.
Let's go.
I'm going to pick Team Bablu, ElementriX, and I feel like Abrupt Slayers are going to make a comeback.
To the crowd. Pandering to the crowd.
How about we pick a couple of other teams right now? Let's just play it safe, right? But
pick 8 teams.
A1 Esports, are they going to perform?
Fine, screw it, just throw them in. But yeah, I do believe we are ready to go live. Thank you, Johnny. We're going to be jumping in with the first game of the day, off day number 3. We're halfway through. We're past the halfway point right now. So for certain teams, I'm looking at T2K. I did say I don't really fancy the chances, but if there was a time for them to finally come alive and get some kills and get some chicken dinners, now is the time.
Now is definitely the time, and of course it is the time you are going to see all your favorite players on your screen right now. All those happy faces, all those determined faces, indeed, as they get ready for the games this day. Now, as you did mention, Blay, we are halfway through, so expect a lot of these teams to make that last-ditch effort to climb up on the leaderboard, and I think we might see a little bit of an aggressive start to the day today, but with that out of the way, match number 11 is going to be underway as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for the first time on this day. And this time around, we are going to be flying over the plains of Erangel. And Blay, if you could do the honors of taking us through the flight path.
Well, it's a bit different from everything we've seen so far, but it's going to be kind of okay for everyone. Starting from Primorsk is going to be ending all the way towards Severny. Kind of not fully dissecting the map exactly in half, but it's going to be pretty comfortable for most of these teams. The question for me is going to be FutureStation. They're a team who do like switching things up. They drop towards Georgepol a couple of times, which they usually drop towards there most of the times, but we have seen them kind of throw a bit of a curveball and drop towards Novo. T2K, as usual, I expect them to go to military base. They have been a little bit more proactive, though, not sticking around for very long. The problem is they haven't been proactive enough when it comes to taking fights, and that, I feel, has been their Achilles heel.
That has been their Achilles heel indeed, and that's the thing, you know, if you have something working for you, and what was working for T2K was their aggression, and, well, if you try and play it safe, chances are the results are not going to be same. Now, you were talking about FutureStation. Looks like even though Nova Repnoi was far, far away from the flight path, they are going to be heading to their home in Georgopol. Now, another team that does go to Georgopol, but to the north of the river, is Team Bablu, and that's a team, well, you just picked in the last minute. But again, Team Bablu, they do have 2 wins in a row, and let's see if they can carry that momentum from yesterday
Imagine seeing
today.
2 hat-tricks in a 4-day finals. That would be kind of unprecedented, if you ask me. And I love it. I love the way it's playing out.
Wow.
There's not one favorite, but ALS, that circle is actually going to be okay. I feel like a lot of teams who are still in the air right now, probably heading towards Military Mansion, they're going to be like, oh, hold on, just press the brakes, apply the brakes, drop down a little closer to the circle, maybe towards farm. But that also means there's going to be a lot of teams contesting for a very limited loot.
Now, something interesting that is popping out right now is have a look at the military base. Obviously, T2K is going to be there as expected, but another team dropped by, and this time it's going to be the boys from Assiduous Esports. Looks like Milta was just a bit too far off for them to fly to, and, well, with the circle coming in, they are going to be... That's what I was thinking about. ASE is on T2K's territory, and looks like Frankie, with those iron sights on that SLR, did get a shot in, but I do believe you need a scope at this stage.
Well, we might need scopes because we are old, we are kind of blind. Actually, wearing my shades as well, but I mean, my specs as well. But for someone like Frankie, I guess he doesn't need that. He's feeling comfortable, he's looking good, except for the fact that as a whole, the team right now, what are they, like 14th, 13th place? It's kind of rough right now for them. A couple of pot shots getting taken by Assassin as well. High voltage, you can never count these guys out. They have been fantastic so far. They spotted Deadeye's guys in the distance, but right now, I do believe it's going to be a little bit of a slow start, something which we saw quite a bit yesterday.
We did see that yesterday, and especially since the circle is going to be on the western aspect of the map, of course, Gatka is going to be pretty much in the center of the zone. We're going to expect a lot of teams to be clumping up against one another near Rozhok, pretty much south of Rozhok. Of course, Rozhok itself is under Deadeye's guys' control, and on our screens, we do have High Voltage, who aren't too far off from the said place. Now, interestingly, ASE have made it all the way to Nova Repnoi, but again, the circle is going to be changing in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, so I wonder if they are going to get sufficient loot. But of course, the first few blue circles, you're not really going to take a lot of damage, so I think you can, you know, take that chance.
Yeah, you can take the chance. As we take a look at the standings, at least for the top 5 teams at the moment, Abrupt Slayers still clinging on, but look who's right behind them. Team Bablu 106, 14 points separating them. And then we have A1 Esports at 99, ElementriX at 97, 7C at 95. The difference from the 2nd to the 5th place is just a measly 11 points. And even Abrupt Slayers at 120, it can easily fizzle away to nothingness. So everything on the line here, because bear in mind, 3 spots available. That's it.
3 spots available. And talking about Abrupt Slayers on day 1, they did finish with about a 40-point lead. And, well, that lead has pretty much been cut to more than half. As you said, 14 points separates 1 and 2. Now, of course, Team Bablu had a wonderful day, especially towards the end yesterday. Let's see if they can keep that ball rolling. But ASL, now Abrupt Slayers, they have become a little abrupt in their, you know, mechanics, in their gameplay. They are taking it a little bit too easy. Of course, they want to make sure that they maintain the lead that they have. But then if you do switch your game styles, you know, chances are your lead will dwindle as it is. But Deadeye's guys, now this is a team, they are ranked 7 play, but they did win the league stage. So expect them to show us a few glimpses of brilliance today, to be honest with you, because that is, I think, where they strive. You know, they have slow starts, but once they get the ball rolling midway through, I think they just might take it all the way.
Yeah, some teams are like an avalanche, right? It starts off with a little bit of a snowball, and then the snowball effect comes into play, and they can indeed kind of take over some of these teams. I believe if they don't place top 3, there are going to be a lot of disappointed fans and a lot of disappointed players, as well as we do see the first knock taking place, and Shuvo has been taken down, and guess which team it is who is going to draw first blood. It is ASL. They had a very quiet day yesterday compared to day 1, where they had 3 chicken dinners, which was pretty much unprecedented, and they're going to be off to a flying start. However, Venom. Oh, they're in a bit of a pickle. Nightwing's going to get dropped. At least a trade comes in from Detron. He's going to find Chari. Finishes him off as well. So Detron has a chance here to get the res as well. And it is going to be a 3v3 as Heaven is pushing on in, trying to take him down before the res takes place. Will he reach there in time is the question. Is he running around, zigzagging, and his teammate's going to be the bait.
Brilliant.
So well done. So well done from ASL, leaving one player left alive. For the side of Venom, it is all on Rafat. He was a beast. He's got to get a knock onto Heaven. 3 players knocked down. If he wins this 1v1, it could be a team wipe. It could be a 1v4, but the rest has come on in. And with that, it is going to be Venom Legends getting knocked out. The first team, early action breaking out in ASL. They get a team wipe, and they don't lose anyone? Oh, they lost one.
They did lose Chari early on, but looks like ASL have been listening to what we've been saying. They are coming back with a bang, and of course, they are going to have the morale up a little high, getting the first squad wipe off this game. This is the ASL that we saw on day 1. Now, yesterday was a completely different story. They were dormant, they were passive, they didn't want to pick any fights. But, you know, when you do pick some fights, you get those kill points. And kill points, of course, is the new meta. You do get placement points, but, you know, if you just focus on placement points, you're taking a big gamble.
A1 Esports haven't got a chicken dinner.
But they've been consistent in their placements.
Third
as well as
place,
their kills.
99. There we go. It's all about the kills, and that's something which I've been waiting for such a long time. I love the new point system, honestly. Like, look, you deserve to get some points for placements, but you want to see more action. You want to see a little bit more bloodshed. That's what everyone is waiting for. And for Abrupt Slayers, yes, they're going to be kind of happy. You know, a little bit of a knock as well, considering they have lost Chari, the in-game leader. However, he's going to be in the server. He's going to be in their comms as well, talking to his teammates, guiding them to try and get another chicken dinner here.
Also, the fact is, ASL usually do drop in this location, right? Gatka is pretty much their domain. Now, they know each and every place, each and every window in all these compounds. So that is something that is going to be to their advantage if the final circles do take a shift towards Gatka. But of course, let me just tell you one thing. The way that little bait worked for them right now, that was beautiful.
The bike?
teammate going up ahead in the bike, and then they got gunned down. That was perfect. That was just perfect timing. And, well, that is what teamwork is all about. Now, ElementriX, 4th position, 97 points. Now, they do have a chicken dinner to their name. However, again, not the same energy that was expected. Again, one of the favorites in this tournament, Blay. Again, added pressure, right?
Added pressure, but what I really like about ElementriX, and which is something which makes me a bit nervous as well, unlike many of the other top teams, like let's look at ASL, let's look at Team Bablu, let's look at even A1 Esports, ElementriX, they kind of have this split approach to taking fights, to taking areas, where they're not all 4 together at once. They do, of course, like gather up together later on in the game, but they start off with like spreading out, looking to take duels individually at times, and the cool thing is, they win these duels time and time again. Now, that could be something which could bite them in the butt later on, but for right now, it's looking good as we're going to be switching over to Stalwart Esports, currently placed 10th, 69 points. You know what? A couple of good games here today. They could potentially be challenging the top 5 teams.
They could, indeed. And, well, let's see if that is going to be the case, as all the teams are now migrating inside the circle, as only a couple are still left out. SCYTES being one, and Assiduous Esports being the other. Looks like T2K have already made their way inside the circle, and they are going to be on the north side of the bridge. But right now, 7C's Hungry Box has spotted a convoy moving in the distance, and that convoy does belong to Stalwart Esports. He does lay down a few shots, but, well, now his teammates are going to be doing the same. No damage done. Looks like they might just be going for a little bit of a chase. Now, again, the thing is, ooh, the circle has shifted, and looks like we are going to be going up north. The hospital is now going to be in the center as we join DE, Shifu, and on top, laying down some little Malik. In fact, almost knocking him out. That is one lucky man.
You know what I want a circle to be? The final circle? On the mountain.
Oh.
Mountain Peak Battle. It's so much fun. It's so exciting, right? Like all the nooks and crannies. You have the troughs, you have the peaks, and you have so many players running around in circles. I've been a part of so many final circles over there, and I won't lie, it's one of my favorite.
I want to see the circle up north near George Paul, near that bridge, because it is a bridge similar to others. Oh, looks like Malik has fallen off from his vehicle and has knocked himself out. Let's see if that is going to be a problem for them. Doesn't look like it, but ooh, they are under fire. Kashyap definitely needs to deploy some smoke to make sure that he gives his teammates some cover, and looks like ASL are still going to be content with the compound. But now, the compound that they do hold is popular, and expect a lot of teams to be coming in, and Wadu over here, not going full rat-ta-ta-ta-ta with that AK. He's just peppering them with shots, trying to get a few lucky connects over there. But, of course, the revive can't come in because they have to keep moving. So, time is what is against Stalwart Esports right now.
Meanwhile, On Top's going to find Tyrant. Tyrant's been taken down. Bablu suffering early casualties. A team who are looking for that hat trick. And on the horizon, they will make their escape. DEADEYES guys realizing, on top realizing maybe it's going to be a little too much for him, but he hears a lot of vehicles and he's like, what is going on? It's a caravan of bodies just running past, and he has the pick and he's going to rattle off a number of bullets. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything, but Ninja's going to get taken down by FutureStation. DRS Gaming are playing with fire and lead, and right now they've lost a player already, but I do believe they just might make the way to safety. This is, I don't know how they're driving around with balls that big.
However, they are going to be, are they going for the compound down below, or are they going to go to the observatory up top? The thing is, at this stage, since all the teams are focusing on early migration and rotations, every single place is occupied place. So, you know, you are going to have to drive through. It is going to be a Mad Max situation. You do have to drive down that Fury Road and expect to be shot at every now and then. But it looks like Kashuf now wants to deliver some pain. Uh-oh. You have some wood barricading that window, and looks like those bullets are not going to go through. However, 7C have spotted the enemy as well. Looks like they are exchanging a couple of shots here and there. But again, this is going to be a game of patience at this point. And there you have it. This is what you wanted to see. They are going to be going up that mountain.
They're prepping.
The Everest of Erangel, so to speak. And again, see, the thing is, yes, you do want to be up top, but if the circle shifts away from the mountain, you do have to come down slope, and you have a massive target on your back, man.
Which is higher? Has anyone done the math? Like the mountain peak over here or Stalba?
Maybe we should look into that.
Stalba's way more bigger, but it's got a very gradual slope, so it doesn't seem that higher.
Let me figure it out. Let's have a look at the camera panning from Poison's point of view. I saw something in the distance. I think it's a bit lower. I think it is a bit lower, but we are going to have to wait and find out. You know what? I'm going to look this up. But anyway, looks like PN Crew are going to be the first to basically climb this mountain and reach the summit.
I like how proactive they're being. PN Crew, a team who have been struggling so far, right? And right now, they have controlled the mountain. Even if it shifts, right, they have the bird's eye view. They can take advantage of that. They can rotate it. They can see the fights breaking out below them. The circle's going to be shrinking, and we should have an idea as to where the next zone is going to be in the next couple of seconds. And depending on that, there we go. Perfectly timed, and boom! Yes! They're still inside of it. It is going to be a Georgia pole. Okay, you called it. You called it.
We might just see some bridge action finally. Now, it is going to be pretty much a good situation for teams like Team Bablu and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. Well, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE especially, because it looks like Team Bablu and that team have exchanged their positions. Now, expect them to be kind of blockading that bridge up top. Ooh, Blade is a lucky man, as the enemy is going to go all around him. But now he is prone in the grass. Has he been spotted out? He has been spotted out, but he's going to act quick, and he takes out Ayush in a flurry of bullets, and, well, he is going to put him to the ground as well. But now here comes backup. It's going to be Mr. Boro. He's going to peek first. He's going to get exposed first. Blade shoots, but he does get taken down, and, well, that's all she wrote. That's the end of Blade's game.
He does get a kill, though. He does take a player down before he, in turn, hits the ground. Where the rest of his teammates are so far away. Stalwart are playing a very isolated game. It's very curious why they're so far away this late into the game here. But down to 2 players. They have to just lick their wounds and try and make it with the 2 players left alive.
You know, just to try and answer your question about why they are so separated, because every single member has their own vehicle, the moment they come under fire, of course, you aren't going to go through that same path.
True.
You scatter, and that is what, you know, makes all these teams pretty much go away from one another. But it looks like DRS are getting ready for a little bit of a skirmish with FutureStation, and looks like Stalwart Esports are going to be looking in from behind, but DeadEyes guys on top is the one who gets the first knock, and it looks like Stalwart Esports could be in trouble, as Kashuf is now the last man, and, well, they have kind of dug themselves in a hole over here, Blay.
This is a very highly populated neighborhood. It's almost like, you know, it's quarantine, everyone's inside their houses, no one's stepping out. The 3 teams, almost every compound is occupied. We have DRS separated, 3 players in 3 separate buildings. We have FutureStation playing together. ElementriX, as usual, like we say, they like playing, you know, kind of like this square formation, right? Like kind of like taking care of every cardinal direction, but kind of far away from each other.
And that is where communication is key, because they are going to be, you know, communicating and letting them know, all right, I have a guy here, I have a bogey over there, you know, we have to basically plan it out accordingly. That is what I love about this team. And also the fact that they do know the lay of the land pretty well. They can, you know, navigate all those broken walls and windows, and they can always fall back on one another's positions. But right now, looks like ASL want to be kings of the hill again, as PN Crew did vacate take that spot up top on the mountain, and Abrupt Slayers are going to be taking over now. They are the only team with the kill over here right now, but on top again is going to be knocking out Baba. In fact, this time putting him in the ground for good, which means Stalwart Esports have been reduced to a one-man squad. Now, A1 Sinister, he does know where the enemy is, and looks like Joker, in fact, is going to act a bit quicker as he knocks out 6ix9ine behind cover. That is going to be problematic because now A1 Esports have a decision to make. Do they take the fight uphill, which, let me tell you, is an uphill battle, or do they try and save their teammates, which again is going to be problematic?
They're going to wait. They're going to wait for the circle, they're going to wait for the zone, and if the zone, they're forced to move. Now they're both forced to move. ASL and A1 both have to relinquish control of this mountainous pass, and they have to head towards safety. And once they cross on towards what's happening, look at the circle, look at the top right corner of the screen over there, ladies and gentlemen. There are a lot of teams lying in wait. So for A1, they're going to wait. They're going to wait for ASL to make a play, but I love what Leon's doing. He's going for the huge flank through the blue and to ensure there's an escape route for the rest of his teammates. That is genius. If it pans out, that is going to be the play of the game, if you ask me.
That could be the play of the game, but right now, Kurkure is the one who takes out GIJ, and as ASL, in fact, are going to be taken out, well, one of their members was knocked down courtesy of A1 Esports Sinister. Now, it does look like, well, the mortgages have gone down, and real estate has definitely dropped in Western Georgiapol because everyone is in one house or another. And in fact, you know what? Have a look at your map right now. We have a fight breaking out between Assiduous Esports and SCYTES, and oh my goodness, we have a cluster as T2K want to join the party as well. And of course, if you know your maps, that squad house is going to be a house of death.
It is indeed going to be the House of the Dead in A1. Sinister is playing a very dangerous game. Nice parking skill. Sinister's going to head into the warehouse, and he's going to immediately spot a player out. He's taking a lot of damage, and Macton at that range is going to be deadly, and Sinister is getting shot at. They know he haven't pinned down. Dante, well, caught out by Venom, and that's what happens when you're rotating in like that. In such a rush, you might just run into a squad ready and waiting to find you, and with that, A1 Esports gets eliminated. 15th position, they get 1 point for the 1 kill they had, but that's not the way you want to go out, especially when you're right now battling for the top 3 spot.
I mean, that is going to be, well, that is going to be obviously a bad thing for them to start this day off with a loss. Of course, a 15th position exit is not something one wants. Right now, Mr. Boro, ooh, his magazine is going to run out. He switches to a DP28, lays down some more lead on Ghost. He got a few hits. Is he going to knock him down? He has so many options right now. He's like, which one do I hit? And finally, he focuses on Phobia, takes him down, and his team is Juvan Crazy. Now, that's teamwork play. Instant knockout.
Instant knockout, and Boro, he's going to have a fun time. He spots a Frankie as well. He sees Frankie, and Frankie should be careful. It's exposed, completely exposed. He's going to find a little bit of cover. Luckily, the bullets are just going to scratch him, so he's going to be fine for right now. But you got to say, they're in a very comfortable spot, as are Assiduous Esports. Kurkure getting the knock, and Razur is crawling around, still alive though. And ASC, they're in a very good spot. They have control of both these compounds, and they have an idea where Team SCYTES are as well. The next circle, that's going to determine everything,
However, have a look at Kurkure, Hanuel, and Juvan Crazy's position. Now, they are in a house, but the hill right next to them kind of gives weird angles into the first floor. So they have to be careful not to get shot at from that hill itself. Looks like Juvan Crazy is going to be on guard duty as, well, the hill is concerned, because T2K are going to be climbing up top, and they are going to make their way into the circle. Now, elsewhere, we do have a fight breaking out between DRS Gaming and ElementriX, which I do believe we are going to switch to. Of course, a lot of fights are going to break out now, as everyone is going to be coming in each other's proximity zones, and well, there you have it. DRS did lose a member, if I am not wrong, and yes, they did. Nima did go down just a little while ago, courtesy of ElementriX, but again, ElementriX with that split play. Sonim and blah, blah, blah are going to make sure the left flank is secure. Mr. Hyozu is the first man, the first line of attack, basically, and back over here, Orange, he's going to make sure nobody comes around from the right.
That's what I love about the way they play, right? They get so much real estate control, so much real estate and map control just with the positioning. Boro's been found out. Wadusir spots a player. Does he spot Sandesh as well? Sandesh has been spotted out by someone else and is going to go prone and is going to be knocked out. It is going to be by Frankie from T2K, but Shufu's going to finish him off, steals a kill away. Danny, in the meantime, is going to get a knock onto Frankie's. Firefights breaking out. But what's interesting for me is ASL, they were trapped on top of the rock. They're in such a good position right now, and they haven't lost a single man. They've played that so well.
You know, I was thinking, if ASL did what A1 Esports did, and they came first down the mountain as Leon was the one to go around. See, I think what happened there was Leon went around to make sure he can give some fire on A1 Esports and just help his team up. But now, talking about Leon, oh my goodness, he does get taken down by Machine from FutureStation. On top is going to be surviving. Well, he is going to be fending off an attack right now as ASC are moving in. Vado is on the ground floor. He does lay down a few shots elsewhere. Rated gets taken down in an instant by Steel Shot. shot. Hanuel does move around. Grenades are going to be coming in. Now in comes the cavalry. Shifu's moving in as well. Little do they know, they've already moved to the house next door. Now, this is what it is. It's all going to be about bad neighbors. Kurkure does throw a grenade. Is that going to be in Bablu? Yes, it is. It does take him down, almost knocking Shifu down to his knees as well. Now, on top does have his work cut out. There's a grenade that's going up top as well. If that does connect, Deadeyes guys are going to be in a world of trouble.
They're in a world of trouble indeed, and on top's the last man left standing. Oh, wait, actually no, he's got another teammate next to him, but yeah, they're caught, they're trapped, and the nade's going to find Steel Shot as well. An exchange of nades. They're bad neighbors, like you keep saying. Indeed they are. But Deadeyes guy, they survived the push. They survived the push from ASC. In the meantime, 7C get eliminated as Hyozu blows them up to smithereens along with the nade and the vehicle explosion as well. But this battle, this is what everyone's going to be keeping an eye on as T2K, a couple of players getting knocked out by this play zone as well. And now, what do ASC do? I mean, how many nades do they still have remaining?
Now, the thing is, they are going to have to make a move. Looks like Muffin is going in. That smoke cover is going to conceal their movement just a little bit over here. Now, Hanuel needs to go in from the right. Looks like Muffin is going to throw another couple of grenades just to make sure he has all his... Ooh, this is going to be tricky. Shifu knows where he is. Shifu sees him. Shifu gets out. Shifu shoots, and he's going to get a knock. He does get a knock with that M762. Now, here comes the remaining member of ASC. One is going to go up the stairs. No, he doesn't. He gets taken down as well. Shifu is on a roll. He's got two. Ooh, finally, Kurkure is going to put him down on his knees. The question is, are they going to finish him off? Yes, they are. Now, on top is going to be the man against the job. Nope, nope, nope. This time, he is not on top of his game as Deadeyes guys have been eliminated in the 12th position. An early exit for this team.
That got very, very messy. That was an ugly firefight, but kudos to ASC. They worked together in tandem. Even though a couple of players got knocked, they kept all four alive, not losing a single player in that take of that house. So kudos to them. ASC, they've have a little bit of time, a little bit of breathing space as well. As you do take a look at the map, Circle's going to be shrinking in further, and you're going to be seeing the new zone. Is it going to be towards down south, where there's a little bit more plains, not too many buildings, or up north, where it might be an urban battle? You know what? It's smack center. We have a little bit of real estate here for ASL, but ASL's positioning is perfection. They don't have to move an inch.
We have the best of both worlds over here, but a team that does have to move are going to be ASC. Now, we did see them in a good firefight, but now they are going to have to go up against the opposition. Gyalzan over here trying to lay down a few shots on Mr. Hyozu without any success. Now, everyone is going to be coming in. ASL, as you did mention, are in a good position. However, they don't really have a lot of cover as far as buildings go. Now, it is going to be pretty much quintessential to see where the next circle is going to take up, because if you do have that northern shift, a lot of these teams are already going to be dug in their houses, so it's going to be a problem for anybody else to come in. But right now it looks like DRS Gaming are taking the fight to ElementriX. Of course, we've had this stalemate for quite some time, but the thing is they've changed their buildings now. Elsewhere, Mr. Hyozu with that DP28 trying to lay down some shots. They are still a four-man squad. I think they just might get a few more kills over here, Blair.
Oh, the barrage of nades being tossed in by FutureStation, and they are keeping ASC pinned down. ASC trying to deploy a few smokes to try and cover their escape. They need to get out of this compound, but FutureStation, Steel Shot, keeping them at bay. They have eyes on where they are. They need to be careful, though, because it's not the team nearby. It's Team Bablu. It's a trifecta of doom and death.
I would say it's a quadruple effect right now, because we have four teams basically fighting each other out, and little do they know, Team Bablu are fighting CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. FS are fighting ASC. Sooner or later, they are going to go up against one another, but Havoc is going to get the better of Danny with that Rathafa. Brings him down to his knees, and a big grenade blows up Team Wolf, and Danny has been put in the ground.
Everyone's shooting each other. ASC tossing in nades into the wrong building.
Free-for-all.
It's a free-for-all. It's a full-fledged Royal Rumble happening here in this neighborhood of doom, death, and destruction. The only team is kind of safe at the moment, if you ask me, is High Voltage. But as I say that, they might need to push it. They need to move. The circle's going to be a problem, and that means they have to run out of the open. What they need to hope for is the fact that everyone's too busy fighting each other not to notice them. They deployed a few smokes. He's going to pop a couple of painkillers, a first aid kit for the side of Mr. Aussie, and they're going to have to leg it. They have to make a run for it. In the meantime, JyanMaara, haven't seen much of them. They have two players left alive. 0-4 on his knees, crawling away to safety. He just might make it all the way to Gunner, but no, the smokes and dissipate because Shuf, he goes prone, so he might have missed his chance to get a free kill. Aussie gets taken over the play zone, and one player remains standing for the side of High Voltage.
That is absolutely correct. Now, Gunner is going to go in for the revive on Giro Fair. Little do they know that ASL are going to be hiding inside, and it's kind of surprising they haven't made a single move right now, but Shivon Crazy does spot a poison, but he gets taken down by Machine from elsewhere from behind. Talking about being bad neighbors, he just shot him through his own window. That's going to hurt a lot. Poison, the last man standing for PN Crew, he's got to play it safe because, well, he has a big squad ahead of him. Let's see if he is going to throw grenades. He is. Ooh, he's playing a sneaky game. He is using the cover to his advantage, but the question is he going to get spotted out from elsewhere?
No, No one can see him.
Well,
There's no one next to him.
ASL, they are not silent anymore as Joker just blew up a member of JyanMaara.
JyanMaara, are they still standing? I don't even know. 20 players left live, XP, and 8 teams in the running. Some of these teams are just down to 1 man. And right now, looking at the circle, team number 13, FutureStation, are in a perfect place. They don't need to move too far. The problem is no one wants to make a move right now because there's no cover in the new zone. It's going to be a bloodbath.
For FutureStation now, since they do have a little bit of a holding, they got to make sure the people come into them, and it looks like Bad Rev is going to be doing the Shalali stakes out Frankie, and well, ASE are trying to move in as well. One of them got knocked out, but Poison is the one who is going to steal that kill again. By hook or by crook, doesn't matter how you get those kill points as long as you do. With that team, T2KSG are going to be eliminating the 8th position with 6 kills, and following them shortly is going to be PN Crew with 4 to their name.
You know what? They got kills. I'm happy with that. PN Crew, we also had Poison trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Look at FutureStation right now. They know there's a lot of smokes here, and that's a little bit of an opportunity for ASC to heal up, to res up, and Kurkure is going for a play. He's going to take the fight to Tamim, and he's going to get shredded by 3 players. Machine from the first floor, steel shot from the little bit of a garage over there, as Mafia Ninja from DRS. They're still in the running, but a trade's going to take place as Sonam's going to find him. But Tamim, he wants to finish this one off. He wants to take care of ASC, but they have the cover, and it's going to get shot down, and he doesn't go prone in time. Now, they have to take the fight. They need to finish this one off, but ASC, they're mowing them down at FutureStation. They're just losing men left, right, and center. Hanuel, he knows there's someone else nearby. 1 man left standing for FutureStation, and it's going to be Machine who gets taken down. Actually, no, I take that back. 1 more player left alive. 1 more player left alive, but it's going to come down to Badref, and I haven't seen him anywhere nearby.
Well, there you have it. Badref on your screens right now. The thing is, he can't really do anything right now. Maybe he could have given some assistance a little bit earlier, but ElementriX are going to be going ham on DRS as they are knocking them down 1 by 1, but they are taking a lot of damage out from the blue, and now Badref says, I am not going to be sitting quiet. He lays down a few shots at ASE, but there you have it.
How have ASC won that 4v3 where they had to push? It's so well done. Orange from ElementriX.
And this is the second time they did it, Play.
Absolutely. These guys are so fantastic. It was down to the final 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 10 left alive. Assiduous Esports, 13 kills to their name. Abrupt Slayers, 2 alive with 6 kills. ElementriX, the 1 man left standing is Hyozu on 4, and DRS Gaming have 3. AJ, and it is, of course, going to be DRS Gaming who gets the kill onto Mr. Hyozu. DRS gets spotted out, though. It's Heaven from a perfect angle finds 1, but he will get taken down by AJ. And with that, all of a sudden, we're down to a 3v3. Assiduous, 13 kills. DRS with 5.
Assiduous Esports are playing like they did in the first day of the league play. This is what happened, Blade. These guys just went absolutely ballistic and took charge on the very first day. Maybe they might just make a comeback, but it is going to be a 3v3 situation. ASC versus DRS Gaming. And now on paper, it is pretty even Stevens because a lot of cover is going to be there because of that road, and the land on either side just gradually slopes down, giving them a little bit of cover. Now this is smart. This is smart. They are blowing all these vehicles, making sure that it doesn't come to bite them later on, but AJ has been spotted out. Ooh, he tries to zig and zag his way, in fact, crawl his way out of harm's way, but
it's impossible.
I mean, you know what?
I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
One thing that I am kind of finding a little funny is, where are the grenades? Have they already spent them all?
They don't need to. They don't need to. Because guess what? They're in the zone. Assiduous are in the safe zone. DRS have to cross. They have to cross the road of death. And trust me, the moment they show their heads, they're going to get mowed down.
What is going to bring them down, or what is going to be against them, is the fact that they don't have any smokes. We need some smoke grenades to be deployed.
Not a single
smoke. We need to conceal the movement if they want to have a chance, or the only option they have is every one of them get up at the same time, spot their members and start shooting. But now, that is what's going to happen. Mafia Ninja is going to get taken down. That's Galden gets taken down as well. AJ has been spotted. Those hit markers are going to be confirming it, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Assiduous Esports making a statement, making a comeback, winning the first game of the day with a plum.
About damn time. They've been so quiet on day 1. Bottom of the table, and now they get chicken dinner with 16 points. That's 31 points to the name, and that's going to give them a nice little boost in the overall standings.
Well, talking about boost, have a look at them smiling and blushing a bit. Of course, they know the cameras are on them, so, you know, they know the world is going to be celebrating with them as well. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner, chicken dinner in game number 1 on day 3 of the finals is going to go Assiduous Esports way.
And you got to give them credit. Those team fights they took, the way they worked in tandem, they never baited anyone. It was just perfectly played, a well-played game. And suddenly, you know, we saw Bablu struggling a little bit. They won 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. We've seen a few teams like ElementriX show up as well. Maybe this could be the moment things turn around for ASC.
Again, we are going to expect this on this day, right? Because every team, they've got nothing to lose. They've got to make sure they give it their best. They put their best foot forward. And, well, that was how the game started. I wonder what is in store for us in the remaining day. But before that, we're going to take a quick little breather. Why don't you grab yourself a nice chilled Mountain Dew? We'll take a break. See you after this.
Hello everyone, and once again welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Fixes. And that was an interesting game of Erangel, match number 1 of day number 3, with Assiduous Esports getting the chicken dinner. And well, the performance they have had so far wasn't that great, but today I guess could be the day they make a comeback into the standings. For now, we're going to have a look at the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and see that one individual player who had an amazing time in the first game of today. And it is going to be quite interesting to see, because, I mean, Assiduous Esports, I think the player that we are going to have is probably going to be from that team. And yes.
Well, Kurkure, the man who shined the very first day of the league stage, is again back as the MVP. Has got 7 kills to his name, 825 damage, 1 assist, survival time obviously the highest. He got the chicken dinner. I think it's going to be highest, 26 minutes and 44 seconds. Assiduous Esports is again back in the action, and Kurkure and Muffin. But this time, Hanuel was also there.
Yeah, certainly. Hanuel was definitely there, but Kurkure was the one who was munching down on those enemies, entering inside the circle. The way they took their fights, it did not really shy away from that one beautiful fight against DEADEYES. But if you take a look at those graphs out there, having the highest skills in the server, not the best of the damage, but it's okay. As long as you get those chicken dinners, as long as you get those kill points, you're good to go.
See, that fight against DEADEYES, guys, that was incredible,
Beautiful.
but I still think it could have ended a little bit earlier. Kurkure was so precise. The nades were bouncing on the floor already in the faces of the players of DEADEYES, guys, and well, they were going down. He took 2 down with the nades, and then the players from ASC tried to charge in. I don't know why they stopped. Had they kept going, they would have ended the fight a lot sooner. But we do have the top players on our screens as well, ladies and gentlemen, and on the first 3 positions are going to be the players of the winning team. Kurkure being joined by Hanuel and Z1 Crazy.
Well, Hanuel was definitely there. In fact, Assiduous Esports, all the 3 players had a very good outing considering the fight they started with the players of Team DEADEYES. In fact, they kind of started experimenting with their drop location also. They first initially dropped into the area of T2K, then taking very long rotation path into the zone area. That is not the normal rotation path also. And that kind of worked for them, because for a very long time they were vulnerable when they were rotating into the zone, but it worked for them perfectly. And even there was FutureStation also doing third party. They survived that.
Exactly. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. But one thing that you need to make sure is you always have the points coming in your favor. As you said, handling the situations, handling the worst situations is going to be the thing that makes it possible. But Assiduous Esports, 16 kills, 15 placement points, 31 points in the first match.
If you take a look at the standings, Assiduous Esports are finally waking up from the misery, getting the chicken dinner, and they have gone big this time, 31 points. And, talk about the remainder of the teams. Abrupt Slayers. I absolutely loved how Leon made that rotation out, dodging A1 Esports. And then A1 Esports just fell down to the players of, I believe, Train to Kill. And T2K, like the name suggested, I really thought that they would, go all guns blazing today. But that was even a good performance, having those 6 kills. Is obviously better than having nada.
Yes, and if you talk about Stalwart Esports also, they were experimenting with their drop location in first 2 days. This time they were again back into their drop location, but they were so spread out, all the 4 players, and especially when you are in a final circle, there are so many teams alive, it's never going to work for you.
I really thought Team Bablu was going to have this one in the back, considering they dropped to the northern side of the city and then coming south quite early on, had a good positioning as well. But the unfortunate moment for them sort of arose. Not the shift, but the fact that they sort of ran into the fight between ASC and FutureStation. And well, those are 2 pretty deadly teams. Never want to be in the middle when they are going up against each other. And well, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE was coming in from the rear as well. But we do have the match summary in front of us right now. Smokes and nades used 185, which I think could have been a little bit higher in this one.
Yeah, of course. No second thoughts on that. Considering that urban warfare zone we had, this was the perfect setup. Had DRS got those final few smokes, they could have easily built up that smoke wall and could have done a lot more from the flank angles. Could have really entered in and put up a fight on towards Assiduous Esports.
Well, that could have happened, but maybe they were short on those smokes and grenades. But I think it could have been a better, because even though there were so many grenades coming in, I think what went with Team Bablu was also they should have made use of those grenades a little more. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE was at their backside. they could have used some grenades towards Assiduous Esports or FutureStation.
Exactly, but now let's talk about the zones and how they moved inside the game. We have the zone replay in front of us, and starting things off with the complete western shift of the zone. I mean, one of the most high priority locations in this circle that comes to you is going to be that Everest. And Abrupt Slayers taking sort of a late control of that mountain for themselves, making sure that they were pushing, putting the pressure on the players of A1 Esports that forced them into the bad rotation towards T2KSD. I think that was, for me, that was something really beautiful that I got to witness. But if I was one of the players from A1 Esports, that was the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah, definitely. No second thoughts on that. And A1 Esports really did not have the right call-outs over there. And of course, we cannot really blame them considering how the circle was like shrinking down. It just went to the cities. And when it comes down to the Georgia Paul cities, one thing for sure, you have to decide either this way or that way.
How long was Kashuv in that hospital compound? I want to know that.
Forever.
Yeah, pretty much forever. He was the last man for his team and he just stayed in that one.
Us apart, Johnny.
Yeah, that was him to the building of the hospital.
Well, something worked for them being isolated, and that was Kashuv being away from his teammates, but that's it. Okay, it worked for them.
I guess he found some Mountain Dew for himself inside the hospital compound and was pretty much sipping on it while waiting for the opportunity where he could strike. But the opportunity never arose for him to do the Dew in the game. But for the other teams and the other players, it was right there in their front.
Yeah, of course. You know, Abrupt Slayers off to a really good start. And, well, you know, Leon definitely being that one of those players who's got that experience backing up. And the way they make those rotations, they are absolutely beautiful. Kind of completely justifies why they still are sitting on the top today. And after that small performance in the second day, they really have picked up the pace. But, you know, the thing about these urban circles is, right, it can go anywhere. And, you know, Team ElementriX was also looking very strong for a moment up until the point that the circle really shifted away from them, and that's where the trouble began. And for the players of FutureStation, if I remember correctly, had Badrev shown a bit of a trigger discipline, maybe could have taken down 2 or 3 players of Assiduous Esports.
Well, he could have taken down because the FutureStation had the opportunity to take down the player of Assiduous, and even DEADEYES also, they were at the perfect positioning, but that didn't happen. But if you talk about DEADEYE, guys, they kind of fell off, and this was the moment Team Bablu should have known to where to take the fight, because there was CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, there was FutureStation, Assiduous Esports. They were taking fight at the wrong direction, and that is why they had an early exit. And if you talk about FutureStation also, there were the players, even Tamim had few grenades in his hands. He could have easily taken down the player of Assiduous Esports. Later on, we saw the lack of utilities with the players of Team DRS also, and Team Assiduous Esports, they had everything. They had grenades, smokes, they had the gunpowder,
Had the drop as well.
they had everything. And last kill with the Bison, we really get to see that, because I don't think Bison is everybody's favorite gun to pick up.
Yeah, it was a good pickup, and the pickup did put a very big impact in the game, ladies and gentlemen. But the beauty of the circles when they form in the urban area, especially in this map of Erangel, is the fact that everyone gets to pick their fights, everyone gets the opportunity to fight, and I think the damage histogram showcases that perfectly. Apart from the teams that were pushed into a bad situation, specifically A1 Esports, who were put under a lot of pressure, as I said, from the top of Everest, the other teams did display their fighting abilities to their fullest potentials, apart from the few mistakes here and there. But let's talk about the winners of this game, Assiduous Esports. As Fixes said, they were sleeping for a while, but this could be the wake-up alarm that I think we all heard them waking up. 16 kills coming in, 2300 damage, pretty incredible performance, I have to say. And in comparison, every other team's damage graph, it looks so small.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, if I have to really, you know, check on Assiduous Esports, with the kind of performance that they did have in the first day and second day, of course, we can see that drastic improvement in the gameplay. But this is just the first game, Johnny.
Yeah, that's
just the first game. And, you know, once the leaderboard really comes up, we will get to have a good idea of how they've really bounced up.
Exactly. Let's fulfill your wish. Here's the leaderboard fixes.
Wish life was like that, you know, ask for something that really comes up, and on top, we still have Abrupt Slayers, and this is where the difference starts building up. You know what, 136 points for them, then we have Team Bablu right on their toes, but just a few you know, points behind them is another team, and well, that's Team ElementriX with 109 points, and I think we're getting quite a competition out there.
Well, we are definitely getting a competition. There are Team Bablu, Team ElementriX, A1 Esports still leading on the kill points. But 7C Esports, the way they have changed their game style, it's not working for them because they knew they took down the western side of the rotation. Team ElementriX was supposed to be there. They should have anticipated that. And when you go so safe, you end up with 0 kills, and that is exactly what happened with the players of Team 7Cs. But on the other hand, PN Crew is stepping up. They are sitting at the 10th position. Assiduous Esports from 16th spot, they have stepped up towards the 13th position. And it was yesterday only me and Johnny and we were talking that if Assiduous Esports is also able to do something like Team Bablu, they might see themselves at very good position.
I think they even get close. Let's say they get one more chicken dinner just like this one. 30 points, 15 kills, 15 placements. They are going to be in the top 5. So that is going to put them on the run basically for the global championship. Still more matches to go. We're now going to have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and see the next game that is going to come up. And well, no wonder my tongue was slipping because it is about to get really, really cold as Vikendi is going to be the next match that is going to be coming up. And it is going to be pretty incredible. We haven't seen it being played in the finals up until this very moment. And as we all know, sometimes during the league stages even, you like to save some of your strategies for that finals moment.
I get to completely see what you're really trying to build up over here, and I think this might be the game where 7C really shines.
I want to see what the map chance percentage looks like right now. All right, so we always say 7C, they do really good on this map, but ElementriX have been known to be the OGs of Vikendi, and there they are on the first position in the map chance percentage, followed by the team that dominated basically during the league stages, DEADEYES Guy.
Well, DEADEYES guys were dominating Vikendi, but we haven't been able to see them in the finals. Finals, everything has changed. Even Venom Legends were dominating in Vikendi in the league stages. Let's see if they will be able to do it in the finals.
You know, the misery of Venom Legends is still continuing, but if you have to ask me about my prediction, it has to be 7C this time.
All right, Shadow, what about you?
I'll say PN Crew.
PN Crew and 7Cs, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the analyst desk. But I have to ask what my commentators have to say about this. I think I'm glad all of us got our jackets today because, well, it is pretty chilly, right?
It is going to get chilly.
I mean,
Vikendi, first time?
Did this count as a jacket?
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. You're big
I've
enough.
got a lot of body fat to keep me warm.
Insulation.
Insulation. Yeah. You got to keep yourself warm either with the jackets or just like Molotov yourself.
Well, that is something we don't want to do because we don't want to burn just yet. But what we are going to do is pick our team. So, Blake.
I'm going to go to ElementriX. I went with them for map number 1, and considering the map win chances on Vikendi, I'm going to go with these guys.
You know what? Again, I do want to pick a couple of teams, but I kind of have a feeling that ASL are going to be getting their, things organized and everything is going to be on track. They did do good in Game 1. I want to see a bit more of that. I'm picking Abrupt Slayers.
I think I'll go with the Assiduous Esports considering what I saw in the last game. And we have a trend of momentum being carried forward every single other game.
I see you taking the page from Ocean's playbook that whoever wins the last game is the team he picks. So let's see, is he going to be right or are we? Because, well, with that said, game number 2 is going to be underway. It is going to be Vikendi and...
I'm ready.
I think you already want to zip that jacket up a bit. Alrighty, I might just pop my buttons off or whatever. Not off. I might close my buttons. But anyway, game number 2 is going to be underway. It is going to be in the frozen tundra of Vikendi. And well, Blay, this is going to be your first Vikendi in the finals. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting it's going to be cold. It's going to be freezing. So I want to see a little bit of some heated action. I want to see some Molotovs. I want to see some people getting naded into oblivion. We've been seeing a lot of grenade action, and I love it, right? I just love how teams have evolved over the years when it comes to the meta and how they're using the nades. This has been quite drastic for me, like from having done a few PUBG Mobile events in the past. It's been a bit of a break for me, so it's exciting for me overall.
Well, one way or the other, be it bullets or grenades, the snow is definitely going to be turning red, and in about 5 seconds we are going to be underway with the game as the big bird is going to take the sky once more, and this time we are going to be flying over the frozen tundras of Vikendi. And let's have a look at the flight path, and just looking at it right now, I think it is going to be a bit towards the south. There you have it. It is going to be towards the south, and well, we are going horizontal this time. We are going to be flying from east all the way to the west. We are going to be going over Hot Springs, Volnova. The Abbey is going to be there in case you want to do a quick prayer before this game does go underway.
Dino Park.
Yes, sir. Roar. I want to walk with the dinosaurs, but Blade, the thing is, I have a love for those magnificent beasts, but it never happens. I've never seen it down a park circle.
I know. I mean, today could be the day, but I'm expecting, as usual, a water circle. I mean, it is Vikendi after all, and that's something which does tend to mix things up.
I like how the winery is right next to the Abbey because, you know, you can
Trappist
go
monks.
to the winery on the weekend and then on Sunday, well...
I mean, Trappist monks are the ones who invented modern day beer,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So it makes complete sense.
I got it. I just got it right now. I was a little bit slow. I was like, wait a second, what monks? And then we got it. But all the teams have dropped down. And, well, the first circle is going to be pretty much where the flight path was. We are going to be down south. Looks like the castle is going to be pretty much in the epicenter. That is going to be exciting. A little bit of water to play around with. But looks like all the teams are going to be still going to their favorite spots. Looks like Dobro Mesto is going to have a couple of teams heading over there in the form of Stalwart Esports and ElementriX. So, again, you can expect early skirmishes. However, this tournament play, Vikendi has been exceptionally slow.
Could it be because of the fact that most of the teams are not that used to playing on this map, perhaps?
Not anymore. Maybe perhaps a few months ago, yes, I would have completely agreed with you. But the thing is, in Vikendi, you do not need to move unless or until you absolutely have to. Unless the zone kind of forces you out, you are going to see a lot of teams pick a compound and stay there, fortify it till they have to move or, you know, well, till they get wiped out. So it is going to be a little slower and, well, I wonder what's going to happen. But right now, I still see a few teams, they are going further away from the circle, of course. They want to make sure that they loot up the cities or the towns that they know best. And we are going to see some, I want to see some drive-bys in this match.
I'm actually curious to see as to where DEADEYES guys are going to be heading to. They look like they're going to be driving all the way up north towards Cosmodrome, which is interesting because there's no one there. So they can easily loot up. But no, maybe not. Are they going to be going towards Trevno?
Trevno.
Okay, that makes sense. It's on the... They can potentially grab a boat as well. And then you can kind of just circumvent everyone else, head all the way down south. So many opportunities presented by this particular plan of theirs.
That is something we really haven't seen in Vikendi. I really haven't seen a lot of boats.
True.
Wait, let me just think about it. Have I seen a boat in Vikendi? I think I haven't seen one yet play.
True.
A lot in Sanhok, a few in Erangel once in a while, but the circle is on our screens once again, and looks like no takers for the castle this time. Now, all the teams are pretty well scattered around, so initial firefights, we are not going to be seeing any of them, but there is some hope. There is some hope because Stalwart Esports and SCYTES might just dish it out in Krichas.
Yeah, a few bullets might be popping off here very early. And like you said, you know, it's a map. It's the second smallest map in the game. So even though the circle might not be favoring you, it's pretty safe if you do want to go for your usual drop points. And like you said, this early skirmish might be breaking out here. Ghost just running around. He's kind of distant from the rest of his teammates, and that could land him in a bit of a predicament. However, Kashuf hasn't budged. He's just waiting. He's listening to them. He's trying to gather information and conveying it to the rest of his team. This could actually go very wrong for SCYTE.
Now, this is what brings me to my next question. Does Ghost know that Kashuf is there? Because Kashuf...
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's running around like a headless chicken. No idea there's someone listening in, but he's going to come jumping in. And Kashuf, he's holding the line, and he's going to take the first shot. And it is going to be Ghost taking a bit of damage. He's going to swap one over. He might win this duel, and he will. And even though Kashuf knew exactly where he was, Ghost will end him.
And now they are going to have a little bit of a conversation. They're like, what's up, buddy? You thought you were going to get the better of me? Now I'm going to pop a first aid first. I'm going to make sure I heal up in front of you just to, you know, taunt you a bit more. That, see, I still have my HP intact. It looks like Kashuf is now finally put out of his misery.
Kind of wanted him to punch him to death, but yeah, he's a nice guy. You know, he's a nice guy. And what's interesting for me here is Ghost. He finds Kashuf. He seemed to be very, very aware of the fact that there was no one else nearby.
I think it's just that he had a better reaction time than his opponent. But right now, we are going to witness as 7C Esports are taking the fight to ASE. Now, ASE, of course, the winners from the last game, Muffin, in a wonderful position up high on this rooftop as his teammates can come around. I like the fact that Jivan, Crazy, and Kurkure, or is that Hanuel, they are going to be coming up on that right flank on top of that mountain from where they can dish out a lot of damage down below. Ho, ho, ho. Well, looks like Muffin was spotted out as a grenade was coming his way. Now, Muffin is going to be above love. Is he going to do something cinematic? Is he going to jump? Is he going to fire before he touches the ground? Nope. He is going to apply some bandages.
This is a good spot for him to be in, right? Because if they do try and face him, they are going to be his teammates providing a little bit of covering fires. We do have ASL taking a fight to Bablu, and they're going to be getting a couple of knocks. And ElementriXJyanMaara as well, putting in the pain towards FutureStation. A couple of players knocked, a couple of players taken down as well. But Zibian, We'll take a look at the fight later. Oh, Zipian with a double nade. He finds 2 players of ASL in the meantime. There's a big battle breaking out between ASL and Team Bablu. It's something I want to take a look at, but this is interesting. Muffin's position. Look at his teammates. They're waiting above and outside. And 7Cs, they should be careful, but they're still going to get the knock onto Kurkure. That's huge.
They do get the knock on Kurkure, and the fight between Bablu and ASL is taking place just east of the cement factory. There you have it. Chari is going to be taking the fight against Zipian. He is low on HP, but Chari gets taken down instead, courtesy of Zipian and Team Wolf teaming up on him. Now, Joker is going to be all by his lonesome. Looks like Zipian has an idea where he is. The grenade has gone in. The question is Joker going to go boom? No, he doesn't. Heaven is going to be coming in from behind. He did try and throw a grenade to put the opposition off track, but Chari could have been in the line of fire as well. Now, Joker and Heaven need to make a coordinated attack. Both of them need to breach at the same time because Team Wolf and Zipian have all their focus on this one, gentlemen. But Joker's got to be careful because Tyron is coming in from the back as well. Now, I like this. I like this. Team Wolf is going to go all around, and I think there you have it. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. Talk about ringer roses. These guys are running around in circles.
Heaven finding Tyrant, making it now a 2v2, make that a 1v2 as Team Wolf is going to get a knock. It's all in Heaven, and it's going to be praying to his gods, trying to stay alive, trying to win this clutch. It's a 1v2. His teammates out and down for the count. He's going to almost find a kill in Zipian, but Zipian just pushing on in, and Bablu, they have zero fear. They're going to wipe out the favorites, the king of the hill right now, ASL, and they do lose 1 player, but that's about it, as we're going to be switching over to what's happening over here. This was the initial fight we were taking a look at, and it looks like things are heating up. 7Cs, they've lost 2 players already. ASE, all 4 players left alive in Hungry Box and Memo. Well, they're in a rough spot.
Well, my pick has gone out the window as ASL are the first team to be eliminated. But now 7C, we did kind of see that they were in an advantageous position initially, especially since Memo did get that initial knock on Kurkure, if I'm not wrong, but looks like they have kind of revived themselves. They are back on their feet. In fact, they have diminished the opposition's number down to 2. Now, Hungry Box, he is going to be taking a fight up against Muffin and Hanuel, but I like the fact that they are being careful. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, they have got 2 members. They should know that there is only 1 opposition, but the way they are playing so carefully is phenomenal. But now Muffin and Hanuel are moving in on Hungry Box. Shots have been fired. Damage has been dealt. Can he fend off this attack as Hungry Bulls are coming in? No, he cannot. Muffin is going to take down Hungry Box. The question is, what is going to happen elsewhere? Well, Memo, ooh, he survives by barely a slither of HP. In fact, he doesn't have any HP at all, and he's still taking down opposition. He takes down Kurkure, and he is going to take another one down. Hanuel, reckless firing inside that room. He is hanging on by a thread here, Blair, but the question is, can he do something? He goes prone, he shoots, and there you have it. That's all she wrote. With that, we have another team exiting, and 7C, another pick from the analyst desk, out really, really early.
Very early indeed. At ASC, like I said, maybe there is something about his momentum thing. Maybe there is a possibility that momentum does help out a few of these teams. ASC getting the team wipe, keeping all 4 players left alive, as well as Machine will be taken out of the equation.
Not just Machine, FutureStation has been taken out of the equation, and this is quite funny because
we're talking about a slow start. No,
this is not a slow start by any means, and well, we are all going to be happy about this. 3 teams have already been eliminated, and we still just hit the 8-minute 35-second mark. So, not the usual Vikendi that we are used to, but right now it looks like DRS Gaming, they do have an advantage. They do have that momentum with them. They do have those 2 kills, but A1 Esports have heard this commotion. And again, see, what's going to happen now is they do have the compounds. Until or unless they want to push them and really go for the kills, they're just going to trade a few shots, maybe a few knocks, deplete the opposition's armor, their helmets, and, well, their medical supplies.
True. And here's another interesting little tidbit, right? You have 3 teams getting knocked out, but all the other teams still in the running. They haven't suffered any casualties. Stalwart have lost 1 player. They lost, I think it was Kashuf. And of course, we have Bablu losing out Danny early on. Apart from that, every single one of these teams have all 4 players left alive. It's kind of curious. Usually you see, players dropping, but teams staying alive. Here, the script has been flipped. It is full teams getting knocked out, while the majority of other teams are not losing any players.
However, I've seen that happening. Okay, now the few teams that were eliminated, I did kind of see a pattern, right? They did send scouts up ahead because they did want to take the compound. And of course, this is what happens. Once you are at the walls, at the gate of your enemy, you've got to take the fight. It's make it or break it. And, well, ASC got the better of the opposition. Looks like CZxHIGHVOLTAGE is going to have some trouble as SCYTES are moving in the locality. And looks like Abud is, in fact, heading straight for the compound. Just the thing that I was talking about. Chances are they are going to hit the wall. They won't know until it's too late that this compound is already occupied, and we just might see another squad wipe.
I think it's taken. I think Abud's taken a U-turn, an immediate U-turn.
I think he realized it.
Yeah, I think he figured it out. Yep, there we go. Abud's out. Yeah, nope. I'm getting the hell out of there.
Nope.
And High Voltage. Are they going to go for this? I don't think they are. They have the one Dacia. I can't see any other vehicles for them. They're just going to be sticking on around. And the SCYTES have avoided danger for the moment. For the moment. They're going to find themselves in another free compound. They should be careful. T2K is nearby as well. Like you said, though, no one opting to play King of the Castle at the moment. It is bereft of any presence.
It is actually, and it would be a good position. And I'm pretty sure a lot of teams will regret that decision if the circle does kind of move in over there because, well, you want to be in a fortified castle at the end of the day to get the job done. And now this is a risky play over here. All 4 members in one car. Imagine if somebody opens up on them. Imagine if somebody has a few automatic rifles trained on them. Out in an instant.
The problem is they might be heading straight into Sky. This is risky. This is so risky. This is very risky. They need to get out. They're going to get out, but on the knees they fall. And Ghost's going to find 1, 2 players knocked down. High voltage.
Made that 3.
3 players. They just committed suicide. That was a suicide run.
I mean, that is what SCYTES were going to be doing a moment ago.
They knew where they were. Why would you go for that, especially when you have only one Dacia?
The thing is, they didn't actually know that they were there because the SCYTES kind of backed off. They went back inside the blue, and then they circled around. A really sneaky move by the SCYTES, and, well, they should have anticipated. Now, this is what I'm talking about. They send players forward for scouting, but they only realize that the compound is occupied when it's too late. But it looks like Assassin is going to be in trouble as SCYTES want. They are hungry for blood. They want to make sure they find the last man. They heard the shots coming in from this compound, and now, like a pack of wolves, they are going to be scouring the area right now, sniffing for Assassin. But Assassin over here, he's not going to make any move. And ooh, talk about adding injury to insult. Well, insult to injury, I beg your pardon. A pan knockout.
A pan knockout. I love it. I love it. I love that. I love the little bit of disrespect coming in. And SCYTES are like, you know what? Assassin's just been noticing all. He's like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Whew, all right, I'm good right now. The problem is, he needs to head towards the safe zone as well. He needs to head towards the circle, and the problem is SCYTES are going to be lying in wait, waiting, because they know they left a player behind.
But the thing is, I wonder if they are going to anticipate him having a vehicle or not, because we know Assassin does not have a vehicle anywhere near him. But of course, this is Vikendi, right? You find a vehicle every 500 meters or so on that road. So the thing is, if he can make it to one of those roads, he is in a good chance. Right now, Venom Legends taking the fight to DRS Gaming as Mafia Ninja was almost caught out. Droff was trying to jump that hedge, but he can't. Nightwing goes around, shoots. Almost gets the knock on Mafia Ninja. Surprisingly, Nima has backed off. He does not want to help his teammate out. Whoa! Wait a second. Just as I said that, Dante from elsewhere is going to get that knock, and in fact, the finish as well, which means Gyalzen and AJ are now the last 2 remaining members from DRS, and it looks like Gyalzen says, I've had enough. I'm getting on my snowmobile, and I'm out of here. But he is going to take a few shots, and he gets knocked out by D-Tron as an AWM is going to fall from the heavens up above.
Yeah, who's going to go for that, though? That's the question, right? No one's going to go for it because the action is a little bit too much. You can't keep your eyes away from your enemies, and AJ far away from his teammate. There's nothing Gyalzen can do. He needs a miracle for AJ to cross on over from that road, and right now they're going to be trying to play for the points as Venom is taking a bit of fire from A1 Esports up north. You can take a look. You can see Sinister and 6ix9ine taking a couple of shots, not dealing too much of damage though, but Venom should be careful. They don't want to lose players unnecessarily, considering they know DRS still have a player in the vicinity.
They do know they have a player in the vicinity, and it looks like Shuvo and D-Tron might just have an idea where that last man is going to be. AJ, of course, is going to be outside, and it looks like Venom is going to take the fight against A1 Sinister. A few shots have been put down range, and Sinister did take some damage. However, oh, this could be tricky. D-Tron is going to go in. AJ needs to be as quiet as he can. He needs to wait for the enemy to come up top. He has that Uzi in his hands. That rapid rate of fire is going to melt his opposition. He shoots, he connects, he puts him down, switches the weapon, and he is going to secure 1 kill point more for his team. Now, Gyalzen is still bleeding out on his knees on the other side of the road. He is done, but now Shuvo with the grenade. The grenade, oh, it's a Molotov, and, well, AJ got out in the nick of time.
He just got full health. Shuvo should be careful. I don't see any of his teammates nearby. And Shuvo should do the smart thing, wait for his teammate, and then go for the fight together. Venom, they had all 4 players alive, and like I said, they needed to be careful. They need to be wary of the fact that there is still AJ alive in the vicinity, and they got a little too complacent. They got too tunnel vision with A1, as we do see the new circle, and the castle and a cement factory still in the safe zone. It's not too drastic a circle shift. I think most of the teams are going to be okay, but Shuvo, he wants to finish this off, and his teammates have arrived as well. For AJ, well, he is Nepalese. He's going to try and channel his Gurkha forefathers to try and hold on to this fortification of his, but this is looking very, very hard indeed. A door opened up. Rafa is going to come pre-firing around the corner. The timing was terrible, and unfortunately, AJ will be taken down, and with that, DRS Gaming will bid us adieu.
Again, we said this before, we'll say it again. it's a good idea to have a weapon in your hand, especially you know that there's a guy on the other side of the door. Throwing a Molotov is not really going to be that effective. But with that said, yes, that team has been wiped out. DRS, the real soldiers, are going to be eliminated. But now, have a look at the circle. The castle is still in play and still no takers for that beautiful building. I like the fact that the castle is pretty much right next to the cement factory, as a lot of repairs need to be done on the walls over there, but looks like no work is... I mean, I'm just done. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of having AWMs?
No, it is in a circle, and Venom are nearby. If they have the cojones, if they're willing to swim inside of the frigid water and risk hypothermia, I'd do it.
I mean, I would be already in the water. It's like, no, don't do an XP. There's too much opposition. It's like, it's all right. It's worth it. But anyway, you are right. They could potentially go in for this drop as it is at the edge of the circle. And if they've done their homework right, they should have their backs up against the wall. But Venom Legends, they have a little time for respite because ASC are going to be moving in the neighborhood as well as we have a look at, well, the mini-map that we have in front of us. Elsewhere, sites are going to be heading in Stalwart Esports direction, so expect a little bit of a firefight to break out over there. But right now, PN Crew are looking good dead smack center.
Yeah, but as we've all found out, your position doesn't matter if you're not able to win your duels. ASC, they are on the periphery of the safe zone. They don't really need to budge yet. Nearby is, of course, going to be Venom, and I don't think they've spotted out. They might have spotted out the drop, but they're like, you know what, it's not really worth it. They're going to be navigating the road. Where they're going to be heading towards, because straight ahead of them is going to be JyanMaara lying in wait, and that could be dangerous. But Team Sky, in the meantime, pretty good spot for them. They're just going to be spotting players around. They should be wary of Stalwart Esports across the white plain field, and on the right-hand side, they have DEADEYES guys to contend with as well. It is going to be 3 teams who might have to battle for that particular bit of real estate. Rafat trying to spot a player. I don't know if he's seen Wang yet, but I'm very sure Wang spotted him out. JyanMaara completely nested, and they're going to be going on in. They have no idea. They have no idea, and they're going to get slaughtered. Rafat out in the open, take it down. Shuvo's been found out as well. The trap has been sprung, and the Wolves have come in to finish off the kills. 1 player remains for Venom, and that was a trap. And that was such an obvious trap, but they still fell for it.
I mean, I just want to appreciate the fact that they had such patience, and right at the right moment they just screamed "Ayo Gorkhali" and just went ballistic on their opponents. Of course, for all of you watching, if you don't know what that means, that is the original battle cry. I think it does mean the Gorkhas are upon you, if I am not wrong. Of course, my translation could be a bit wrong.
I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what it means, but it is a war cry.
It is a war cry, Ayo Gorkhali. Anyway, that is what was on display right now. JyanMaara, of course, one of the favorites. Again, the patience. They saw Rafat. They waited for the car to come in, and they're like, all right, boys, here they come.
And when it struck, all 4 in tandem.
In tandem, and it was like, alrighty, light them up, and that's it. Within a blink of an eye, that team was pretty much obliterated, and of course, Nightwing is going to be the last man standing. But right now, Stalwart Esports, Baba gets Phobia, gets another. Razor has been taken down as well. What a beautiful spray. He is going to go in for the finish. Razor first, of course, he is going to get him, confirms his skills, but wait a second. DEADEYES, guys, Shifu from elsewhere comes in and steals that kill. Doc, oh my goodness, I love this. I just love this. He knocks him down, somebody else takes it. That means Stalwart Esports are now going to be really angry at DEADEYES, guys, but can he do it again? Ghost is in his crosshairs this time, however, the spray is not going to be as effective.
The res will be coming on in, though. Razur, oh, but no, they're getting shot at by DEADEYES guys as well. SCYTES are caught in between a rock and a hard place, and the rock and the hard place both have weapons as well. Ghost is going to be the last man alive, and he's out in the open. On top, he moved away. That is very surprising. Oh man, he's looking to take the fight from below. Oh no, they're just going to make a move.
I think they're going in for the kill.
I don't understand this. This is chaotic. Stalwart's going to be pushing on in. They're pushing on in to try to finish off the 2 players of SCYTES, but at the same time, DEADEYES guys have their eyes trained here. It's going to be 3 teams.
They're going away. DEADEYES guys, they're like, you know, we've had enough of this. We are going to wait for the survivors to come in and mop them up later, but now Ghost is going to go up against 3 members. He takes down 1. Can he take down the weapon? Is going to be switched, but that is not going to be good enough. And with that, the SCYTES have been eliminated in the 11th position with 4 kills to their name. Now, DEADEYES guys, they just have that 1 kill to their name, and well, this was kind of confusing because Stalwart Esports, I thought that they would take the fight with them. I think that was the perfect opportunity because they would have been weakened, their resources would have been depleted, their health would have been low. DEADEYES guys could have possibly gone in and sealed the deal, but I love the fact that you love this position. Oh my goodness.
Dude.
Now, talk about being king of the hill. Now, all you need is an AWM in 8-time scope, I beg your pardon, and you can rain down death in any direction you want.
It's gonna be raining lead. This is probably the best position for them to be in, but then again, you got to be wary. Even though you just might have one pixel, just a helmet peeking around the corner. Oh, look at this! Oh, these are free kills. Wait, he's taking his time. He's taking his time.
Now this is where you need that
they're
big,
aware.
bad
They're
gun.
aware.
They're definitely aware. We did see a few shots go uphill as well, but the question is, one lucky shot could be detrimental. Of course, that team is not going to be coming down. Now this distance is quite a bit, and an interesting thing, Blay. ASC is kind of engaging with ElementriX, but little did they know, Team Bablu just drove pretty much right dead smack center between both these teams, and none of these teams kind of realized it.
Oh man, like I hate to be ElementriX right now. They're on top of the hill, but the circle has forsaken them. Now they got to come downhill, and it's completely white. They're going to be exposed. There's no camouflage possible. It's going to be like shooting ducks running down a hill, I guess. I'm not able to find a good analogy, but they do have a car. They do have a vehicle to work with, and maybe that could be their savior.
I would have picked a white skin for the car in case that kind of helped, but looks like they are going to see a lot of cover. And can he get that vehicle out? I think he can. Team Bablu are going to be positioning themselves at the edge of the circle, waiting for ElementriX to come down. Meanwhile, as you have a look at the map, ASC are going to be coming in as well, down from the south. Looks like they aren't going to have any opposition straight away, but I like the fact that they are being careful. They have kind of stopped just a little shy off the circle, and they are going to make sure that the surroundings are clear. They have all disembarked from the vehicles, and they are going to spread out and then move in. Again, ASC are kind of surprising me today. They are playing as a well tight-knit unit.
Yeah, maybe they woke up on the right side of the bed today. Maybe they're like, you know what, guys? I'm done losing. I'm done. We're all done just being the bottom of the table. It's time to show these guys what we can do, and what better time to show up.
Also, the fact that now we have those 3 slots for the Grand Championship, that is going to be even more exciting, because now there is still a lot of hope for these teams on the latter half of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I want to see that. I don't want to see like 3 teams way ahead of everyone else, and you're like, you reach a final day, and you're like, yeah, this is boring. We know who's going to win.
You know, you were talking about storylines. Again, we are going to have multiple storylines tomorrow, because right now it's going to be it's a deciding day, right? As to what we're going to see tomorrow. We are going to have a battle at the top, and of course, we're going to have a battle for the bragging rights. But right now, it looks like
ElementriX made it. They made it. No one shot at them. Well, also because they chose the optimal path. They came in all the way from the eastern side of the safe zone, and right now they are within the safe vault of the cement factory. And actually, there's no one in the vicinity. You can see PN. They have managed to make their way to the center of the safe zone. These teams, there's a little bit of distance between each and every one of them. And I also want to point out one thing. Assassin is a last surviving member of High Voltage, and he's still alive. Unfortunately for him, there's no one around. He could potentially try and get his team some of those tasty placement points. As I say that, Kurkure, he's going to get taken down, and it's going to be finished off by JyanMaara's gunner, and that's 1 man down for ASC.
Well, looks like Team Bablu is going to open up on ElementriX as well. Ooh, this is a bad spot to be in. Muffin is going to administer that first aid. He's lucky that the vehicles are already on fire. Otherwise, this could have gone very, very wrong for them.
Oh, ASC. Now, they're done.
You called it, JyanMaara. They were in a perfect position. Again, they are going to hold their
one nade.
The compound. 1 nade could end it all, but the question is, it's a little bit too much of a distance. Now, we are seeing this magnified by a 3-time scope. I mean...
the vehicle. That's all. It was Jane?
Wait a second. Where are these skills going to go? They are going to go T2K's way. Where did T2K come in and steal all these kills? I'm not talking 1. I'm not talking 2. I'm talking about 3 or 4 members with the 3 kills with 1 boom. Wow. I mean, that's a job when done. I think they can call it a day right now.
JyanMaara are going to be so pissed off right now. They're like, wait, you took my kills? All right. Let's see what you got now. As we are going to be shifting our focus to Deadeye's guys. Ooh. On top. Patient. He just needs to land 1 shot.
He does have the PP Bison, so I think he is being smart about this. Well, he suddenly opens up, but again, maybe he should have used the weapon on his back instead. That AK, a couple of tap shots would have sealed the deal. But I was kind of confused as to why Baba was peeking for so long. I mean, you don't stand out in the open for so long just like that. But, well, it is what it is. He is still a lucky man. He is still on his feet as Rated is going to be picked up elsewhere. Dean Wolf is going to be blown to smithereens. Well, that is not something you want to do, especially when it's at your own hand. But looks like they are under fire by PN Crew as Tyrant has gone down as well, which means that Zibian is the last man standing. And now PN Crew's Ayush is going to focus his attention on another team as ElementriX come in the line of sight. And Sonam, in fact, takes him out. He takes him out. Wadu is going to come in as well. Stalwart Esports Baba is finally putting the ground. Massive grenade overhand. Wait a second, Team Bablu, are they out? They still have a couple of members remaining, but Mr. Boro is on a rampage right now. Mr. Hyozu, where the grenade Molotov off his own. Is this going to be Team Bablu in the... Oh my goodness, how? Are they still...
Oh, a little deep.
Look at this. They aren't just getting bombarded from one end, but the other end as well. Now, ElementriX, Mr. Hills, who wants to come in for the kill, he's got to be careful because from elsewhere we have grenades coming in and he might just be taken down. Now, the blue circle is going to force them in. This is exciting because the team that is going to be throwing all those nades are PN Crew.
Team ElementriX, they need to push in. The problem is, even though Bablu have 2 players, Zibyan, he's on a sliver of health as well. The problem is, the nades, they're a little too deep. They're unaware of where exactly Bablu are, considering the amount of smokes that have been deployed. And right now, ElementriX, Sonim bleeding out, and he told his teammates, leave me be, I'll die for the team. I just want the 3 of you to stay alive, and they're going to do exactly that. They're going to be pushed on in. At least they have a little bit of that wall for some cover, a semblance of cover to work with. Sonim will be taken down by, I do believe that was by 6-9, as now going to be taking a look at what's going to be happening here. The smokes in the next few seconds, it's going to dissipate, and they're going to be looking at each other straight in their eyes.
However, they are still deploying more smokes, so that is smart on their part. But right now, Mr. Hyozu, he is hungry. He wants to go for the kill. They're going to surround the enemy. Zibyan goes out. He, in fact, gets the first knock over here on Love as Orange and Mr. Hyozu come in, and there you have it. Team Bablu are now going to be survived by one man, and that man is Team Wolf. Can he basically channel that lone wolf inside him, which we've seen him do time in and time out and take out those opposition. But right now, he has a lot of first aids to deal with. Enough for this little situation. He is going to have to make a move, but I wonder if ElementriX are going to be complacent now because they might think that he's done with, but he is potentially in a position to come and basically stab them in the back.
ElementriX, considering it was a 4v2 over there, they got shot at by everyone else, and now it is down to Hyozu. He needs to make something happen here. He needs to be wary of the fact that Teen Wolf is also in the vicinity. And take a look. Meanwhile, as PN Crew are being pinned down, held down by Deadeye's guys. We have another team getting eliminated. There's down to 8 teams in the running. High Voltage lose their final member left standing. 23 players still alive. And Deadeye's guys, they're looking to go in for the kill. It is a 3v4 scenario. Man advantage for PN Crew.
Man advantage for PN Crew, but having a look at the circles, JyanMaara are the only team inside the circle. However, they also have the only compound inside the circle. But now, PN Crew, if they deal with Deadeye's guys quick enough, they can actually rain down death from the hill above, but looks like they have troubles of their own as Deadeye's guys are moving in, but Shifu gets taken down before he can enter the room. Ayush is going to be taken down elsewhere, courtesy of Wadusir, and now on top, he is right next to his enemy, but looks like he is going to try and go for a little bit of a patch-up over here. Poison is going to be going around his team, and now we have a little bit of stalemate. Again, they are giving way too much time for the revives. Wadu is going to be picked up again, but now he's taken down once again, courtesy of Mr. Boro, and you can't go against the Grotza and hope to survive. Rated up against Poison. Who is going to go down? It's Poison who gets taken down, rated with a sliver of HP, still survives for his team.
But the circle's shrinking further and further. Raiders going to be taken down as well. One member left standing. He's going to be on top of the Sandesh. On top needs his duel, and he's going to get a team wipe. He's going to take them down as Team Bablu is going to fall as well. PN Crew and Team Bablu getting eliminated. We're down to 5 teams and 17. Make that 16 left alive. The rest is going to come on in time as well. And Deadeye's guys, they have 3 players still standing.
And now this is where all the fights are going to take place. JyanMaara have their work cut out because they have 2 teams that are trying to breach them. One of them is T2K and the other is A1 Esports on the other side. So now JyanMaara is picking a fight on both fronts. Grenades are going to be coming in willy-nilly. The question is who is going to survive, because the blue zone is going to be forcing T2K closer and closer to this compound of death. Now this means Deadeye's guys are going to be in a good position. They actually have the only hill in this final circle, and looks like Frankie has spotted out the opposition. He did have Wadusir in his sights, but A1 Esports are going to be on a thorn in the side right now. Wadu is going to be taken down, and that was a brilliant spray by Flanky. Of course, that PP Bison being used to perfection. This is the time where T2K actually have a little bit of a breathing space because, JyanMaara, they have too many fights going on right now.
Absolutely, and T2K, well, they have 3 alive. Listen, they've been struggling. They have been struggling for so long, but now Deadeye's guys gets eliminated, and we're down to the final 4 teams.
Also, Blade, the circle was in their favor. They just got a bit complacent, and that is how the cookie crumbles. They got taken out. Now down to the final 4 teams, 11 players alive. JyanMaara, Ayo Gorkali are on a little bit of a roll. 6 kills, all 4 members still intact. Now they are going to have to transition into the new circle, which means A1 Esports could be a problem. T2K could be a problem. This is a brilliant move by T2K. They are going to rotate from the left, and they are the ones who want to get that hill. But there's one man waiting for them, and that man is Blade. If he spots them, he might just knock them out. But forget that. You know what? They are going in for the kill.
They are going in for the kill. T2K, if there was a time for them to come alive, it is right now, and they have 6 kills to the name. And this battle, JyanMaara, 4 alive, 4v3. T2K lying outside, lying in wait, but they don't have time, and they need to make a move. The circle is shrinking in. It's going to shrink in, and it's going to be quite dangerous indeed. Blade, you spot it on the left-hand side of his screen over there, still alive as Light. He's going to take a few pot shots, and A1's there as well, across the field. This is getting hectic, this is getting insane. Nox going to be coming on in. JyanMaara, 2 men down now, and crawling on their knees, and I do believe they have only 1 man still up and running. It's going to be Wang, and he's going to be a big Wang indeed to hold off the force from T2K. It's now a 1v3, but A1's coming in for the kill, and Blade's sneaking around, trying to stay alive and watch the action unfolding in front of him.
Well, the floor is lava, and Wang's going to be careful as everything is burning around him, but right now the opposition is going to be coming in. He's got enemies on all sides. Slide is going to be coming in from the right, but he gets shot from Sinister on the left. This boy has no options right now. The blue zone comes in as well. He takes a few shots. He's going to take someone down. He does take them down. It is going to be a kill to his name. He does secure it, and there you have it. Brilliant effort on Wang's part. Looks like what you said was true. 4th position finish for them. 8 kills to the name. Blade gets taken out as well. He was finally spotted, which means now we are down to the final 2 teams. And, well, A1 Esports could run away with the show, which they have. There you have it. There you have it. Stalwart Esports were out, the opposition was out, and A1 Esports finally stepping up to the plate. And well, Blade, they have won their first chicken dinner in the finals.
About damn time. About goddamn time. And right now, if I'm not very much mistaken, they would have taken a 2nd spot from Team Bablu. Team Bablu had a pretty good run as well. But for me, the story of this game was T2K finally waking up after 12 games.
T2K finally did wake up, but as expected, JyanMaara, they were looking in a good position. They were playing really good from the beginning, but again, you can't really take a fight on so many fronts and expect to live. But I also do believe they left it a bit too late transitioning into the circle because the pressure was there. They were basically fighting time and the opposition, and that is what pretty much put them in the ground.
Too many mistakes being made, especially early on. Some of those plays coming in were just driving into a compound, like all players in one car, not having information and just getting team wiped multiple times. Maybe it could be because it's Vikendi, but coming up next, it is going to be an Erangel. But before that, of course, we have the analyst desk to break down the action.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2 Finals. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Fixes. Vikendi, I mean, today seems like a lot of alarms are going off.
Well, a lot of alarms are going off, and A1 Esports, we had only one complaint from that from this team that they don't have the placement points, and now they have it. 15 points.
The circle, I must say, the way it took that shift. And Johnny and Shadow, do you guys believe in cold hands?
I do.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened with JyanMaara, you know. Them being at that one particular position and just staying there could not really take that final fight. It was their game to lose, and they did lose out on that.
Exactly, they did lose out on that, but you mentioned cold hands, right? One individual player who had his hands pretty warmed up is going to be our MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be Wang from the squad of JyanMaara. 4 kills, 1 assist, 795 damage. Also, last man surviving for his team did make sure to secure the kills.
Well, he did make sure he secured the kill, especially when the zone was closing and he rushed into the compound, took down 2 of the players. Later on, he had to move into the zone in the open area. He had no time to make use of the smokes or anything, so he was taken down, but he made sure he rushed out the highest damage in the server, that is 795, highest kills, 4 kills, even the survival time, 29 minutes, that is pretty good.
Exactly, I mean, he got taken down and few seconds later the game was over. Last T2K, they just had 1 more player left in the game, and A1 Esports at that point, I mean, it was pretty much their game to win, and it did go their way as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the top players from this game on our screens. Ghost from the team of SCYTES having an amazing time for himself, 4 kills coming his way. Zibian from Team Bablu securing 3. Then we have Jane from the team of T2K Even T2K they got a lot of kills as well.
Yeah, they certainly did. But, you know, I do not really know what was going on in the heads of Frankie when he made that push alongside his teammate on towards Wang. that was almost last-ditch effort, and Wang actually did manage to secure that kill off, and he died later. But it was Venom, I believe, the last member surviving, who just lived on, but that was it.
I mean, last game, if we say CZxHIGHVOLTAGE were the ones who were basically put in trouble because of the zones. This time I have to say PN Crew. Because Cement Factory, if the zone is on you, it's a pretty wonderful place. You feel like a knight fighting an army that's going to come in from those hills. But if the zone moves away from you, your standings are not going to be good. Talking about standings, the standings of this game.
Well, A1 Esports definitely got the chicken dinner and 8 kills in their hands, but look like 3 teams got 8 kills. That is going to be T2K, JyanMaara. In fact, if you remember, T2K and JyanMaara were the only 2 teams opposite side of the castle area. From the very start, they were at a very good positioning in the zone, and that kind of helped them. T2K had a very clear path from the castle area to move towards the zone, and that helped T2K to gain many kills in their hands. In fact, JyanMaara, all the teams who were rotating from the southern side, they kind of capitalized on those kills also. Stalwart Esports, they kind of lost their one player, Kashuv, because of the same mistake being so spread out, but I guess later on they realized it and they reunited, and they kind of had a decent outing also, got 4 kills in their hands, standing at a 4th position. DEADEYES, oh, okay. DEADEYE guys should have, I think, they made an early push to the players of PN Crew. That was the mistake. They should have waited for PN Crew players to come out in the open area because zone was not in their favor. They would have come out, and that is when DEADEYE could have capitalized on the kills.
Exactly. That's one thing that I was saying about the Cement Factory as well. If the zone's on you, it's pretty easy to defend, right? You have those compounds, the players are going to be popping off those hills, and you're going to spot their heads and pick them off. But if you are the one stepping out, the guys can just wait on the other side, throw a lot of utility, flush you into 1 point, and then finish you off. We do have the match summary in front of us. 58 kills confirmed out of the 64 knocks that happened. Smokes and Aid used 125, which I feel like is okay for Vikendi.
Yeah, of course. You know, this time Vikendi, however, we consider it to be slow in the start. This time it was completely bombarded. It was completely ballistic right from the start. We got to see a lot of action happening, and in those final circles, I really thought that we could see a lot of teams, but that was not the case over here. All you know, thanks to the beautiful curveballs being thrown by the zone. And what really caught my attention was you know, VTNxJyanMaara being right over there. Even the castles was discussing about it. You know, the circle could have been almost around the castle area, and this is where JyanMaara had been right from the start. And you can see PN Crew taking that early rotation all the way towards Cement Factory, really helping them in the early game. But once the circle did go away from them, that's where the trouble started.
Well, that is when the trouble started. In fact, if we talk about A1 Esports and Venom Legends also, they were at a good position. Venom Legends had a very good start. They took down the players of Team DRS also, and they had a good outing, but later on, they had an early exit. But if we talk about A1 Esports and PN Crew definitely were very comfortable in Cement Factory. All the fights were happening around the edges, so PN Crew didn't have the chance to get many kills in their hands. A1 Esports played very smartly. Even if we talk about in the final zone also, A1 Esports kind of had their player Sinister or 6ix9ine, I think it was 6ix9ine, into the zone area. Rest of the 3 players were engaging in a fight. That kind of worked for them.
Yeah, that certainly did. And you know what was the best part? A1 Esports did capitalize on that fight. T2K and JyanMaara were taking. And all they had to do was just wait for the right opportunistic moment. And they knew that the players of T2K had been taken down. And all they had to do was just get those final exit frags.
Exactly. This map awards you for your patience, right? Because even towards the later stages, there are going to be a lot of teams surviving. And if you rush into a fight a little bit too soon, you are going to be taken out. So you have to be patient. Just stay back on the edge, sip a little of Mountain Dew, and do the dew later on, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let's have a look at do the dew moments of this match and see the action unfold once again.
Well, Stalwart Esports, this was the moment. Kashuv was so spread out from his teammates. In fact, all the 4 players were so spread out, and Kashuv was taken down early. But if we talk about Team Bablu, they took down the strongest team, that is Abrupt Slayers. Abrupt Slayers are not having a very good timing if we talk about it. On the other hand, if we talk about Assiduous Esports also, they kind of had a good start. They took down the players of Team 7C also. But later on, they also kind of messed up and couldn't really survive for very long and were taken down. This was the moment. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, you don't send 3 players on scouting. This is Vikendi. There are compounds. Obviously, some team is going to be there, and just send one player for the scouting, and then the rest of the squad can push in. That was a mistake I felt from CZxHIGHVOLTAGE.
Yeah, you know, that was just not a mistake. It was a blunder, to be honest, and to be brutal over there. But, you know, a DRS, of course, this is also what you should not really be doing, because if you've got enemies on your toes, Molotov does not really secure the kill instantly. You need something more like an Uzi. But right now, if you can take a look at how Stalwarts, despite the fact they did lose out on Kashuf, they did manage to, however, get those position points for themselves. And, you know, they were just taking down kills, whatever was happening either ways. And, well, Ghost really put up a valiant effort, but that was all about it. But those grenades now coming in, look at them. Wow, that was beautiful. But, you know, Team Bablu, being in the cover of the smoke, the way Teen Wolf was just, you know, being very careful, picking up his fights very well, and that is how they got those kills over there. But he was also outside the circle, so that was a problem. But now, you know, DEADEYES, they were looking strong. They almost had the circle in those final phases, but on top, despite having that, MK could not do really much. But then look at this. This is the last-ditch effort from Wang. Did manage to take down one player, and just about to make it inside the circle, that was A1 Esports, and Venom, that is all he could do.
Exactly, and all you could do is what you have to do in every single match, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that is why the damage histogram this time is also really interesting. It's like a graph that goes up. I mean, we do have a few dips towards the end, but I think the interesting thing is going to be, as you mentioned, control of the center means your fighting ability, your opportunities to take your battles and pick and choose your battles goes up drastically. And that is why we do see SCYTES capitalize on that thing quite efficiently, and they did really well for themselves. Also talking about the team that got the chicken dinner on the very right end to my right hand side, A1 Esports, they had a wonderful opportunity playing the edge, avoiding any early conflicts, and then moving on from there on out. But PN Crew, let's talk about them. I mean, the cement factory thing that happened, how could they have come out of that? I want to know from you guys now.
So, you know, in situations like that, you need to anticipate that the circle always throws that curveball.
Yeah.
The moment it went east, you need to know that it will take a drastic shift. And that is exactly what happened. How many times have we seen, Johnny, that you get to see that entire compound in contention? And that is where, you know, even me and Shadow were just having a chit-chat, and we did predict that precisely it was going to somewhere near JyanMaara. And that is what happened. What PN Crew could have done is when the circle made that shift, they could have made that early rotation in, have one of their players scouting in for those open areas, and then just charge in.
It's like a high risk, high reward situation.
Yeah, you've got to do that.
Yeah, you got to take a risk sometime, and you have to decide. I mean, taking control of the compound was sort of a good decision, but as you said, it's always going to be a trade-off, right? Let's have a look at the leaderboard and see, well, who traded the position with who, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be on the second position now? And it is going to be A1 Esports. Team Bablu moving down to the third with 117 points for themselves. The gap against Abrupt Slayers is not as big as it used to be, but I think A1 Esports, they have something going for themselves that no other team has. It is the kills. 70 kills already.
Yes, they definitely have the highest kills in the lobby, 70 kills. They needed the placement points. They got the placement points. They are working in the perfect direction. We might see them at the top position also. But if we talk about DRS Gaming, they have been very consistent. They have definitely stepped up to the 5th position. But the fight between Venom Legends and DRS Gaming, I felt DRS didn't cover all the angles. When you are holding on to a compound, you should be able to provide that backup or the support to your players. That kind of was missing. That's why Venom Legends could easily take down the players of Team DRS. But 7C Esports have stepped up to the 6th position. Stalwart Esports, they had a good outing in this particular map. They lost one player, but later on they took down the players of Team SCYTES. They had a good outing, 4 kills in their hands. That's why they are at the 9th position. T2K also is trying to step up in today's matches. They are at the 14th position, but will that be enough?
You know, that is going to be really detrimental. Is that going to be enough, though?
I think the target for these teams, I mean, from 60 to 100 in 3 games, that's going to be a tough target to hit, but that is what you have to do today. In the next 3 matches, be it T2K, SG, be it the other teams who are around that high 60s, early 70s mark, you need to make sure to cross the 100-point marker bar today. Because the way things are going in the top half of the table, it feels like 150 is gonna be like, we are gonna see that number being hit more. But now we're gonna have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and see the next match that is going to be played. It is going to be Erangel indeed, and followed by Sanhok, which is going to be coming up next after this one. But first, Erangel is going to be played, and after this we are once again going to have a look at the well, it is going to be quite interesting what we have a look at. But I want to hear from you guys. What are your expectations going to be for this one, considering the teams that are performing really well right now? I'm going to leave A1 Esports out of this. They did get the chicken dinner, but they were already doing really well for themselves. But the other teams, the teams that are constantly finishing in the top 4, the top 5 from the last 2 games, are the teams that were doing really badly in the first 2 days.
You know, if you have to ask about the predictions from my side, again, I would stick with T2K, considering how they did perform last game. Despite being the fact that they were outside the circle, they did make a good push. So I do anticipate, T2K stepping up this time around.
Well, T2K had been very predictable in first 2 days. This time they were experimenting, and that's why they had a good outing. But I think I'll go with Team ElementriX. Their strategy is working, I think.
ElementriX, all right, T2K and ElementriX from the analyst. I'm going to once again move over with the commentators, ladies and gentlemen, Experiment and Blay. Not going to ask you for teams. Well, I'm going to ask you, where do you guys think the circle should be this time? Yeah, let's make things interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Primorsk. I've seen one there.
Nah.
No, really? Okay, I think it's going to go Primorsk. What about you?
I want to go to Zarki. Did you see that right now?
Yeah, if that happens.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
I'm going to give you my Mountain Dew, man. If that happens, I'll give you my
From your personal secret stash?
Yes,
oh my goodness, that is going to be the day, Blay. I just might get some free Mountain Dew.
Amen.
All right, now we need the circle to end in Zarki. Well, Johnny, you've done your bit.
Yeah,
Let's see
if
it's going to work out. We'll
I'm going to hide my Mountain Dew.
Oh, that is going to sting. But we are going to make up for it because, well, match number 3 is going to be underway. It is going to be.
You know what? I don't need his Mountain Dews. I got mine. Ready to rumble? I'm ready to rumble. I need the caffeine in my blood because you know what? I don't think I even need it. I don't think I even need it. You know why? Because the game. I think it's going to suffice. I don't think we're going to need any more, caffeine or energy drinks to really get our blood pumping.
That is absolutely true. But right now, looks like all the players, they definitely have their blood pumping. They are caffeinated. They are full of energy as match number 3 is going to be underway. And once again, you have a look at all your favorite players on your screens. For a split second, it kind of looked like we are missing a couple of players. But if I have a look at the rosters, well, on the little screen that we have, looks like everyone is going to be in the game. But once again, everyone is ready. We have a few high fives rated, as usual, with his magical cup of coffee. Let's see if DEADEYES guys are going to bring something this time around.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think ASL are going to be able to hold on to the #1 spot by the end of the day today?
Now, maybe. Now, I have a different kind of a predicament, right? I think they might lose it, but that might just push them to go a little harder. But with that, the plane is in the sky once more, and, well, we are going to be heading down towards the southeast, this time flying all the way over Lipovka. We are going to be seeing Prison down below, Shelter, Farm. Of course, the plane path is going to end all the way at Quarry. Now, I know you're going to ask me the question about FutureStation. Are they going to Nova Repnoy, or are they going to go to Georgia Ball? Well,
Georgia
we're going to find out in a few seconds.
I think Georgia Ball would be the right call here, right? It's too close to Novo. There would be at least a couple of teams dropping down. We have 2 teams dropping very early. JyanMaara, you have Venom as well as DRS. A few teams probably heading towards Mansion, maybe towards Lipovka. And like you said, FutureStation, where are they going to be heading towards? The fact that they haven't dropped yet makes me believe that they're going to be going for the late drop towards Georgia Paul. Is anyone going to be heading towards Primorsk is the question. It's a place where no one really opts to go towards. They'd rather head towards Quarry or Ferry Pier, Primorsk being a little bit too further away from the rest of the action. But one thing I know for sure, XP, T2K is going to be towards military base.
Oh, without a doubt. That is the place that these guys call home. And I was kind of expecting Stalwart Esports to be heading down towards Novo. Looks like they have other things in mind this time around. And, you are right. Primorsk is a little bit too far off. And, you kind of like corner yourself in a way, especially if opposition finds out you are there, because pretty much there's only one way in and out. But of course, T2K are going to be heading where they head, well, always.
No one else? No one
else this time. No one else. That's what I'm saying. Stalwart Esports, I was surprised. And look at this circle.
Well, you're screwed up.
Look at this circle. None of our predictions are going to be coming.
You know what? Screw you. Primorsk is close. It's close by, all right? It's a few hundred meters away. Look at Zarki, all the way out there in the middle of nowhere.
I thought we just established on day 1 that we are a team, and now, I mean, come on, Blay. Now,
listen.
I'm a little heartbroken.
It's all right. It's all right. You know what? Some of these teams are going to be more heartbroken than you are, to be honest. ElementriX, as usual, dropping towards Primorsk.
Actually, you know what? I'm not heartbroken because apparently, with the whole arm situation, Well, wait a second,
Oh.
Heaven. I like the enthusiasm over here.
That
I
is
love the
very,
enthusiasm.
very optimistic. Extremely optimistic.
Wow, I mean, the shotgun at distance, maybe. What if one bullet just found its way at the back of someone's
No.
head and you got to knock? Nah, this ain't going to happen. Already, this is not going to happen. Well, he does have the weapon for range now. He has that M4 with that beautiful Glacier skin. Play, what are your opinions of skins?
I like skins. Who doesn't
You like skins?
Yeah, I love skins.
You like being flashy? You like making a statement?
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know who's making a statement right now? A1 Esports. They
Yes,
are 14 points behind Abrupt Slayers, Team Bablu 117, ElementriX 110 and 95. Yep, the gap has widened a bit between the second and fifth place team, but one good game for DRS Gaming, one great game for ElementriX, another performance from Team Bablu that could catapult them all the way to the apex of the overall standings. And that's something these teams are going to be keeping an eye on. Bear in mind, we are, including this map, we have 8 maps remaining to be played to decide which 3 teams are going to be qualifying for the global challenge.
Man, how time flies. It was just like, well, it was pretty much the day before yesterday. It feels like yesterday that, you know, the whole tournament, in fact, started, and now we are already in the final leg. And, well, three of these teams are going to be going forward to the global championship. But the question is, which 3 teams is it going to be?
Can I just point out, A1 Esports probably have one of the best logos I've seen. That is fantastic. I love that. Whoever came up with that, I hope he got quite a bit of money, because that's beautiful design.
That is actually a beautiful design, and, well, looks like they have a bean eye, a little bit of a Cyclops situation going on as well. The A and the 1, yep, you are pointing that out. Glad I did see that. But now, you know, again, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they've been a team that you expected quite a lot of. Of course, with a name like High Voltage, you expect sparks to fly, you know, from the get-go.
I mean, they are in you know, the 11th place right now, but if you look at the points, 79 points, there is a world. There is a world. If they have a great final 3 games over here today, they get off to a great start tomorrow in the final day, there is a chance they're going to be able to topple a couple of these teams in the top 3 or at least the top 5 placings. But yeah, opportunities are dwindling as the days progress, and we are down, like I said, down to the final 8 maps remaining to be played. FutureStation all the way towards South Georgia, but like you keep pointing out time and time again, their neighbors across that little channel of water is going to be Team Bablu.
And, well, Team Bablu, they have been on a roll. They are going to be in the 3rd position right now, 117 points to their name. Of course, one good game. Only 20 points separate them and the leaders, Abrupt Slayers. So, you know, one good game. We keep saying that. You know, I'm pretty sure the people watching at home are going to get sickened out of this as well. But that's all it takes. One good game is all it takes to, you know, get that momentum rolling and basically, you know, have everything in your favor. But let's have a look at PN Crew. They are going to be all the way up north in Severny, pretty much completely oblivious that there's a battle going on raging down below south, which they will be joining in sooner or later. But right now, if I have a look at the map, all the teams are pretty much comfortable in their positions. No one is really on a collision course as of now. And just as I say that, I do see a few teams moving in closer to one another. And those 2 teams are Stalwart Esports and SCYTES. Now, all this action could be breaking out near the shelter. So expect some bullets to fly and some bodies to drop. It looks like these boys are just out on a nice little drive.
SCYTES are playing this in pairs, right? They have 2 players in the prison, and they're kind of far away from the rest of the teammates. That's something they should be wary of. Looking at the circle, the one thing which T2K are going to be happy about is the fact that, you know, there is still that outside chance of this final circle being towards a southern island on the military island. So they don't have to budge yet. They don't have to worry about being proactive and heading towards a bridge. As SCYTES, they're going to find themselves a bit of shelter, a little bit of looting taking place as well.
You know, you just mentioned T2K. I mean, if you could have the map up on our screens in case no action breaks out, something interesting is happening down south on the Sosnovka military island. Now, we did see a pattern break out that they started, you know, basically getting out of the military base sooner because of the whole ElementriX thing, right?
Let's take a look at that production. If we could hopefully have the map view for our people so we can probably paint the picture. There we go.
Now have a look at this time. This time they were heading east. Oh, and just as I say that, looks like they are changing their mind and they are coming back because both these cars, both the vehicles that we see, one is driven by Frankie, the other by Light, they were heading towards Nova Repnoy. Now again, they might be anticipating that perhaps, well, Stalwart Esports drop there or FutureStation drop there, and it looks like they are going to go back towards, well,
that's the problem. Now, their bane have been ElementriX waiting on the bridge for them every single damn time.
The first time, yes, but after that, you know, they did get the better of them because of those early rotations. But looks like right now, ElementriX realized that, you know what, the bridge is unoccupied and we might have someone coming sooner or later. Oh, wait a second. Let's just take a moment and appreciate this vehicle now. This is PUBGMOBILE, but it kind of looks like a spaceship.
Would you drive this in real life?
That is the Vikendi Explorer vehicle. I mean, I would rock this vehicle in real life.
Can respect that. All right, here we go. The Bridge of Death. They are going to be zigzagging,
Alrighty.
using a bit of cover. Is there anyone waiting for them? There's no one waiting for them. So they're going to be able to cross over the bridge in safety. ElementriX have opted to head all the way towards the buildings on the cliff.
Nah, ain't
Nothing's happening.
right
Nothing's
now.
happening. It's a very quiet start. You know, all 16 teams still in the running. 64 players still in the server. No one's dropped out. No one's been taken down yet. And ElementriX, as usual, moving like a loose pack, you know, the kind of a loose pack approach. As we do have a circle shrinking in, forcing PN Crew to go for a little bit of migration down south. Bablu and FutureStation, I'm 100% sure they're aware who's on the other side of that little channel, and they're going to be taking their own separate path towards the safe zone. It's just south of Rozhok.
And for both teams, they have options to, you know, migrate into the circle. Like Team Bablu, they could come up north by way of Rozhok, or they could go by way of the ruins. Now, if they do come down south, let's have a look. Oh, they are taking the bridge. They are taking the bridge. There are vehicles that are going to be pretty much driving past one another. I'm pretty sure we are going to be switching over to Georgia Paul as FutureStation.
Can we take a look? Can we take a look at Bablu?
Team Bablu are going to be having a little bit of a drive-by situation right now. Expect some bullets to fly. Expect to be back in old California, but looks like, wait a second. There you have it. Shots have been fired. It's FutureStation who open up first. Team Wolf with a little bit of retaliation of his own, but I think is he gonna make it? Yes, he does. He does. But now again, they're going to have to battle each other and the blue zone.
FutureStation, they're in a great spot here. They have Team Bablu pinned beyond the river. Now, Bablu, a couple of players are very low. They will have time to res up. And Tyrant, now, Tyrant's pinned down in the watchtower. Now, he has his teammate nearby to try and rescue him, but is that going to happen?
I wouldn't necessarily say that he's pinned down because, well, he is going to be the aggressor right now, but he does get taken out. That was a little silly on his part. Steel shot getting him from this distance, and now Tyrant can be picked up. The revive should come in because, of course, they have a lot of options, but now this angle by Steel shot is what is dangerous. He spots Teen Wolf, he shoots Teen Wolf, and he knocks Teen Wolf down to his knees. Now, he is not going for the follow-up finish. I think we might see a bit of a push coming in as the members of FutureStation are going to be coming across the bridge. There you have it. Machine is going to be coming in first as the meme is going to join him as well. Both the members disembark. Are they going to heal up? No, they're not. Grenades are going to be cooked, but looks like Zibian and Danny have made the right decision to move out of harm's way.
Sometimes you have to let your teammates bleed out and just promise them that, hey, we will get our vengeance.
We got you.
We will get revenge, and we will ensure. Perfect nade there. Team Wolf's going to get taken down. And FutureStation coming on top of that battle. They get 2 kills. They don't get the team wipe, but you know what? They're going to be very happy with this. They are still in the blue. They're still taking chip damage from the zone. However, you know, you get 2 kills. You have enough time. It's not going to be doing too much of damage. And guess what? It's pretty much a free path for them straight into the circle. There's not going to be anyone really waiting for them on the periphery unless Zibian pulls off something truly insane.
I mean, we'll have to find out if Zibian and Danny are going to do something because they've got the work cut out for them as well as they are going to be going down south of the school. But wait a second, ElementriX looks like they are taking the fight to 7C. Now, 7C just got out of the sea, but they are going to get knocked out. Memo goes down, but Love is going to retaliate with a knock on Mr. Hyozu. Now, they do have this big, beautiful rock for cover so that they can pick up their teammates, but Mr. Hyozu is looking like he is going to be taken out of his misery. Blah, blah, blah with a grenade. That could be good. If it finds its way on the other side of the rock, it could be devastating. But Sonim, how is he still alive? That was a lot of fire on him. The grenade does come in. It's a little short. Sonim goes prone in the nick of time. Now, blah, blah, blah. He needs to dish out some more damage. He needs to throw a couple of more grenades if he wants his teammate to survive.
How is Sonim alive? Oh, the last second. And it's a headshot knock onto Sonim. He's down on his knees. Fortunately, has he managed to cross on over the crest of the hill? Because if he has a bit of cover. He's got a little bit of time to work with, but never mind. He's done for. He's going to be taken down. And now ElementriX, they're in a bit of a pickle right now. 2 players left alive, blah, 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 in orange. And does he shoot? Does he shoot? Does he shoot? He does. Rounds off a couple of bullets, and that's going to be a tell. Now 7Cs know exactly where he is. Maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he shouldn't have gone for that.
He should not have gone for that, and it looks like he's lucky that he's not run over yet, but I like the fact that Love is going to be deploying smokes. They need to protect their teammates from A1 Esports, who heard all this commotion, and from distance are laying down some lead in that direction. Dante, of course, with that Mini 14 could be devastating for this opposition team over here, but Memo is good with his smokes, and now, here we go. They are moving in for the revive. Oh my goodness, from distance, Jax with a suppressed PP Bison takes down his opponent.
Sounded like a silent fart,
right?
but a deadly silent fart. Just
all I heard was a, and that's it.
That was pretty good, XP. That was damn good. 7Cs, they have this wall of smokes for the time being to obscure the vision for A1. They're in such a good spot right now. Question is, Orange is still around. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to res Bablu.
But they are under fire, not from A1 Esports. It's going to be SCYTES this time around. Of course, you see a lot of smoke. You do pop a few shots in it. Now, 7C, they were kind of cornered, and I think ElementriX made a huge mistake trying to go in the open and get them. They kind of fell short. Maybe they should have, dedicated the entire attack right from the get-go, but they did kind of lay off a little bit too late, and, well, they paid the price as blah, blah, blah is still going to be bleeding out. Looks like Orange is trying to come in closer to his teammate. The revive, the question is it going to come or is somebody going to get the kill? Well, he does come in for the revive and it looks like he is going to be under fire as well. And there you have it. There you have it. The first team to be eliminated this time around is going to be ElementriX. Maybe Orange could have lived for a bit longer, run away and, live to fight another day, but coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, it does crumble that way sometimes, does the cookie. The new circle. It is centered around Shelter. A lot of teams, a kaleidoscope of colors you can see in the top right side of your screen. And that means a lot of these teams are going to be heading towards the safe zone. The thing is, once that happens, that's when a bullet's going to fly. 7C, they're getting shot at by 4, 5 teams. I mean, everyone's taking shots at them. Everyone.
You just reminded me of something. Now, you did mention that we are pretty much heading towards the Shelter. Wait a second, I'm going to come back to my point later, as Frankie is now going to be joining the fray as well. It looks like Hungry Box is the intended target. Now, Hungry Box, good decision, switches to that Uzi. He needs that rapid fire to make sure he puts the opposition at bay. But now they are going to be cowering. They are going to be scouring all this area, looking for him. And from elsewhere, Steel Shot is going to be laying down some lead in PN Crew's direction. Looks like Poison is knocked out, and the cavalry is coming in. Grenades just for effect to make sure everything is good. But I'm pretty sure they had the vehicle moving in there. And, well, Poison is going to bleed out, which does mean that Sandesh is going to have to run away elsewhere. Machine is taken down by Mr. Boro. Oh, wait a second. What is happening? What is happening? I mean, did they not see that member over there? Hungry Box does take down Jane, and he wants to go for the finish, but that is not the right call as he gets taken down as well. T2K suddenly realize there's an enemy in their midst.
And 7C is not able to protect their teammates, and that's so unfortunate for them. Down to 3 players, but they're going to be taking the fight. They're going to be pushing on to T2K. Now, can T2K continue the trend from the previous game? They had a pretty solid game, didn't get a chicken dinner, but they had a number of kills, and now 7C's Memo is pushed up, and you have Turulov zigzagging across his green fields, using the smoke for a cover, but he's going to be exposed very, very quickly. Nade's going to be sailing on in. Memo somehow is still alive and kicking. Somehow is still holding the fort. Fear joining the fray as well, trying to help out his teammates. The problem, and they're going to get a knock onto Light. And suddenly, it's a 3v3. This is a real possibility for 7Cs to win this duel.
And we know that 7C is an aggressive team. They need to go in for the kill. And, of course, Love with a beautiful knock over there on Light. Grenades are going to be coming in as follow-up. Venom in the line of fire over here. Love is going to go. Memo goes as well. Love is going to be jumping around the building any second now. Can Venom fend off these two wolves who are hungry? They want to rip him to pieces. But let's see what happens over here. Venom knows exactly where both the enemies are. And there you have it. We have the jump shot over here. Memo goes around. He shoots at Venom. Takes some damage from up top as well. Have a look at Jane providing some cover himself, but Venom finally with that ratata from Memo gets taken down, and now Memo is still not down, but he gets taken down by Light. Instead, Jane is going to come in the fray as well, and he lets a few bullets loose in 7C's direction. However, none of those bullets are going to connect, which means that they are still on their feet. 7C's fair now going up against Light. They are going to face their fears, and well, they did. They get taken out, and with that, it's lights out for, well, Light.
Well, Turulov...
Is the team eliminated?
No, Turulov's still there. He's still alive. He's bleeding out, but... Well, actually, no.
We still have Jane.
Jane's still there.
G.I. Jane.
How long? This circle's dealing a lot of damage onto everyone, and does he take the fight or does he stick around? If he stays back, the problem is he's pretty much done for as well. Venom has been taken down. He's going to find his grave, and Jane, he's bleeding, and he just has bandages remaining, not even a first aid kit. But can he stay alive for much longer? Because 7C, they spot him out. He's going to go for the pre-fire. Does a lot of damage, but he will lose the duel. Turulov's going to find him, and with that, 7C's, what a play. They were out in the open. They were a man down. They take the fight to their opponents, and they managed to win it. T2K, they're struggling.
They did indeed. Of course, they lost Memo in that little skirmish, but looks like there is no respite for them yet as they come under fire once again. But elsewhere, Ghost is going to take out Jax from A1 Esports as we join that fight right now. Whoa, Cooney with a drive-by knocks out Bablu off his feet with the hood of his vehicle. Ouch. Can he walk after that?
I don't know. I don't know if he can even breathe after that. It's vehicular manslaughter. Danny will be finished off as well. Aussie getting a kill to his name. Meanwhile, though, we're going to be taking a look at A1 Esports. They won a chicken dinner previous game. the first chicken dinner they've won, second place right now. If they have a good game here, they're going to be toppling. They're going to be toppling the Kings of the Hill. That is, of course, going to be Abrupt Slayers. A1 gathering up together, using that one house for cover. But if you look at the mini-map in the top right corner, you see Team SCYTES. You see A1 Esports, and of course you see another team in the vicinity. We can take a look at a circle here. It's kind of out in the open. There are a couple of, not even compounds, a couple of small houses to take some cover, but I feel it's going to be out in the open. It's going to be a prone game.
It could be a prone game indeed, but it looks like Stalwart Esports are going to be in a good spot. They have one of those compounds in the zone, pretty much dead smack center, as Phobia is still going to be trying to lay down some lead in the enemy's direction. Ghost, meanwhile, takes down Dante from A1 Esports. And Mr. Boro, what have you done? You blew up your own teammate as he gets blown to bits as well. And with that, ooh, with a little bit of a mistake, PN Crew out in the 14th position. Sans any kills to their name leg.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it as Gyalden from DRS knocks on Cooney. As we take a look at the survival stats. 7 Cs, they have 7 kills in the name, but they're down to 1 man. That was a very painful battle they had to endure against T2KSG.
However, let me just bring you up to speed on the last man remaining. It is going to be fair. I'm going to come back to that in a second, as it looks like Havoc and his teammates are going to be under heavy fire from Gyalden. That DP20, it does find its target as Ozzy gets taken down. Beautiful, beautiful headshot as well, and now he is going to try and go in for the finish. He spots Havoc. Havoc is going to be in the line of fire as well. Good sustained sprays from this lad over here as he goes in for the reload, of course. He is going to put all those bullets in them as Rafat from Venom Legends comes from elsewhere and knocks out Havoc. Gyalden, in fact, is going to make sure he secures his kill. Now, he sets his eyes on the remaining members. Ozzy, of course, is going to bleed now. That means Gyalden is not going to have 1, but 2 kills as Cooney and Assassin now have the work cut out, not just at one front, but they have the opposition coming in from elsewhere as well. And that opposition, ooh, they're the big bad boys from T2K, I believe.
No, T2K is wiped out.
They wiped out. I beg your pardon. DRS.
DRS, yeah.
Hey, I made an oopsie. We are all human. We make mistakes every once in a while. I am just so excited about this game. But now, DRS's Nima is going to go in for a little bit of a revive, a little glitchy situation over here as Assassin and Cooney. They need to pop some smokes and they need to make it to the safe zone.
I think they're okay. No. They need to move a little bit more, creep a little bit inside of that zone. They're going to be fine. For now. And that smoke's going to keep them at never mind. Yep. Venom's going to find both of them, and with that high voltage, well, they will be electrocuted with bullets. I don't know how that's possible. I'm just trying to make things work here, but they will only find 1 kill to the name, getting knocked on in 12th position. 11 teams in a running, 40 left alive in the server. Most of these teams, XP, have almost all the players alive, apart from 7Cs, who are down to 1 man, and of course, I do believe for SCYTES, who have lost a boot. Apart from that, everyone's kind of healthy. And ASL, they have been quiet so far.
Very quiet.
But everyone's alive. As we do take a look at Venom Legends, they are in the safe zone. They are in the circle, and they're going to be hearing a lot of these bullets getting rattled off by FutureStation, and they're going to try and keep them at bay. Meanwhile, AAC is going to find some free real estate to the downside of the safe zone, but there are a number of teams quite far away. ASL, A1, 7C Sphere, SCYTES, they're way far away from the safe zone, and once they come on in, they might be just coming into a hail of bullets. But what's going on here? ASC, they're getting pounded.
And looks like SCYTES are going to be at the receiving end elsewhere as ASL finally wake up as Chari gets a knock on the enemy. And looks like Phobia is going to be put out for his misery. Ghost is the last remaining member, but Rookcrack over here. Wait a second, did he get the knock? Did he get the knock? It's the play zone that is taking out 7C Square. With that, 7C Esports have been eliminated. Venom Detron does get that grenade knock on Steel Shot as the remaining members of the FutureStation need to act quick because JyanMaara is coming in from behind. Badriff gets taken down. He goes around the rock once again. Goes prone. Beautiful duck shot over here to get his man the meme on his knees.
Popping off is the Throne, but Nightwing, his teammate, gets knocked out in return. They're all bleeding out. They need to get some reses in as Badriff for FutureStation trying to reply back. He's fighting multiple battles on different fronts. He knows where one player is. He's got a couple of knocks down, but he needs to get his res very quickly. A nade coming in. Forget the nade. They have an angle onto him. Gunner's going to push in as well. And Badriff has got a lot of work to do. He can't go for the res. He's got to find some cover, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But Gunner, he holds on. He doesn't throw the nade.
FutureStation are hoping right now that Venom Legends come in and help them out, which they kind of did right now because JyanMaara are now getting pounded from both directions, and they are going to get sandwiched between a rock and a hard place. Well, there you have it. Abrupt Slayers out in the blink of an eye in the 9th position as JyanMaara's Gunner takes down Dante. Jack says that, you know what, I'm going to have to cut my losses as he makes a break for it. 6ix9ine almost losing his life as well. Looks like Jax is the last hope. Nope, he isn't. He gets taken down by Jivan Crazy as Badriff opens up on Gunner. He's going to go in for the kill. He is going to jump over the rock, but wait a second, from elsewhere, Fair, beautiful cover as now this This is Dominoes. Each and every member are just basically picking off whoever they can see.
The trades are taking place, but it's not from teammates, it's from other teams. As 6ix9ine, he has managed to recover himself. He's running on in. He has the uphill advantage over ASC. He's going to find Kurkure, finishing him off, trying to finish him off. And bear in mind, ASC are in a world of pain.
There we go.
He's
One
on
grenade.
a tear. One nade is all he needs. He's going to cook it. He's going to cook it. He's going to wait. He's going to wait. He's going to wait. And he's going to toss it a little bit to the right. And it's not going to find anything. But he, in turn, is getting shot at. They have an angle. And now he's exposed. His butt's exposed to the blue. But he has a few seconds to work with.
Well, 20 seconds on the clock. Can 6ix9ine make it to the circle? And I wonder if he has another couple of grenades, because he does know there is a squad down below. And, well, you might just want to get a couple of lucky grenades in. And I think he heard me, because the Molotov is going to come in. Again, he is throwing them a bit too far to the right. Of course, they are going to be moving. It looks like ASC are going to be coming under fire from Stalwart Esports, as they are throwing a couple of grenades at, well, from distance. Now, ASC, they are kind of pinched down. They are in a corner. He does get up. He spots Hanu well through the smoke, takes him down with that ratata. That is a good knock over there, but he's going to move. Muffin might be in a position to spot him out and take him down to his knees, essentially wiping him out from the game. But right now, Kashuf and Malik have their work cut out as they're picking a fight up against Deadeye's guys. Rated, sir, you need to shoot at the man and not at the building.
Well, he's going to try and still continue to rattle off bullets from Malik. He knows where he is, but he's also getting shot out from outside from other teams in the meantime. Rated, sir, Galden, couple of knocks. Stalwart Esports struggling right now. They have only Malik running around. Baba, he's on his knees. Deadeye's guys have two guys on the knees, but these arrests is coming in. Malik's going to push on in. He's going to finish on top, sir. But a trade does come in, and a knock will take place. One player remains, and it's Blade. He's trying his desperate best to find something, but out in the open, Rated, sir, is going to get the kill and the knock and the wipe. And Deadeye's guys, despite the fact that lost a player, one of the other players are on his knees, will survive. Three players still running for the guys.
Deadeye's guys on a bit of a rampage right now, as Rated is going to have a domination spree off his own with a quick 3 kills, and now we are down to the final 5 teams. 6ix9ine is still alive against all odds. 12 people remaining, as Galden is going to put Shifu down on his knees. Well, the play zone comes in as it's going to wreak havoc on Assiduous Esports as well. Muffin is taken down, and with that, Assiduous Esports are going to be exiting this game. Now, Galden, man, this guy's been impressing me. 5 kills to his name. He's on a rampage off his own. Assiduous Esports out with 1 kill. Mafia Ninja does have the angle on the enemy, but they don't want to fire right now because there are way too many teams all around.
He's a hunter. He spots his prey, but little is he's not aware of the fact that the hunter might be the hunter, because 6ix9ine is right there snaking along like solid snake, and they have no idea where he is. It's a 4v3 v3 v1. A1 Esports. Now, 6ix9ine, they've already have 6 kills. It's all about trying to stay alive for as long as possible, biding his time while everyone else kill each other.
Now is when all those placement points are going to be important, because Nima has spotted another one. He takes down Nightwing. Looks like Venom Legends are going to be coming under heavy fire, as DRS have pretty much opened up on them. Oh my goodness, indiscriminatory fire through the smoke. He does get a few hit markers. Shuvo is going to be a lucky man, as Venom Legends are frantically running for cover. Rafith, mind you, is the only man standing, so expect a good grenade, expect a couple of lucky shots to end Venom Legends' game over here. But one team that has been quiet in the skirmish is Deadeye's guys. They still have 3 members alive, mind you, and they are still outside the circle. They are biding the time. They want to make sure that this fight is pretty much over before they move in. But now Rafith is doing a good job. He is picking up his teammates. Nima still suppressing the enemy.
The thing is, for Venom Legends, the one thing going the way, the one thing favoring them, they are in a safe zone. They are in a safe circle. Everyone else has to move in.
Check out the cover they have. They have trees, they have rocks, and they have that vehicle.
The problem is they don't have the high ground advantage, and that's the problem. If you take a look at DRS, they're going to be coming in from above. And of course, don't forget, we still have 6ix9ine alive outside. The problem is he needs to push on in while all the chaos is breaking out around them. DRS, Galden's going to find Rated Sir. Just a stray bullet onto Deadeye's guys, in fact. And Deadeye's guys, their position has been compromised. And DRS, they are on a warpath.
Now, this is where Deadeye's guys, I believe, waited a bit too long, because the circle has started moving, and looks like both teams are now going to be focusing on Deadeye's guys. The Shifu gets taken down as well, which is going to be problematic. Vadu with a grenade knock on Shuvo, but that is not going to be enough, as Nightwing lobs a projectile in his position. Oh my goodness, 6ix9ine, if you pull off a miracle over here, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Nightwing does get Shifu. DRS's AJ is going to knock out 2 members from Venom Legends.
It's all about timing. It's all about timing. He's biding his time. He's waiting. He's spotting them out. He can get 2 knocks. He can get 2 kills.
No.
He's holding. He's waiting. Venom has been taken out. And 6ix9ine, can you ruin the day for DRS? They have no idea. And Wadu Sir is their target. They're completely unaware where he is. And 6ix9ine, he's playing this to perfection. The patience on his man. He hasn't rattled off a single bullet. And now it's a 4v1. And they have no idea where he is.
I mean, talk about stalking the spray, but looks like he has been finally figured out, as a few shots did land next to his leg. But he is still not giving up valiant effort on his path. But there you have it. We have a winner chicken dinner. And have a look at how ecstatic all the players on our screens are.
DRS were on a killing spree. They kept all 4 players alive. Look at them. Look at them. They are super, super excited right now. But what a game from them. What a performance. But I have to give a little bit of credit to 6ix9ine.
Oh, yeah.
The patience, like a ninja, like a wraith, like a tiger in the woods. He was fantastic.
He was
Staying
stalking
alive.
his prey. He was basically stalking prey. He had them in his sand. But there you have it. The real soldiers are going to be the winners in game number 3 in Erangel. Winner chicken dinner is going to go their way. But let me tell you one thing. They really showcased what they're made of because they were all out aggressive right from the beginning. I mean, they took the fight to the enemies. And, I've got to talk about DEADEYES guys as well. They got a bit unlucky. They waited till the last second to kind of move into the circle. But then Venom Legends opened up on them. DRS Gaming opened up on them. And, well, that's how the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, DRS Gaming, I mean, the real soldiers, that's what it stands for. Trust me, they were soldiers indeed, and they get a deserved chicken dinner. We're going to be going to a very quick break, and we have more action to be broken down on the analyst desk.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, joined on the analyst desk by Shadow and Fixes. And that was an amazing game. And as we have been saying, today, a lot of alarms are going off indeed.
Well, DRS had it coming. They had been so consistent, and this time they were in the zone at a perfect position, and they did it.
Exactly. They did that perfectly, but so did one individual player, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be our MVP for this match. Let's see who it is. It is going to be time to find out which one individual player had an amazing time in this game.
And there you go. Gyalzin. All a high and mighty. 7 kills and 1081 damage. Does really say how good this player has been. Right from the bat, DRS did go up towards Yasnaya, did come down south, did take a lot of fights out there. They had a lot of kills right from the early start. But in the end, it was all magical. There was a moment when the entire squad could have been taken down by 6ix9ine. But, too much of trigger discipline sometimes is not really good.
Exactly, I agree with you. I mean, 6ix9ine could have ruined that in one single moment, wherein he did spot out 2 players. Both of them were jiggling in and out of the smoke.
3.
Before that, had he gone, because 2 of them were perfectly lined up. One spray, he would have gotten both of them, and then he could have gone to deal with the third one who was on the downslope. But, I mean, it was their day, it was their game, DRS Gaming. And Gyalzin, I mean, performing really good on all fronts. Look at that, damage taken just 95.
Well, that's a really low damage taken, and that is exactly what we want. But I kind of disagree with you both. 6ix9ine had to go into the zone. He didn't want to take that 1v4 risk, maybe because he would have revealed his position, and he knew he might get 1 kill point, but placement points are 2 points.
If you are the last man surviving, those 2 kill points could have been covered. I'm still going to disagree with you, because that would have been an outright flashy moment, and we love flashy plays. We live for those moments. But now let's have a look at the top players, ladies and gentlemen. And 6ix9ine, I mean, he still makes it in this list, right? Because, well, 40% weightage to the survival time as well.
The way he just clobbered down the players of Assiduous Esports, did not really make them enter inside the circle. That was amazing to see. But like we were having that discussion over there, I really felt at a single moment when DRS really pushed onto its Venom Legends, wiped them out, that was the right chance for him to strike. That was the point where he had 3 players right in front of his crosshair. And that, kind of brings me to speculating, was, one second, was he having enough bullets on his AKM?
I agree with that, because switching to an Uzi in that scenario was a questionable decision. But true love, 14 minutes survival time, and still makes it into the list of top players. That makes me question how many kills did the other players get for themselves in the entire game. But we're going to find out that with the standings of this game. Well, not exactly, but we're going to find out how the teams were doing, in fact, with the standings of this match.
Well, DRS Gaming definitely had the chicken dinner considering their amazing position into the zone. They took the northern side of the rotation when rest of the teams were rotating from the eastern or the southern side. That's why DRS had the perfect opportunity and position to position themselves and take down even Venom Legends who were at the southern side. So DRS had no problem taking them down. But Venom Legends also had a very good outing in this particular map. But if we talk about 7C Esports, this is the 7C Esports we are used to seeing, the aggressive 7C Esports. They were not in the perfect position to take down the players. They had lost one of their players. On the other hand, ElementriX kind of messed up in it. I saw him going out in the open to take down the player of Team 7Cs. That was a mistake, but 7C coming up with aggression. Maybe they will come up with the placement points also, but FutureStation have 4 kills. They are trying to step up, but ElementriX, PN Crew, Team Bablu had an early exit. Team Bablu kind of struggled in the rotation. They were trying to enter into the zone. Lots of teams were shooting at them and all the players were taken down by one squad or the other.
Exactly, and I think this match in particular is going to reflect really good on the overall standings for A1 Esports. Well, because the teams that were closer to them, Abrupt Slayers and Team Bablu, just failed to show up completely. Abrupt Slayers as well, just 3 points for them. Team Bablu coming with 0 points in this game.
You know, that's definitely going to hurt. But as we take a look at the match summary over here, 65 knocks. I mean, that's a big number out there. And 142 smokes and grenades. I really, considering how the circle was, I really expected somewhere around 180-ish, but that did not happen. A few disappointments out there for me would be Stalwart Esports, considering how beautifully they were holding the center. They could have really made those early rotations in. That fight against DEADEYES, they really messed it up on very huge levels.
Yeah, they could have made use of those grenades because DEADEYE players were in the wizard tower. They could have easily taken them down through those grenades, but that didn't happen. And DEADEYE very easily just took the players of Team Stalwart Esports.
All they had to do was go for the revive, come down, take down the players, and easy peasy.
Lots of possibilities over there, but I mean, it is done, right? The game is over, the zone's played out, and we do have the zone replay once again, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens.
You know, if you take a look at the circle, it was initially, we really did think that it would go all the way down towards Milta. But, you know, the circle does not really favor anybody. It can just go anywhere. And, well, DRS, right from the bat, they were in a good position. All they had to do was just let the circle shrink in. And they were picking up fights. It was not just that they were just sitting silent or idle. They were just waiting for the right opportunistic moment. And when the circle made that shift, I loved how they rotated it. And they just did not really rotate and just stay quiet. They went in, they took those fights, got the positions that they wanted, secured it, used the vehicles perfectly, and managed to get that chicken dinner.
Well, they definitely got the chicken dinner. And if you talk about Venom Legends also, there were so many teams that were rotating in from the eastern side of the map that it became difficult for all the players to like enter into the zone. That's when A1 Esports also lost kind of so many players off there. But 6ix9ine, he stood out, and especially the players of Assiduous Esports, like whole squad was pinned down. That was very unfortunate.
You know, I'm just happy it wasn't towards Zarki because I get to keep my Mountain Dew right now, and if I had lost that bet, I would have just given Experiment your Fridge fixes.
You do realize that I have a secret personal trait.
That is what I was planning to give to Experiment. But, I mean, we get to keep our Mountain Dew, and we're going to have a look at do-the-dew moments of this match.
That's betrayal, Johnny. But, you know, as we take a look at how this entire match went upright, you know, I was really anticipating some better outing from few teams, especially T2K. I mean, they've completely been feeling under the weather, to be honest, with the way they've been playing today. Now, every single time, I call it, maybe it's a caster's curse, because I desperately want these teams to showcase how good they were during those league stages, and somewhere down the line, they just have lost their tempo, and they really need to get back, but I believe it's, at this point, very, very late.
Yeah, it could be very late, especially if you talk about 7C. They were so aggressive, but in finals, they have gone towards a safer approach, and that is not working for them.
Yeah, you should never go out of your, you know, own element. Of course, I love the way Team Bablu went all aggressive. Now that they're trying to go in for this position, that comes haunting back at them. Well, they definitely must try to go all in. And, well, fortune favors the brave, as they call it, but this is the point. This is the magic of A1 Esports' 6ix9ine, the way he was positioning himself. The Molotovs could have been little bit better. But look at this push. I mean, this was dead. This was dead right from the moment he started to make that push in. But DRS, look at the way they were engaging. And this is where 6ix9ine absolutely messed it up. Had he had his AK, he could have done a lot better.
I think he messed it up a couple of seconds before this. So he's sitting behind a tree, spots out 2 players, and I understand the decision. You are outnumbered. You know this entire squad is going to turn around and shoot you. But you can take them out. You still have to believe in yourself. But talking about believing in yourself, it ain't over till it's over, and DRS Gaming proving the point right here, ladies and gentlemen. 15 kills coming in, 2,528 damage. That is madness. I mean, look at that. Compare that damage number to the team on the 2nd position. That is 1143, 6 kills for A1 Esports. I mean, it is more than the double the damage of, well, a lot of teams, in fact. And apart from that one amazing performance, because the casters also talked about this, the analysts have talked about the DRS Gaming right from the get-go in this game. We're looking pretty aggressive, we're looking confident. I mean, it all comes down to the fact that this is the moment where you have nothing to lose. If you fail this one, then you have 2 more matches left after this one, and then it's just the final day. You start performing now, or you get left behind.
Well, in fact, DRS had been so consistent. They were at a safe position in the overall leaderboard also. So they kind of, it was normal for them to take this risk to go all aggressive because they had nothing to lose.
Shadow top 3, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. I call for it. DRS Gaming definitely making it to the top 3 this time around. But A1 Esports, oh my goodness. Talk about teams being tussled over. And, well, you know, kids do all those kills.
Do you want me to make you a happy man right now? Well, I know you have a lot of questions, because you are always asking a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And we're going to have Dante from the team of A1 Esports after this.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna love that. I have a lot in store in my mind right now. But you know, if you take a look at the leaderboard over here, a few teams have really stepped up. DEADEYES guys, you know, climbing up the ladder. Team ElementriX definitely have not been in the element over today. And Team Bablu, that last match was a bit too bad. And now they've been dropped down to the 4th position. And if they do not really continue that good performance, I think we might get to see the same fate that the players of Abrupt Slayers were having in the 2nd day.
We can see that, but if you look at all the teams from 4th position to 7th position, their point difference is not that much. So 7C Esports might topple over Team Bablu also if they keep the aggression going on. But if you talk about CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they are trying to do a comeback, but some mistakes, they are caught out in the open, wrong scouting. That is not working. In fact, if you remember CZxHIGHVOLTAGE in the league stages, that was a one. This team were more kill focused. They lacked position points, but this time it's totally opposite.
Once again, it comes down to what I said earlier. Gotta make sure you somehow manage to cross the 100-point marker by the end of today. And, well, I keep saying stuff, but one thing I said a couple of seconds earlier is gonna happen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together and welcome Dante from the team of A1 Esports. How are you doing, buddy? Your team has been super consistent, and my analysts have a lot in store for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you know, I gotta congratulate you on taking the top spot over there, Dante. But, you know, I really need to know one thing. Did 6ix9ine have enough bullets on his AK-47 during the last final moments?
No, he didn't have. He didn't have enough bullets.
I knew that. That was coming. Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay, that's okay. But Dante, how has your approach been towards the game? Because you went all aggressive. In fact, you have always been a little dominating when it comes to kills. But you kind of don't care about the position points, or you are just like, we'll go all aggressive, don't care, we get the placement points or not.
We are caring about both placement points and kill points. As always, we are trying to go for the position point first, then secure our kills. And that's why we are trying to secure more better position for us. That's why we can take higher amount of kills. So we are focusing more on position points.
You know, Dante, I gotta ask you this final one. Considering you are on top right now, I'm pretty much sure tomorrow you are gonna be subjected to a bit of targeting. So do you have plan B and plan C right up your heads?
Yeah, we have planned a lot of teams calls, as there are a lot of chances to be targeted calls. There are many teams who are trying their best to reach the top spot, and as we are already in there, that's why we have thought of some other plans, as like plan B and plan C, and we are working on that.
Well, I would love to see those plans in action. Dante, thank you so much for giving us your time, and good luck for the matches that you have lined up. We're going to hope you stick to the first position, and the playstyle that you have, it keeps on going. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, they said they're trying to keep a balance between the aggression and the placement points, between getting those kill points and those placement points. But I think I like this strategy. I mean, the easiest play you could make to actually get those placement points is just finish everyone in the server. That way, no one's left. You get the 15 points.
Just kill everyone, and that is what they are doing.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the schedule once again and see the next map that is going to be played, because after we came from Erangel, went to the icy frozen tundras of Vikendi, once again Erangel. Now it's time to go on a vacation to the tropical islands of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is going to be a vacation for us. We're going to enjoy the match because it is going to be filled with aggression, and with that, we are also going to... I will be putting you guys on the spot again just to let you guys know my analysts. Like, pick a team.
You know, I'm always prepared for that. And this time around, talking about Sanhok, it highly depends upon where the circle really goes. And if you have to ask for one team, I want a thriller of a finale, the thriller of a final day. And for me, it is going to be, I guess, DRS again. Back-to-back.
All right, DRS. What about you?
Now that 7C is again back in the form, I think 7C can do it.
All right, so we do have the map chance in front of us right now, and 7C and DRS, well, they don't show up on this map chance percentage, but this is for the matches of the league stages, and these ones combined. So a lot of matches are going to be required to overthrow teams from these graphs and these stats. But one thing that you guys can do for yourself while this tournament is going on is earn yourself some rewards just by watching the broadcast inside of the Esports Center, ladies and gentlemen. And just start your missions right now, because, well, once they expire after this event, your opportunity is going to be gone. So the teams are fighting for their opportunity to represent themselves in the global championship, and you guys can fight for your opportunity to have that beautiful chicken costume or that parachute. And it is going to be pretty awesome to see those in game. We're going to be waiting to see if we can come across something. Or
do we dress Ocean up with a chicken suit?
Maybe.
Because I'm too fat for it.
Maybe. I'm going to ask the same question to the commentators now. Do you think we can fit Ocean in that chicken costume?
I think we can fit 2 Oceans in a chicken costume.
All right. What about you, Expert?
Probably, but I think you wanted the chicken costume because that's best suited to your playstyle, isn't it?
I would love to waddle around on the stage in that costume.
You probably would. Clucking away as you do. Can we see a little cluck from the host? I mean, you do want to use the chicken costume.
I can't vibe without the costume.
You gotta give us a cluck.
I can't vibe without the costume. And I'm in a suit right now, so the host mode is on.
Alrighty.
That means you're on the spot again.
Well,
Pick a team.
if your host mode is on, that means our prediction mode is on right now. Play. Who are you going for?
I'm gonna go with A1. You know why? They got 76 kills. Second highest 60 with ASL, and it's Sanhok. People shoot people all the time. A1 all the way. Let's go.
Deadeyes, guys.
Deadeyes.
I kind of have a feeling that Rated is going to be instrumental in this game, and especially it is going to be Sanhok, so they just might pick something out of it. We're going to have to wait and find out.
I know the reason why Deadeyes guys aren't performing. Rated doesn't have his cup anymore. It's not filled with Mountain Dew.
That's it. He switched his liquid out. He should have been sipping some Mountain Dew for that energy, but match number 4 is going to be underway soon. We'll see you later, Johnny, and it is going to be in the tropical island. We know this guy loves his pina coladas, and we have Mountain Dew instead today, so
hey, you know
what
are
we expecting?
You know what? A pina colada can work with Mountain Dew. I've experimented with it, no pun intended, and it does work. We're going to be jumping into my personal favorite map. It is, of course, going to be on the tiny tropical paradise of Sanhok, meaning that the action should be. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but what we saw at Vikendi today, I mean, if that's going to happen over here in Sanhok, I'm going to be a very happy camper.
I think you do want to repeat of what we saw in Vikendi. Well, we're going to find out in about 5 seconds. 4, 3.
You like doing these countdowns, don't you?
1, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 14. I love doing this. Is finally underway as that beautiful C-130 is going to be flying over the tropical islands of Sanhok, and
cutting the map in half.
Let's just do a weather check. Looks like we are in for a little bit of a foggy situation this time around. Of course, that's what it looked like, but of course the skies are clean.
Smack center. It's a diagonal.
We are smack center, but this is Sanhok. Even if the plane was flying over Camp Bravo, north to south, people are still still going to make it to Camp Alpha. You know, I mean, it's a small map.
How many teams do like going to Camp Alpha, Doug?
Well, not Camp Alpha per se, but we do have 3 teams that do love going there. We are going to see a skirmish happening, one of which is going to be DEADEYES, guys. They are going to go up north towards Hathin. And, of course, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they love those cliffs, those infamous cliffs where one wrong move and you go all the way down and you go splat.
Can we call them the Dead Cliffs?
We could.
I don't see a name, so might as well, you know, give our own personal little names for some of these places. But yeah, Circle is gonna be okay. It's nothing too drastic. It's very safe for almost all the teams. It's actually cutting through every single mini island on the map, so no one's gonna be pressured, at least initially, to go for an early rotation. So they're gonna have a pretty comfortable time looting up. The question is, the problem is, it's a small map. The loot is kind of a little limited, so we should be seeing some battles breaking out on the top left corner towards Camp Alpha.
Oh, definitely, because we have Stalwart Esports in contention. We have High Voltage dropping nearby, and of course, DEADEYES guys and PN Crew are going to be playing along as well. And there we have it. Shots have been fired already, and they came out of Muffin's Uzi. And the intended target was 6'9", but we know 6'9" is a survivor. So Muffin definitely has his work cut out, because this man on our screens right now is patient. He is a predator, and he knows exactly how to stalk his prey. Of course, he is getting an there we have it. Was that a little bit of a bait? Because he does want Muffin to come his way. Little does he know, A1 Esports does have backup just a few meters away. But right now, this is all happening south of the Paradise Resort. Elsewhere, we do have a couple of teams moving in closer to one another. But let me tell you one thing. 6'9" definitely has stalking on lockdown.
Absolutely. And you know what? I was kind of imagining when he was playing, when he was in that 4v4 scenario in previous map, he probably had Gloria Gaynor's song "I Will Survive" playing in his headphones, and I will survive. And he did it. I mean, he came in second. I love that song.
Should we take a time out? I mean,
I don't want to listen. I know we can all sing very well, which is scary because we might get copyright struck. So let's keep that away for the time being.
But there you have it.
This is what I want to talk about. Abrupt Slayers, they had a massive lead yesterday, and we kept saying if they don't put the pedal to the metal, there is a point that they could be usurped, and that's exactly what happens. What's transpired over here. It's just to 1 point, but A1 Esports, the way they've been playing, like 76 kills. The second highest is Abrupt Slayers on 60. They don't give a damn about the placements. They are just going to mow everyone down.
I'll tell you something. I think some kudos have to be given out to the carpenter who did build that throne, because the cushioning is a bit too comfortable, because they did become complacent and they have fallen down, and maybe now, since they have been dethroned, it might just give them the little extra oomph to, you know, bring the game to their opponents. But the sights on our team right now, they are going to be ranked all the way at the bottom in the 16th position. Just 52 points on their name now. Again, they've had their ups and downs, Blay. They do play aggressive from time to time, but you know, something or the other always seems to fizzle out. As with this team, we were talking about them, they seem to have kind of fallen off the map, as Leon is going to make sure Chari makes it to safety. He's going to make that's teamwork, right? He's going to make sure that, you know what, I made it to safety. I'm going to keep an eye out for you, buddy. Come on in.
What's also interesting for me is if you look at the top 4, we got a Pakistani team in the form of Team Bablu. We got a couple of Nepali teams, and we have a Bangladeshi team on top. So all the regions, all the countries.
PMPL South Asia.
Everyone's represented over here in the top 4. The thing is, doesn't matter if you place 4th or 5th. All that matters at the end of the day tomorrow is going to be the top 3 spots. So who's going to be gunning for it? That's the question on everyone's lips. I do believe even Johnny, Super Johnny, did mention on the desk that if you want to stand a chance of getting the coveted top 3 spots tomorrow, you need to cross the 100-point barrier mark today.
That is correct, actually. I don't even think about that right now. But it looks like A1 Esports, we've never really seen any action happening at the Paradise Resort. But Giro Fair and the boys from JyanMaara are going to be coming in from the northwest by way of that little guest house, as I like to call it on the side. And, well, this is going to be interesting. I do want to see some fights over here, because let me be honest, this is my favorite drop spot on this map. I just love it. The amount of angles you can create over here, Blay, is just ridiculous. But A1 Esports, they've never really had to deal with any opposition. I like Giro Fair. He's been careful. He's like, you know what, I do not want to give my opposition even a split second to spot me, as he goes back. And, well, the cavalry is coming in. Again, coming back to what I started off with. A1 Esports, they've never had any opposition over here. So this is going to be interesting if JyanMaara do decide to mount an attack.
Will they, though? That's the question. I'm sure they are very much aware that A1 Esports are going to be in the vicinity. And considering how absolutely fantastic A1 have been, as we have an Om getting dropped, and unfortunately, XP, there's no one nearby. There's no one to... It's got a suppressor as well. I mean, that's tasty. That is tasty. I would love to get my grubby paws on that. It's dropped smack in the center of the compound.
I mean, you've got cover. Someone should definitely
But there's no
go
one
for that
nearby.
drop.
There's no one. Venom's close by.
Calling all teams, calling all teams. There is an airdrop, and it has the AWM, and it's somebody go and get it. But right now, JyanMaara, they are going to be content with pretty much chilling in the guest house. I guess they do want to rest a bit. But A1 Esports, they have moved on to greener pastures as they have vacated the Paradise Resort, and now they are heading due east. But that is a good sign because they could be heading in, well, T2K's position. And I like this. Stalwart Esports, in their usual fashion, are going to be getting in their boats. And we've seen this before as well. They are going to go all the way around the northern periphery, pretty much away from the map, even where the map doesn't exist. I see what you're pointing at. Now, Venom Legends could be spotting them
The two
out.
of them. And they're scanning the seas.
They are.
They are scanning. They're like... Remember that last time we heard a boat engine? What if it's going to take place again here? And they have split in two. You know, Baba's still sticking around for Stalwarts alongside his teammate all the way towards Camp Alpha. But will this boat be spotted out? That's the question. As Abut's going to open things up onto AJ from DRS, the winners of the previous one. This could be deadly. He's got such a nice
They're
angle.
waiting for it. They know it's happening because, again, this is what we're talking about, Blay. Everyone is doing their homework, and now Nightwing and Shuvo are going to be on the lookout in any second now.
Although one thing we did see from Stalwart Esports is when they take the boat, they skirt the very edge of the map. So even if they get spotted, will the bullets reach them?
What I see is something different, however. They are coming in.
way
They're going to
closer.
be spotted. They are going to be spotted as, well, AJ is going to be picked up. But look at that. I think Shuvo and Nightwing, they've spotted them.
Molly
They
see
have
him.
definitely
They see
spotted
them.
them.
They
There
see
you go.
them.
Expect some shots to be fired right now. Expect Stalwart Esports to be going to an early watery grave.
Here we go.
Smart decision. They are jumping out, but Malik has been spotted. Those hit markers are going to give his position away as they are going to be relentlessly firing in the water. Now, all they need to do is pretty much make a firing squad, right? Everybody lines up and just wait for your prey to come out of the water. The vehicle does get blown up, but now, unfortunately, Stalwart Esports hasn't, they haven't grown any guilds right now, so they are going to have to come up for air. But I like the fact that the vehicle, that boat is blown up. Malik, in fact, can go on the other side, come up for air, which is exactly what he's doing. Now, while all the attention is going to be on him, his teammates can kind of move around. But right now, Phobia gets a knock on Gyals, and with a grenade distance as Abud is moving in, he spots a Mafia Ninja, shoots. He does connect a few shots. In fact, takes a little damage himself, but he moves out of harm's way in good time. Razor has been given that info. He is going to move up ahead. I think he is definitely going to get the knock on Ninja. Ooh, he doesn't want bullets. He wants him to go boom and skadoosh. That should be the end of Ninja. No, it isn't. He overshot it. He is going to have to switch to his weapon. And Ninja looking helplessly as he was administering a first aid, but that is it. He is put down on his knees. That means Nima has his work cut out as the last man standing.
Wait, who picked DRS again on the analyst desk?
I think a couple of them did, and of course, you know, because they won the last game, and, well, that is the analyst desk for you. But all jokes aside, DRS's Nima gets spotted from distance. Oh!
Good night, sweet
From
prince.
inside, it's going to be Ghost, who finally puts him in the ground, and with that, the first team to be eliminated is the first team, well, at the other end this time.
Well, that...
they are first in a way, aren't they?
Kashuf has unfortunately drowned. As I do want to take a look at what's happening for Stalwart Esports up towards in the water, because like we saw earlier, they're pinned down, bullets raining down on them in the water, and it's still. I like how Shuva's even gone inside. He's trying to spot them out inside. There's no way out for them. They're done for. They have one player left alive, and it's Baba, and he's still all the way up towards the towards Camp Alpha.
Well, you know, that's a beautiful thing about these isolated tropical islands, right? All the water around it is going to be crystal clear. Of course, a lot of pollution hasn't reached these distant lands, and it is quite a contrast to what we have, well, around us. But right now, they are still going to be looking for those last few members. Remember, they are expecting that they should be four members.
At the very least 3. They would have seen at least 3 members, right? And there are 3 members, of course, after all. How long is Malik going to survive? He can't even res himself. They're just going to wait for the... just wait for the kill feed. Wait for them to drop down and die, and that's going to be it for Stalwart. They had a very brave plan. It worked out earlier, yesterday, a couple of days back, and it looks like it's not going to be happening this time around, as ASL is coming under heavy fire from SCYTES, and SCYTES, like the proverbial Grim Reapers of the fields. They are on a warpath. They've already wiped out a team that is DRS, and now they're looking for more, and they are looking good. As Leon gets taken down, Ghost, he's on a spree. And Skythe, what is this? Skythe out of nowhere. They've taken out 3 members of ASL, and 1 member remains standing for the side of Abrupt Slayers.
Ghost knew that there was going to be someone peeking out from the window, and that precision shots with that AKM, that ratata, definitely the job. But, well, Joker is going to be bleeding as Chari is now the last man standing from Abrupt Slayers, high up on a mountain, unable to do anything for his team. But Joker is going to be finally put out of his misery as SCYTES are now going to be going uphill. And elsewhere, Tyrant is going to be unloading on ElementriX's Orange. However, Orange is a very lucky man to be still alive and be on his feet. But right now, I am kind of confused. The Circle is going to be taking a central shift. Of course, the boot camp is still in play. The Quarry is still in play. The Paradise Resort is still in play. And it looks like JyanMaara are content with having a big empty place for themselves. Of course, they have walls on all sides, so that is something that they are looking forward to. But Orange over here, you've lost Tire Buddy. Not the best vehicle to drive around right now, especially since, well, people all around you can hear them, and now he is going towards 7C Esports. He spots him out. Turtle Love does get a few shots in, however, none of them connect. Fair, on the other side, is going to get a knock on blah, 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 taking a little bit of damage himself. Orange with a grenade, however, from elsewhere, Hungry Box has other ideas.
Has other ideas, and Turulov going in, finishing him off, not wasting any time. Orange will, well, find himself 6 feet under, and that's just terrible, a terrible start for the team. 7Cs, though, they're looking good. They were hiding beneath the hill, and, well, it works out wonderfully for them. They would be looking, of course, to get the team wipe, but I don't think there's anyone in the vicinity. Sonim is going to be the last man standing for Team ElementriX, and kind of a rough start to the game for both DRS and Team ElementriX. Although, for ElementriX, they still have 1 player alive. We all saw what 6ix9ine was able to do earlier today. Oh, yeah. So there's always a chance that they're going to have could potentially have later. And Bob has been taken out by the blue zone as well, and I do believe Stalwart Esports has been eliminated in 15th position. They got a big fat 0 to the name. That sucks.
That does indeed. But right now, we are going to join FutureStation, as they were in a little bit of a stalemate up against T2K, and now the fight is still going on as Hanuel is going to get a grenade on one of the members on SCYTES. However, it is not going to be good, so the respite for SCYTES is over, as another team did hear the commotion and has moved in, essentially, as I like saying it again and again, to mop up all the survivors. Now, Hanuel jumping behind that rock, trying to make sure that he gets a glimpse of the enemy so that he can relay that information to his team, but he has to act quick, because from the east, we have another team coming in, and that team is going to be PN Crew. Now, PN Crew, they haven't had the best of days. However, once they do get the ball rolling, they can be a deadly force indeed. And, well, as all the teams are going to be coming closer to one another, we do hear some gunshots. I do believe it is going to be from PN Crew, as Poison is going to be laying down some lead. But it's Razor, on the other hand, who gets some damage done on Ayush.
Is it Razor or Azur?
It is, well, you know what, Razor or Razur, because is it Ghost or is it Ghost? So maybe Ghost was already taken.
I'm 100% sure it's Ghost.
It is Ghost, right?
All right, hold on. Havoc, he's dealing a bit of trouble, a bit of pain towards 7Cs. We don't see him, though, as Razor, Razur, whatever, however we're going to pronounce his name. I'm going to go with Razor. I
like Razur better.
Yeah? All right, Razor.
You go Razor, I'll go Razur.
All right, let's agree on this. Let's go with Razur, all right?
Let's go with Razor, then.
No, the problem is we're assuming it's Razor, but what if it is Razur? Then we're doing a disservice. He's gonna disservice, and he's gonna make a run for it, but it's spotted out, and he's gonna be pinned down behind the rock as Poison gets dropped by Ghost, and Ghost on a killing. SCYTES are just mowing down souls, and now the hunters, they have become the hunted. PN Crew pinned down in that compound by Team SCYTES.
Looks like the Grim Reapers don't want to go back to the underworld just yet, but they are sending quite a few bodies down there. 8 kills to their name already. Essentially, 2 squads wiped out by the boys on our screen. Now, talking about Razor and Razur, I'm pretty sure the chat is going to let us know in a short while as to whether we are right or wrong. But the Circle is going to be a drastic shift down south. The Quarry is going to be in play, which is actually exciting because you have so many levels to play along with. You have so many angles to make up. A lot of vertical firefights, and of course at distance as well. So that is something that is going to be exciting because normally Sanhok, you have a lot of cover. Basically, every few meters or feet you move. The Quarry, it's a different story altogether. But right now, one team that is going to be perched up in Quarry is going to be FutureStation as they take a few shots on Assiduous Esports. And Jivon Crazy, he is going to be jumping down like George of the Jungle, trying to make it to safety. And he does, but his teammates are going to be in the crossfire right now. Again, the peaks are going to come in. This long-distance engagement is what we are going to see at this stage. possibly for another couple of circles, unless some other teams hears the commotion and tries to move in on their position.
Yeah, Ace.
Ooh, look at FutureStation.
Oh. They are kind of caught in a rock and hard. The thing is, all these three teams don't have to extricate themselves anytime soon because they are very, very safe right now. They're smack in the center of the playing circle. Taking a look at the survival statuses, though, but hold on.
Just to add to this point, you see all this area in front of you right now where FutureStation is across the road, where the boys from T2K is. This is hotly contested properly play.
Yep.
So for them, yes, they are safe for now, but expect a horde of teams to come in from elsewhere. I already see A1 Esports. They might be a thorn in the side for T2K really shortly. So it is a good spot, but you've got to have that vigil all around you 24/7.
You got to be aware. You got to have eyes at the back of your heads. SCYTES have 8 points. The only other team with the closest team is I forgot which team that was, but they had 2 kills. That's it. SCYTES are on a warpath. Here we go. Venom Legends. They have to take the fight right now. They're outside the circle. They need to push on towards JyanMaara. They're going to find one. And meanwhile, Waters are finding a knock onto Rafat. That is from team. I forgot which team that was, but
Venom Legends.
Venom Legends, indeed. And that's a problem, right? They need to get the res as well, but they're also aware that JyanMaara are in the vicinity, and they need to find something. Extreme's going to finish. No, he can't finish him. Rafat's too far away.
This is something I don't agree with. When you have 3 members on a hilltop and you are far away, maybe 100, 200 meters below somewhere in a house or compound, if you get knocked out, the survival chances are pretty much zilch because your team is going to have to give up that hill to come and try and save you. So that is a bad call on Venom Rafat's apart from my point of view. Of course, it is my opinion, but right now, Nightwing, he does know that they did knock out Giro Fair a little earlier. The kill still hasn't been confirmed, but he is being careful while he moves into the circle because he is going to be anticipating an ambush by the remaining members of JyanMaara.
And that is a possibility because Extreme is lying in wait. He's waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing on in to get the kill onto Zero Fear. Nightwing, very, very patient. He's got the painkiller to try and... Oh, he gets spotted out, but he spots at Extreme. He's got a rock for cover. Takes quite a bit of damage, but he will stay alive. But the zone's going to knock him out. Actually, no, he's going to get the kill. Zero Fear gets taken down. Actually, Nightwing stays alive.
Surprisingly, JyanMaara did lose that man in the skirmish, and Rafat has been picked up late.
All right, this has been a little bit of...
I kind of like the way that he tried to bounce the nade off the thing, and, well, had it bounced off and hit that tree and then gone Extreme, that would have been epic.
I really like what Venom Legends are doing right now. They stuck around for quite a bit, but they're like, at one point, they're like, it's not worth it. It's not worth going for the 1 kill while we're out in the blue, taking a lot of damage, and by the time we get into the safe zone, there might be a team waiting for us. So they're going to be just legging it, leaving behind the sole surviving member of JyanMaara. Well, the one guy who was over there, but they still have a number of players alive at JyanMaara. 3 alive, 1 down.
Now, here's the problem I have with that situation. Venom Legends are heading in a world of trouble because they have vehicles, although Noises is going to give their position away. Wait a second, Deadeye's guys are going to come under fire as Danny from Team Bablu is going to be the one who gets the knock on his opponent. Elsewhere, PN Crew and Venom Rafat on a little bit of a stalemate. Of course, they might have an idea with the opponents up, but here we go. Zibyan is going to be moving in for the kill from the left. Team Wolf giving some cover from behind. They go around the rock. Zibyan is going to jump. He does get a shot. He does knockout on top. Deadeye's guys are going to be in trouble as Valu Sir is taken out as well. Rated is the last man standing, but that is all. Deadeye's guys, my pick is out in the 14th position. Again, this team, they are not able to find a foothold on their game right now.
There's no consistency for Deadeye's. They're either to really show
really
up
good or
they're
really
flat.
bad. Yep.
Yeah, and now Venom, they're inching closer. They're aware there's someone nearby. They're aware there could be a team lying in wait, and it is going to be Ayush. He spots out. He's 100% spotted at Chivo, but he's going to play the patient game. He's going to wait, because he's all alone. He needs to want to find more players. And there we go. First player right next to him. And Aish is going to get a free kill on the Detron, a free knock. He's looking for more. He knows Shivo's nearby. Nightwing's going to be coming up as well. Aish needs help here. He needs teammates, and his teammates are behind. 2 knocks taking place now, and Nightwing trying his desperate best to try and find Ayush. Ayush might not be aware, but the nade's a dead giveaway. He almost nades his own teammate. And Ayush with a pre-fire. This rock is not going to be good cover because the nade's going to sail on in. Beautiful. Ayush, he rocks up, and he finally gets taken down, but he's done his job. He's got 2 knocks, and now Rafat's going to be the last man standing for Venom Legends.
Beautiful job by Ayush over there, and beautiful cover fire by Rafat for his teammate as Mr. Boro is now going to try and make his way into the circle, and Abu is going to not let him, or is he going to slither past the enemy over there? 3 members from SCYTES have their guns trained over here. Oh, he just spotted Razur's back and almost took him down. That would have been an extra point for PN Crew, but SCYTES are on a rampage right now. 10 kills to their name already. They are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad, but let's see what half of the Grim Reapers players are going to be bringing to the table. It is going to be a boot. It is going to be Ghost. And Ghost, well, you called it earlier. He is on a bit of a rampage. Now, the circle is towards the northeast of the quarry. FutureStation are still in a good position. Ooh, Ayush low on HP. Venom Nightwing low on HP. Who is going to get eliminated first? But ElementriX are the ones who are going to be eliminated in the 13th position.
Some big names dropping pretty early. Deadeyes guys, we've had DRS Chicken Dinner winners just a game ago, and a number of these teams are just down to 1 or 2 players. Skite with Abud and Ghost. We have Boro and Chari, the 2 remaining representatives of PN Crew and Abrupt Slayers, as well as we're going to be taking a look at the new circle. Chari, ASL, the last man left standing. Luckily for him, that cliff is going to provide him a lot of cover. But look at the next circle. It is perfect. It is perfect for FutureStation. And alongside them, the neighbors are going to be, of course, SGT2K. Abud creeping up quietly. Nades being tossed in by Rafat. He knows that Skite are there on the crest of the hill, but he's alone. And that means the margin for error is non-existent.
But if he does get this one grenade knock on Abud, oh, that's a good nade. That is a good nade. And that's a, ooh, it just went a bit too far. And Abud does take a few damage points, but he does realize that the enemy is going to be moving in. And I like the fact that Abud gave the sound cues, that he's moved away. Go.
Well,
all right, all right. Well, I guess that's a good good. I mean, you want to stay close to your team, and of course, 2 is always better than 1. But Rafat could have been taken out. But again, the resilience, the patience on display right now. I like the fact that he is going to take his time.
He needs to run now.
Well, he does, but the question is, does he really have any options? Because the circle is going to be really far off, as Ghost is going to be laying down some pressure with those grenades, and one lucky nade could end it all. But now Ghost sees some smoke in the distance, and well, we are all human beings. We are definitely going to fire a few shots in, hoping that a couple of those shots do connect. Mr. Boro, meanwhile, takes down Tyrant from Team Bablu, as JyanMaara's Gunner and Wang find themselves surrounded by the enemy.
Where the hell is Char? There we go. I can see Chari as well. Venom Legends will be eliminated. Rafa trying his best to stay alive for as long as possible. 3 kills, 12th position, just 3 points through the name. And now Skite. Oh, Abud! He gets another knock. He's going to find Wang, but he's going to get shot from the side. And that is going to be the knock from Muffin all the way from the quarry inside of the pit. And with that, Skites, they were on a rampage, but finally it has been put to rest. 10 kills, 11th position. They will be knocked out. Team A1. They are very close to 7Cs. The circle shrinking further and further. They need to make a move. Abud's going to find Wang, and look at that circle. Look at that. That is going to be brutal, but that is perfection for FutureStation and T2K.
Also, Chari, against all odds, has made it in. Moving back in the second, as Fair has taken out one member from A1 Esports. Sinister is on his knees. 6-9 was the next intended target. Now they are going to be exchanging a barrage of grenades. Oh my goodness, Hungry Box from elsewhere comes in and puts Jax on his knees as well. Sinister being blown to bits, courtesy of 7C's Fair. Now they are going to be moving in for the kill. 6-9 again. He is going to be, instrumental over here. He gets that first knock. Beautiful, beautiful spray over there, but Memo is going to be behind him to take him down. Now Memo and Fair have the work out as Dante is going to go in for the revive on Jax. And I do believe that revive is coming in now. Dante with the grenade off his own. He wants to make sure he blows his opposition to the 9th circle of hell. However, they've got to be careful because they are pretty much playing with live grenades right now as JyanMaara exit in the 9th position.
Yeah, we're down to the final 8 teams, 22 players left in the circle. Dante out in the blue. He needs to push up a little further. He's going to be popping in a painkiller in the meantime. And like you said, Chari's still very much in the running, mind you. Playzone's going to find Kurkure in the meantime. ASC having a bit of trouble. They had a good position initially as Dante's going to be found out. He's going to find himself in the 9th circle of hell. And Fear from 7Cs. He needs to res his teammate as well. They are 2 men standing, 1 on his knees. They have already lost Huru Love, but they are wary. They are wary of the fact that there are other players nearby. They still need to move inside of the safe zone, and time is running out.
Have a look at how T2K are basically cementing their position. They have every single house in that line covered, and now here comes the push. 7C Fair and Hungry Box are going to be moving in that smoke room as Havoc gets taken out from afar by Muffin, and Muffin is going to make sure he finds the last member as well with that Team Bablu out in the 8th position. Wonderful job by ASC over here. They are eliminated, however, they do get those kill points elsewhere. Jax is going to go in for the kill. Forget that I said that because he gets taken out in the 5th position. A1 Esports have been wiped out. Now we are down to the final 4 teams, 10 people alive, and surprisingly T2K are a 4-man squad.
It's a 4v4, it's a 4v4, v1v1. Somehow ASL's Chari still in the running, he's still alive. He still hasn't been spotted as FutureStation and T2K are battling it out. Bullets flying back and forth. And Chari, he's just watching this and he's just waiting his time, his opportune time to strike. Steel shot, barely alive.
He's gonna
and
get him.
Chari is waiting. He is so patient. He's finally going to strike, finds one to spray. Brilliant. He's going to find 3. He's going to get the knocks. How many people left standing? It's a 1v2v1. Chari's pushing in. Capshi saves his teammates. But in the end, it doesn't matter. It is going to be T2K. They're going to get a chicken dinner in the end. Chari, valiant attempt in the end, but it was not to be.
I am spellbound right now by Chari's effort, but of course, all the attention is going to be on the 4 gentlemen on our screen who are happy as ever. And I like the fact that they are pretty much near one another. They have that support coming in, of course, from behind. But what a game over here. Team T2K SG, again, that patience, making sure they have 4 members right down till the final fight is something that worked out for him. It was that one man that made all the difference. And, well, FutureStation did take the fight to them, but the win is going to be T2KSG's way.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to come out of FutureStation and T2K. They both were in the circle for ages, but in the end, Chari, I mean, my heart bleeds for the guy. He played that so well,
When we saw him earlier, when he had that cliff hook up, we were like, ain't no way this kid is making it into the circle. Not only did he make it to the circle, he knocked 1, knocked 2, almost knocked 3. He could have possibly walked away with a chicken dinner. But anyway, while we're trying to wrap our brains around what happened and appreciate all the action in the game, why don't you grab yourselves a Mountain Dew? We'll take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, once again being joined by Shadow and Fixes. And, well, the alarms are not stopping, are they?
Well,
there's a lot of noise.
Wanted T2K to get a chicken dinner, and they get it.
Yeah, they did get it, but we have to look at the MVP of this game as well, ladies and gentlemen. Who was that one individual player who won this game for his team? Well, it is going to be Ghost SCYTES. I mean, they did not get the chicken dinner, but still, if you get the kill somehow, and 7 in total, I mean, 5 kills for himself, he had 2 assists as well, you're pretty much done with your job.
I really like this from Team SCYTES right now because, you know, initially they've always been focusing on those position points, but now, since they are actually going for the kills, this does help them in the long run. And talk about the long run, the days are really short and we just have 1 more day remaining, 6 more games to go. But if you take a look at the graph, you know, he's got the highest kills in the lobby, not the best of the damage, not the best of the survival time either. So, but the highest damage take, you know, the lowest damage taken over there. He's the best out there. So, which clearly proves that he was taking every single fight, having good cover.
Exactly. I mean, good cover is going to be crucial. And one thing I have to say, though, I mean, Ghost, he had an amazing performance, but personally, we said before this game how much we love flashy plays, right? And one of those flashy plays came towards the end from Chari, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have the top players on our screens. And as we were saying about Team SCYTES, look at that. Abood is going to be on the list as well with his 4 kills. So 9 in total on just these 2 players. They had an amazing time, but so did the entire team of FutureStation.
Well, FutureStation definitely had an amazing outing considering the way zone was. It was a lane separating the 2 zones. In the end, it was all mattered was in whose favor the zone was going to shift, either the FutureStation or to T2K. It shifted to T2K. That's unfortunate for FutureStation, but FutureStation had a really good outing. In fact, SCYTES also, they started by eliminating the loss of DRS, then Abrupt Slayers, and they got 10 kills, I think, and 9 kills, just 2 players.
You know, Chari was basically the messiah. Over there, he just handed T2K the chicken dinner. Otherwise, you know, with the last fight going on, it was T2K right out in the different positions.
And he landed that one headshot on the last guy from FutureStation as well. Had that not happened, we know clutches can always come in, especially on this map of Sanhok. But now let us have a look at the standings of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and see how the points were distributed.
Well, FutureStation is at the top because of the 9 amazing kills in their hands. T2K, not at all a bad outing. They got the chicken dinner, 5 kills to their names. But look at SCYTES. They have got 11 chicken dinners and just 1 placement point. Not bad at all. Had 11 kills, I'm really sorry. 11 kills. I saw a chicken over there. I was tempted to go for it. Okay.
Totally understandable, Shadow. But you know what the best thing about Team SCYTES were? They did position very late, but you know, surviving 24 minutes and 11 kills, that's amazing. And this time 7C Esports, you know, changing their colors, rather going in for the position over the kills. But as we take a look at the teams down under, I believe today I'm cursed. Every single team's name that I'm taking ends up at bottom last.
And you came in thinking you were going to be the good luck charm, right? I mean, it did work out for Team T2K though.
This is
you
reverse
said
psychology,
that, yeah.
Johnny. You know, I had been supporting T2K, then I realized, oh my god, I'm messing up. I should go for some other team, and there you go. Voila, T2K wins that.
The same thing had been happening to Ocean for the last few days. It seems like the spot that you stand on is the thing that's cursed. But
you want to swap?
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match summary in front of us now.
Mine is also jinxed.
Look at that, though.
We saw it yesterday also. 100% kill conversion in 2 of the matches. 56 knocks, 56 kills. Perfect. And 96 smokes and nades. Let it be 100. We had a similar stat yesterday. That time also it was 96.
Considering how the circle went to its quarry and then it shifted, I really expected to see a lot of smokes, but hey, who are we complaining? What are we even complaining about? It's the circle. It's Sanhok at the end of the day. But if you take a look at the zone analysis over here, so what really happened, it was a pretty even circle, a pretty standard, and well, it was bound to go to its quarry because there was no chance on earth that it would go onto its centralized point. And once it went to its quarry, Assiduous Esports, I believe they had a very good position, but they really could not hold on to it. But that one shift that went towards in the favor of T2K, this is the game changer, right? A1 Esports and 7C, I believe they had a fight over there. And, well, A1 Esports, I really expected some better routing considering the kind of run they're having. I definitely feel it's the pressure.
Maybe it could be the pressure, but I like the positioning of the 7Cs players also. Like they took the whole control of the southern eastern side, but later on that zone shift kind of had them in problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, zone shifts are sort of one of those things that you have to adjust to every single time. It is the randomness in the game that you have to deal with. And, all right, I guess it is time for you to fuel up as well. And while Fixes fuels up with some Mountain Dew, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at do the Dew moments of this match.
Well, Team SCYTES definitely started at a very aggressive front, taking down the plus of Team DRS. In fact, DRS, it's Sanhok. You need to be united. They were so spread out, not too much spread out. I agree you have to cover your angles also, but you need to have each other's backs, and they didn't have that, and Team SCYTES had no trouble eliminating that player. Later on, they went on to take 3 of the players down from Abrupt Slayers. Also, they had a very good outing, 10 kills. In fact, 7C also, they started off really good. They had a good positioning in the zone, but later on, there were so many squads at the northern side of them that they couldn't just make it to the zone.
You know, the thing about Team SCYTES is that now they finally realize, you know, play like you have no tomorrow. And that is the exact motto. Regardless of the fact they did not have the best of the outings, those skills are certainly justifying how good they are getting at the game right now. But, you know, this is the fight. I really love the angle from 6ix9ine getting that one knock. But then again, you had 3 players, they knew their location, and this is where Abrupt Slayers Shari, look at his position. He just gifted every single player of T2K was way too much in the open, and all that, you know, Venom had to do was just wait for the circle to just close in, and T2K were just handed that chicken dinner.
I mean, we always talk about how one bullet, one piece of lead fired from a gun can change everything, and well, it did for a lot of teams, in fact, but let's go back. Let's go back towards where Team SCYTES are. 11 kills coming on quite early in the game. And I wish they had survived for the later stage. I wish they were there in those final fights so we could actually see if they got the chicken dinner. How many kills would they have? Because 11 kills right here, and then we have the big mark on Team Bablu with 7 kills coming in. Apart from that, only FutureStation. I mean, they failed to get the chicken dinner for themselves, but I think this is what proves my point, right?
Yeah.
You have to pick the timings when you kick it, when you flick the switch and turn up the aggression. But I'm curious about one thing. Fixes, could you step out for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Come with me. Join me on the stage.
All right.
I have done this with Experiment as well. He was taller than the damage bars. Let's put you up against the damage bar being...
See, don't make a short man
yeah,
do that.
I mean, you and I, both of us are shorter than the damage being put up by Team SCYTES. Pretty sad for us, right?
I mean,
we gotta be more aggressive. You and I gotta be more aggressive.
Brutal. You know, They need to develop some kind of serum. This is preposterous. This is not happening.
they have a serum for it. It is called Mountain Dew.
Is it kind of a miracle therapy?
Well, it can be. We're going to find out. But for now, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard, ladies
Then
and
I'm
gentlemen.
taking all of it.
Some
Fixus
people
is going to
never
take the
change.
Mountain Dew. Yeah.
You know, Shad, I was just about to give it to you. But regardless of the fact, let's take a look at the leaderboard over there. Abrupt Slayers still maintaining that top spot. In fact, they just toppled over A1 Esports. But the margin, look at that. Just 3 points shy.
Yes, just 3 points. A1 Esports, maybe the way they have been approaching the game, we can see them at the top position. But if we talk about Team Bablu and DRS Gaming 125 points, Team Bablu 125 points. Next match is going to be crucial for both of the teams. 7C Esports is definitely stepping up their game, considering they are going a little aggro mode and they are sitting in the 5th position. Let's see if they can make it to the top 3 or not in last match of today. And Team ElementriX, they have been having a little bad outings, so they are at the 6th position with 110 points.
You know, with the kind of competition that has built up, you know, tomorrow's day is going to be hot. That's what I can say.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, once we move along down the line, a lot of surprising teams out there. You know, Venom Legends, not the kind of expectations or not the kind of gameplays that we really thought they could have. But look at team sites. You know, they are dead last bottom. And the way they are picking themselves up, it might just be too late, but I think they're still going to put a fight for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, you need to put up a fight right now at this moment, because tomorrow, as you say, it is going to be a little too hot, and a lot of teams and a lot of players are definitely going to burn, ladies and gentlemen. But now it is time for us to have a look at the schedule and see the last match that is going to be played today. And well, in like a classic fashion, we are going to go towards Erangel once again. Complete circle every single day. Start from Erangel, finish on Erangel. Today's one Erangel went to Assiduous Esports, then it was taken by DRS Gaming. Who is going to get the chicken dinner on this one? Time will tell, along with my analysts and also the map chance percentage that we have for you guys.
Well, T2K had the chicken dinner, but DEADEYES, guys, they have been having a lead when it comes to map chance, but they are not having those perfect outings. 7C Esports, they had a good Erangel previous one, but Abrupt Slayers, they have also started falling down.
Yeah, they certainly have started falling down, but still, you know, they've somehow managed to stay at the tippity top. But right now, what my focus is on DEADEYES. Well, they did with the league stages. They've gotten through a small roster shuffle. They've got their entry fragger in, but he's not been at his best of days. But if I were to pick up a team right now, I think I will go with FutureStation.
Right, Shadow, what about you?
I was about to say FutureStation, considering they had a very good last match yesterday.
You guys picked T2K the last time as well, and that team did really well. But this time they said FutureStation. Let's see if the other two, if my neighbors agree with the guys who I spend my most of the time with. Commentators, go ahead.
A1. A1. I'm going to go with A1 again.
A1.
Yep.
I'm sticking to my guns from before. Abrupt Slayers. I think they might just do it. Charlie just showed me a few
I
glimpses
agree with you.
of
I mean, they have been doing pretty well for themselves.
I mean, Chari, the fact he stayed alive that long, now they got a first place. I mean, you have to believe in them, but I feel like A1, they don't care about positions. They're just going to kill everyone.
I'm going either with Abrupt Slayers or DRS, because the gap between I mean the second and the 4th position and the 3rd, because the points are tied up, it's 25 points. I want that to be less now.
Fair.
I think I want it to be a bit more drama. I think I'm going to agree with you, but I'm still going to stick with ASL. Let's see if they can hold on to this new lead that they've garnered for themselves. But with that, Johnny, I think we're going to see you later. Thank you so much. And, well, the final game is going to be underway.
Yeah, game number 15 out of 20, right? The final game. A few of these teams, they're on the 90-point, 100-point region, so to speak. This is their last shot.
What do we always say? One good game.
And look, one good 30-point game for any of these teams in the languishing in the middle of the pack, in the 8th to 12th position. They could make it happen. They could overturn things. T2K right now 11th place, right? But they had that hell of a chicken dinner right now. If they can get another one, a similar high-scoring game right now, they could be in the running still. I don't think you can count anyone out yet at the moment.
See, talking about T2K, you were kind of saying that, hey man, you guys have been talking this team up, but I really haven't seen anything, and they proved you wrong in the last game. So yes, it is true that, you know, this is going to be the last ditch effort for a lot of teams. 6 games remain, including this one, but for the last time in the day, have a look at your players as the countdown clock is going to be underway, and this time I'm not going to say anything.
4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get it on! It is gonna be, of course, on Erangel once more. And the plane path, that's spicy. Oh, that's spicy. He's got to be starting off straight over Novo and going to be heading all the way between Severny and Stalwart, leaving a large swath of the map kind of a little far away from the plane path, but I don't think that's going to really deter a few of these teams. For example, FutureStation would be opting to go towards Georgiapol unless I'm very much mistaken. I'm going to be very surprised if T2K is going to be the only team in a military island. I believe you're going to be seeing at least a couple of teams dropping very early over here.
We could see that, but looks like T2K aren't jumping out as expected. In fact, ASL are going to be jumping out early. It looks like they might be heading towards...
Wait, where is T2K?
Wait a second. They are mixing things up. Since they won the last game, I kind of think that they have a little bit of, well, a thought in their mind that, you know what, if we just push through, we can do this. And, well, everybody knows they call military base their home. They are not taking any chances this time. ElementriX, of course, are still going to be heading to their favorite drop spot, and that is going to be that split between Ferry Pair and the Sosnovka military base. But, Blay, where is T2K?
Where the hell are they? I am bamboozled. I am surprised because there are a few things certain in life. Death, taxes, and T2K dropping on the military base. And right now, they've defied all of us, and they are looking to still trying to spot them out.
Kamishki? Oh, they're playing it safe. They are playing it safe. They think they have a chance right now, which is actually good. That is the kind of mentality that we want. And look at that circle. We saw this before as well. We shall see it once again. Gotka again at the center.
Curious thing for me is ElementriX dropping towards military base instead of heading towards Ferry Pier where they usually drop towards. And T2K, are they going to be cursing their luck here?
Now, at this point, as you have a look at ElementriX, they are in vehicles moving towards the ferry pair, right? Now, someone would be on the lookout for some parachutes in the air, and, well, the question is, are they, well, talking about parachutes in the air, FutureStation's machine is going to lock on Danny. However, we don't have heat-seeking bullets over here, otherwise that would have been easy-peasy, but that MAC-10 is not going to be the perfect weapon.
Uzi, MAC-10, I was confused.
You should need to maybe lead just a little bit, and, well, we just wasted 3 magazines.
Danny is going to be a very, very thankful person right now. He's going to land, he's going to be safe, and he's going to be looting up his stuff. He's got a pan, but he needs a gun as well. And he is kind of isolated. His teammates should be around in the vicinity. Yes, they are. But they are kind of split. Danny's up north, north of the channel, while the rest of his team are a little bit further down south. And this could get tricky. This could be very interesting.
This could be interesting. And again, I'm just looking at the map, and it's surprising that the military base is empty. And ASL this time.
No, it's not. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. ASL this time decided to go to Norway.
They're going to take a boat. They're going to take a boat. ASL's going to take a boat. They're going to go. They're going to take. Can we take a look at the map? Production, please. Thank you. Thank you. You can clearly see ASL towards Novo. They're going to loot up.
I see what you're doing.
They're going to get on a boat. They're going to go all the way down south. They're going to go all the way down south, avoid Primorsk, and probably land on the beaches west of Gatka. I feel that's going to be the play here for them.
They might hit Primorsk as well because they do know ElementriX are at the ferry pair, but looks like shots have been fired. We are going to join the action as well. It's teammates firing upon one another. Of course, that wasn't the case. It did look like it as we switched to the action over here, but does look like Kurkure did take a few bullets to the chest. Of course, this isn't real life, so he can quickly heal himself up, patch himself up with a few bandages, or first aid indeed as well. And, well,
they're heading...
Wait, a lot of action.
They're heading towards Milta Power? That doesn't make sense. Oh,
well, no, that is where they love dropping down. That is where they're most comfortable with. So, you know, they are going to loot up, and then, of course, they have their vehicles, and they are going to make that long migration due west, hoping that there is no opposition in the way. But right now, Steel Shot is going to be opening up on Zibian at quite some distance. And again... maybe we need to focus on a bit more loot because I don't see any meds on him. If he does take a few shots, he is going to be at a disadvantage because Tyrant could be backing his teammate up. But again, all these teams are kind of displaced right now, Blay, and I do not see Team Bablu haven't still made it to Georgiapol where they wanted to go, and FutureStation as well haven't made it to the drop spot. And looks like this is rather interesting. When vehicles don't work on land, why? Well, we can take a boat instead. They are still going to make it to Georgiapol, but by the way of water.
Yeah, it took them a while. I mean, the plane path didn't allow them to drop all the way straight into Georgiapol. Fortunately for them, there's no one towards Georgie. There's no one north of Georgiapol, there's no one south of Georgiapol, and there's no one in the hospital either. So that's a lot of free real estate which will be taken by Team Bablu. They're going to be squatting over there. In the meantime, we have our eyes over here onto team number 19. That is, of course, DEADEYES guys, a team who have the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and that is just unfortunate. You want consistency. And for me, the team that channels consistency has to be A1, right? They don't necessarily get a chicken dinner. They've only had one chicken dinner so far, but the amount of kills they get every single game, I mean, that's something you can't take away from them. ASL, they are back on top thanks to Chari's heroics in the previous game, but they hold on to the lead with a measly 3 points.
Now, Chari could have probably picked off another point or two for himself had he gone for those finishes instead of trying to wipe out the entire team, but respect where respect is due. I mean, that was a ballsy move. And, well, he does have those that confidence on his skills. He did go for it. Almost did the job. Capchi was the last man standing in front of him. But that is how the cookie crumbled. And right now, JyanMaara, 98 points, sitting dead smack center of the leaderboard. Again, one of the favorites entering this tournament. They really haven't lived up to the expectations. Again, all that pressure mounting on his shoulders is something that can drag you down. But right now, Extreme, ooh, this is an extreme move. He is going past the boys from SCYTES, and I think Abrupt is going to let a few shots loose. Yes, he does. He does rattle out those DP28 shots, and now he focuses on Gunner, and looks like Gunner could be in trouble. Last second knock, that too with a bullet to the noggin.
A bullet to the noggin, and on his knees is Mr. Gunner, and he's going to be crawling around in the field, and there's nothing he can do. There's no cover nearby, and Gunner will be the first casualty of the map.
Well, Gunner did get gunned down in quite a peculiar fashion, and I mean, Phobia, well, not Phobia, but I have some funny thought in my mind, which I'll come back to later, because I need that to be on our screens, but right now,
I do want to point out one thing. SCYTES are at the bottom of the table.
Yep.
However, the previous game, they were, like I said, they were a warpath. They were just mowing teams down. And you know what? If you're going to go out of the tournament, if you're going to be, if you're not going to be making a top 3, at least go out in style. At least make them bleed.
Also, you got to remember one thing, Blay. All these position points, you do have some cash money associated with it. Everyone walks away with something or the other. Now, the question is, are you going to be content with just a few dollars, or do you want some more, as Shifu Sir is going to be trying lighting up JyanMaara Extreme? And well, again,
that's very optimistic.
That is optimistic indeed. But again, it's just letting people know that hey, no, do not come my way. This is already occupied.
Interestingly, it looks like ASL is not going to be going with my prediction. I'm just taking a look at the minimap, which I have open on my second monitor. Oh, there we go. They haven't opted to go for the boat. It looks like they're going to be just, well, I mean, the west side bridge is open and it's free for the taking, so they're going to be going for that. Maybe they couldn't find a boat, maybe they took a little too long to loot, but they have the pathway. There's no one nearby.
There isn't anyone nearby, but I'm kind of looking at Assiduous Esports right now. It does look like they are migrating west. They aren't going to be stopping at the bridge anytime soon. And have a look at T2KSG all the way up at Kameshki and Stalwart. Of course, they are going to be out in the blue for some time. That damage...
They're going to be a little annoyed. I mean, if they dropped to its military base, this would have been perfect for them, circle-wise.
Yeah, but then still, it's that you have to balance it out. It's all about taking the risk with ElementriX, blockading their path in. But again, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a lot of boats over here in Erangel. I was actually expecting, if ASL had done, as you said, that would have been one of the best moves. They would have pretty much surprised a lot of teams that, whoa, where did these guys come from? I mean, especially when you feel like you have your backs up against the wall. But right now, Aussie, ooh, stalking his spray.
Aussie.
Looks like 7C, in fact, they have kind of given their position away with that. Well, that's a lot of smoke over there. Is something on fire?
Yeah,
it does look like it, doesn't it?
Well, if you see smoke, there has to be fire, but...
but it's white smoke, so the fire's already out.
Is that the case?
Black smoke is when you have fire. You're going to have more black fumes coming out, and when the fire actually dies out, it is going to be white. A little, a little tip for all of you watching.
All right, there we go. I've gone camping a few times, but most of it I don't remember what really transpired over there. But here we go. High voltage, taking a couple of shots, but the premises have been evacuated by the team who were there. 7C are just going to leg it. It's an M249 in a drop. No one's going to be picking it up. And they're not wasting any time. They need to head straight towards the circle. The circle is going to be centered around Gatka, hospital, ruins, the mountain. Everything is inside of the safe zone for the moment. The problem here for Team Bablu, if you take a look at them, they are North Georgie and FutureStation are just down south. Now, both of them are safe for the time being, but if they are forced to traverse that channel and head down south, they're going to be in for a world of pain because there are a number of teams lying in wait.
You know, we might just actually see the circle shift towards that mountain because P and crew are going to be going up top as Love comes under fire courtesy of JyanMaara. Now, JyanMaara, we did see them lose Gunner up ahead. They are a 3-man squad. They need to be a little bit careful if they want to make it towards the end. Now, Extreme has spotted the enemy at distance. Of course, no humans were rendering, but of course the vehicle is going to be seen. Now, I like the fact that 7C are the buggy boys right now. Each one of their members has a buggy to himself. I don't know. I just like that. But 6ix9ine over here trying to light up the mentioned buggy boys, and well, they are lucky indeed.
Not a single bullet, not a single bullet grazing them.
Not a scratch.
You know what's going to be interesting is when T2K and ASL come in from the blue and they just catch a lot of teams by surprise from behind. Obviously, they are still in the blue right now. They are traversing the green plains of this map as A1, a team that I personally picked, and I feel like they are a team who would be looking to end the day being the kings of the hill. We had ASL be #1 yesterday. Take a look at the map here. T2K have managed to escape the blue. They've managed to make their way towards a bit of a safer area, but Venom is on a trajectory path with them. In the meantime, ASL they just crossed farm, and they're going to be fine. They're going to be heading towards Pochinki, which has been evacuated by everyone else. So ASL looking good so far, although they haven't really got any kills to the name yet. But look at the center of the circle. It's a kaleidoscope of players, and it's going to be a kaleidoscope of red, as we have Boro, who has been knocked down.
Now the thing is, Mr. Boro and his teammates are on top of the hill, but Boro was left behind. Wait a second, Poison is going to get knocked out as well. Basically, whoever was not atop the hill is out of this game as far as P and crew is concerned, which means Sandesh and Ayush are going to be the last surviving members from the team. Elsewhere, Bad Rev is going to be picking a fight with DRS Gaming as Mafia Ninja has been knocked and put on the ground. Mr. Hyozu with that Scarwell. Can he get a knock on Muffin?
Yes, he will.
He doesn't. And he is going to be kicking himself in the foot because that was basically just one bullet away. But however, well, that is one lucky man indeed. Now, Bad Rev, we did see him knock and kill a member from DRS a little while earlier. He is still looking for the remaining members of that squad. Little does he know they are holed up in that squad right in front of him. And, well, they've got to be careful because the circle is going to make a shift in about 20 to 30 seconds. And we are all going to be waiting with bated breath to see whether it goes north or whether it goes south. Because have a look at all the teams. They are in the central belt of the circle, so they're not really going to be affected. But wherever the circle goes, expect a load of gunfire.
A Mark 14 getting dropped, and I'm sure ElementriX have spotted it in the skies, but not really worth going for it. Venom is going to be going for a little bit of an excursion on their vehicles, and Bad Rev spots them out, but he's... Oh, I think they're... In fact, yeah, he spots him out, but he's not really going to be... Well, I say he's not going to be taking any fights or shots, but he will indeed. That car is very colorful indeed, and he is going to be taken down. Poison, in fact, from above, from the mountains, going to find him, and now Bad Rev's like, wait, what happened there? Nightwing's going to, well, knock himself out. That is unfortunate, and Venom Legends are in a rough spot at the moment. FutureStation, they're all 4 alive, all 4 looking good, and they are in a safe zone. And we take a look at the circle. The second circle, it is tight. It is very tight indeed. It is Gatka. Centralized Hospital is still inside of it. A little bit of the mountain as well. And look at T2K.
I like it.
Look at T2K. Look at where they've come in from, considering they landed in Kameshki all the way towards the northeast part of the map. But, well, they found himself in a safe spot right now.
That is a great location indeed, as Fair is trying to light up the members from sides as 1, 2, 3, and now the 4th member is going to be going past him, but none of those bullets are going to connect. All that he's done is give away his position. But again, at this point, every single compound you should, you know, basically assume it's occupied.
100%. You need to be paranoid at this point. You know what's crazy is, considering the amount of bullets that have been fired so far on this map, there have been only 4 casualties. Only 4 players taken down yet, as P and crew riding in through the midst of a lot of players. Ozzy's going to find a free kill.
You don't want to stop here.
Good night, Ayush, but oh, there we go. I thought he was going to survive for a second there, but Ozzy's going to finish him off, and that is going to be P and crew down to, if I'm not mistaken, just 2 players, Poison and Sandesh, still in the running. Poison down to half HP, but he's out in the open. Luckily for him, that house provides much needed cover, and he will get on down to heal himself up. But like you pointed out, XP, all these compounds have occupants. Everyone's entrenched, well entrenched. They're ready. They're waiting for the circle to shift further. And for the time being, it is going to be a bit of a stalemate.
It is going to be a bit of a stalemate as, well, the teams that don't have any cover are still frantically trying to find some. Ooh, a booth, you are going to be caught off. Your head is definitely going to be seen. Do not get back in the vehicle, my friend, but you are lucky that Memo went in for a, well, wait a second, Sandesh. He's my man because we have the bolt action in use. A Car 98 headshot is something that is going to make me really happy. And the recipient of that said shot was Havoc from High Voltage. Now, 7C, they are out in the field in Gatka. They are one of those teams, well, they are kind of spread out. The remaining members do have plenty of cover, but they've got to be careful because at one end, they have SCYTES, and at the other, they have A1 Esports. Now, something out of the ordinary over here. Love is quite a distance away from his teammates. In fact, if I have it right, about 500 meters away, which is, again, at this stage play, that is not the right call.
That is not the right call. You want to move like a pack of wolves at the moment, and take a look. Let's take a look. Let's just hold on to this. I don't see any action breaking out anytime soon right now. Turulov, like he's pointed out, is far, far away from the rest of the action, but there's no one nearby, so there's no immediate danger for the time being, as we're going to be waiting for the circle to collapse on itself. And where's it going to go? Not too bad. Not bad. It's going to be a Gatka final circle. That's nice.
Again, most of the compounds in that circle are, you know, something that people are going to be well aware of. They have played over here time in and time out. And of course, you know, you can't assume that there's going to be an empty space, any empty real estate over there, because every single house is going to be occupied as an M249 is going to drop down from the skies above.
ASC is going on an excursion all by his lonesome, trying to draw out a little bit of fire, but they're going to be fine. They're going to be finding themselves in a pretty comfortable spot on the periphery of the circle, but the problem is, as the circle shrinks in further, they're going to be facing off a lot of players. ASC, I said that. I said he was being a little crazy. He was trying to be a little crazy, and he's going to be taken down. Muffin is going to make his escape. They're just going to abandon their teammate. There's nothing they can do at this point, and with that, unfortunately, Krasi will be down and out for the count. Gets taken down. Eliminated, assassinated by Zero Fear and JyanMaara. They're looking pretty comfortable right now. They don't need to budge. They can just hold on. The thing is, like you pointed out earlier, in a scenario like this, you need to have eyes in the back of your head. So you need to be very aware of where a flank might be coming in from.
Yes, sir. And, well, ASC's woes are not over, as Kurkre is going to get taken down as well, as Muffin is going to come under fire. Ooh, Jari has a spot on him. He does get the knock if he blows out the vehicle.
ASC, ASL.
I mean, ASC, ASL. ASC really haven't come out on top so far. Meanwhile, Ghost is going to be knocking out Memo off his feet with a grenade, as Zibian is going to get the knock on Muffin. Razor over here is going to go a little bit extra as he gets a knock on Hungry Box. SCYTES are looking good again. They do have 2 kills. The question is, can they make it even more? They are going to add to that count right now, as Hungry Box is going to be put out of his misery as well, which means Love is the last man standing. Again, remember, he was miles away from his team. That is why 7C still have a chance.
They still have a chance. 7Cs, unfortunately, they have evaporated. They are down to the one man, Mr. Love. Well, let's see if he can be a love machine later on. We have a little bit of...
Well, he definitely has no love for the opposition right now, let me tell you that.
Jane. T2K, they went for that massive excursion. I don't believe we haven't had a single team which has been eliminated yet so far. Everyone's still in the running. Although, that being said, a lot of these teams are down to just 1 man or 2 men left alive.
They're just hanging on by a thread, of course. Those teams are Assiduous Esports and 7C. So let's see if they can do what Shari did in the last game and get those position points for their teammates. But now SCYTES, they are coming back again. I'm telling you, the Reapers, finally, they got a message from the underworld. Wait a second, Mr. Hyozu. Wait, was that Mr. Hyozu? What was he doing out there? Ooh, this is interesting. Orange, he is going to be blown to bits with a grenade, courtesy of Aussie, as Havoc is going to be, well, raining havoc from afar. Now, ElementriX, they've got to be careful because, wait a second, blah, 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 is going to be the last man standing. He's got to take cover quickly. Can he do anything for his team right now? His vehicle is really close to blowing up. He needs to move away from that.
He's got cover. He's got those hay bales he can work with. Those are all... Oh,
I mean...
Where's he getting shot from?
The thing is, you know, you can shoot under vehicles as well. And, of course, you see a vehicle, you are going to shoot all around it. Where are these shots coming from? It is somewhere from the right. Let me see if I can make it out on the map. They are coming from A1 Esports. All the way, you see that minimap? They are coming all the way from that direction. That was just amazing.
Blah, blah, blah. Well, he's got enough time to at least heal himself up a little bit. He's got some time, some cover afforded by the vehicle as well as the hay bales right next to him, as Venom's coming under fire from AJ from Team DRS. They had a rough game earlier. They got a chicken dinner as well, so it's been up and down for them, as we do see Fires to FutureStation having to take the fight with Venom. And Venom Legends, Nightwing and Shuvo, the 2 members left standing. They are a little further down, so they're going to be fine. But Turulov coming in, he's going to be pushing them in. He's alone, and he's going to find 2 kills. 2 freebies for Turulov, and is still standing. He's still looking for more. He's got time to res himself, to heal himself. Because
Sandesh with a Car 98 headshot from afar, and Blade just lost his mind. There you have it. The first elimination, 7C Esports out in the 16th. Following them quickly is ElementriX in the 5th. 15th position now. I mean, did you see that? What are the chances?
That's from across the map. That's a light year.
That's a sniper for you.
That's a light year away. What a shot. And Turelov's gonna
Oh
be annoyed, but Rafa
goodness.
is gonna take down 6-9, but in turn Dante will reply back. The action is definitely heating up right now. It is pure utter chaos as Venom from T2K. They're just one man down for T2K, and there's 0 kills to the name, and they know where he is. They know where he is. And SCYTES, they're gonna come in, and they're gonna be getting the kill, and all they needed was one well-placed grenade, and that is gonna be GG, well played for T2K SG. Good night, Sweet Prince. And A1 Esports now. Dante, 4 players left alive. They have 2 kills to the name, and they're looking for more, looking for blood.
Again, Blake, what you said in the beginning, you know, I mean, if you are at the top, you got to play your game. You can't get passive. T2K, they're going to change things up, and well, they pay the price right now. Poison with some fire on sites. The sites could be in trouble. Phobia does get a knock on Assassin. All this could be devastating right now. One good bang could be devastating for that team. One good grenade, in fact, lobbed inside that little fortress of, oh my goodness, how are they still alive? Elsewhere, Leon is going on a bit of a rampage right now. Domination spree as he gets 3 quick kills. He has just obliterated Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports, they've been blown to smithereens. SCYTES, though, they still have a little bit of cover, but Sandesh, he is not letting up. He's still rattling off the shots. He's still landing a couple of bullets here and there. And SCYTES, well, there is a god above. There is a god of death probably watching down on them and blessing them, because I have no idea how they're still in the running. Venom Legends, they've been eliminated as well. They did get just the 1 kill. A1 Esports, Dante in the grave, with 3 players still alive. And I say that, but I want to take a look at what's happening over here. Aussie laying down the fire onto A1. He has everyone else left alive, and taking a look at the circle as well. Everyone is in the safe zone, but the bullets, there is no respite.
That is a good molly. In fact, Sinister is going to be brought down to his knees, which means he might just go in for the kill. Jax is right there next to him. He's got to be careful as Shifusa elsewhere is going to take out Machine. Well, Aussie does get that final knock finish on Sinister as well. Sunday still with the bold action is going ham as he takes out Ghost, and he confirms him with a headshot as well. Right now, Poison at distance trying to find the feet of 6-9. If he finds a lucky shot, that could be the end for that team as well. A1 Esports are going to be hanging on by a thread as we speak, and again, 6-9 is the last man standing. You remember that from somewhere?
I do. I don't think I'm ever going to forget that, as Aussie is taking the fight, but he in turn is going to be dropped by AJ. Reply fire from Team DRS. Hold on. Remember, bear in mind, ASL haven't dropped a single member yet. We're down to 11 teams, 32 left alive, and the circle is going to shrink in further and further. And ASL, they are in the circle, and so are Team Bablu. Sandesh with a car 98 is going to hit the hit, and he's going to finish off 6-9. A headshot on the ground. Good night, as Team A1 will be knocked out from the competition. 10 teams alive, 31 players in the running, and look at this. Look at the way it's been laid out.
So I've had quite a few favorites over the course of this tournament. Right now, Sandesh is my new favorite from PN Crew. Of course, I did see him in action with the M24 in Vikendi. Let me tell you one thing, Blay. This man can handle his weapon, but right now, Sandesh again with that car 98 is going to be devastating as he takes down SCYTES. Razur, as a member of the opposing team, is going to be blown to bits. But right now, this is going to be a bad neighborhood. ASL do have a good position over here, but JyanMaara are going to be putting all the pressure, but they've got to be able. High voltage have come in from behind as AJ takes down Steel Shot with a flurry of bullets. Machine is going to be taken down next. Is he going to get a squad rev away? It's all Bad Rev. It's all going to be on Bad Rev. Bad Rev, the last member again for FutureStation, time in and time out. Well, I just said that, and it looks like he just went out for a 6.
AJ just mowing them down like a lawnmower, man. And that nade is huge. I think, not a nade, it was a knock there. Oh, DRS getting taken down. Left, right, and center, they're all on the floor. Nima's going to be eliminated, Galzan as well. And AJ might be the last man left standing for his team. And Deadeyes, guys, they were quiet all this while, and now it's their time to shine as Bablu. Teen Wolf getting a couple of knocks. It's Poison. He hasn't budged.
How are they still alive? SCYTES have come under fire time in and time out, but these guys are still up and running. But Giro Fair with a knock on Joker knocks him off his feet with a grenade as Heaven retaliates with a knock off his zone. Now Wang is going to go in for the kill. Little does he know there's an enemy with a gun trained on him as soon as he enters, and that enemy is going to be Leon from ASL, who takes him down with a flurry of bullets. That is going to be devastating for them right now. But SCYTES Razur is still on a bit of a rampage. Have a look at ASL play. 8 kills to their name already, all 4 4 members intact.
Welcome back, ASL. Welcome back to the game. They were the gods of PUBG Mobile South Asia on day 1. They had a very, very quiet day 2, but now looks like they're back. Looks like they want to extend the lead. Looks like they want to be the kings of the hill. And JyanMaara out in the open, but the nade finds him. In the meantime, Wadusar has taken down Team Bablu. I think Team Bablu just got eliminated over there, and teams are falling by the wayside. Bablu 8 possession, 1 kill. Heaven, he's on a rampage as well. 1 player remains for JyanMaara.
Look at this beautiful play over here. Gino Fair was in the passenger seat, but he does get spotted by Leon. I've got to give it to him. That was a valiant effort, but DE Wadusar is going to be on a domination spree. 4 kills to his name, but Shifu gets taken down. Rated gets taken down. SCYTES again. Once again, why are these guys not being taken down? They are going to focus their attention on DE. They're going to focus their attention on DRS. These guys look unstoppable right now, Blay.
6 teams. 6 teams, XP. 6 teams. 16 alive. AJ, the lone man standing for his team. Just look at him. Look at him on the camera. He's taking a deep breath. He's like, all right, no bullets flying past right now. Let's take a deep breath and see how this one's going to be playing on out. We, of course, have this. The zone is tiny.
I've got some bad news for you, though.
Tell me.
I do believe the gentleman we were just talking about has been taken out, as we are now down to 5 teams. The Costas Curse lives. DRS Gaming out of this game in the 6th position with 5 kills, as Wadusar is trying to get a knock on the members from High Voltage. He does spot something in the distance. Smoke, of course, is going to be something that distracts all these players. And one random shot connects. This could be devastating for Razor. And now he gets blown to bits by a nade by Sandesh.
Sandesh is going to just mow them down. Skype, you were asking how they've been alive for so very long. It looks like the time might be up here. Phobia is the last man left standing for the side of Team SCYTES. He's going to try to use a smoke to provide a little bit of cover so he can try and res his teammate. That is Razor, but the nade. So much damage, and Razor is bleeding out. They need a smoke right now, but it looks like they don't have a single smoke. No, they do have a smoke, I think. But hold on, Sandesh, he is still continuing his reign of terror. Razor will be taken down. There's no res possible. And for SCYTES, they're down to Phobia. They have 8 kills to their name. But Abrupt Slayers have come to play. They've woken up. 14 kills, 4 alive. And we're down to the final 5 teams in the run.
They're playing like they did in the first game, and look at that. Phobia is going to knock Sandesh out, and with that, we are down to the final 3 teams. 9 players alive. Chari is going to be opening up with the remaining members of Deadeyes, guys. They are split in 2s right now. However, Shifu is down on top, gets taken down as well. That means Rated Sir and Vadu Sir, they have decisions to make. Do they go in for the knocks, or do they go in for the revives? Well, Vadu has an opening as he knocks out Chari, who will be picked out by Heaven. Meanwhile, SCYTES are being eliminated in the 4th position with 9 kills. Ozzy is still keeping that. He's still carrying that torch for his team. He does get those placement points. Can he do a ASL Chari and get himself to 2nd position?
It could happen, but the circle's going to be shrinking in, and he is not in the safe zone. The thing is, Deadeyes, guys, even though they're pinned down, they have the circle in their favor, and they also have that rock and the drop as well. Wow. But 14 kills. Abrupt Slayers, they're looking for the record. They're looking for the finals records over here. I don't think any team's crossed 17, if I'm not mistaken, which was Abrupt Slayers' record a day before yesterday. Yes, and here we go. They're waiting 23 seconds. There's a little bit of time to wait here. Do they have any nades? I don't think they have nades, or else they would have been tossing in a multitude of nades towards Deadeyes, guys.
Look at Ozzy's position. I mean, no one has an idea that he's there. Of course, Joker. Well, you know what's going to happen? Deadeyes, guys, they are going to have all their attention pretty much at this box because they know Heaven and another member are there because he got revived. Of course, the smoke is going to give the position away. I like the fact that they have a smoke deployed, but they are going to be at the edges because, well, we are going to be shooting pretty much in the center. Now, Ozzy. Can he do something? Oi. He is going to be still slithering his way.
Rock.
Oh, that rock is pretty much his rock right now, but he does get spotted out finally, and there you have it. Joker is like, you are not doing what we did last time, and now it's down to the final 2. Oh, there you have it. We have another knock. Shifu gets taken down. Expect to push over. Leon's been spotted. Leon is going to be taken down as well as Joker now is last man standing for his team. Wait a second. What happened to ASL in the blink of an eye? They have been obliterated, and Deadeyes, guys, could well be on their way to win another chicken dinner, and you just said that this is going to be ASL. Looks like Joker is trying to retaliate with
he's
everything
not done
that
yet.
he's got. Grenades are coming in. That is going to go boom, and that is going to be the end of the game. Beautiful game. There you have it. He did get up. He did try to get out of harm's way, but Deadeyes, guys, yes, sir. Go ahead and flex all your muscles because you guys have been amazing. Wow.
Abrupt Slayers, they weren't able to break the record with 15 kills.
What a game.
That's gonna help them a lot right now. That's gonna extend the lead further, solidify it heading into the final day.
That is going to be a major morale boost for both these teams. In fact, Deadeyes, guys, are going to be happy. They are climbing higher up on the leaderboard as well. But as you did mention, that brilliant 15-kill game is going to be devastating for whoever was in second and third position. But that is how the cookie crumbles, as we like to say, as we are now at the end of all the games for today. And, well, DEADEYES guys, finally the winners.
I want to know, I really want to know how it's going to be playing out when it comes to leaderboards. Because here's the thing, A1 Esports, second place, right? They have Team Bablu nearby as well. And now with DEADEYES guys, with that win, they might have just catapulted themselves to the top 3 spot, which could be devastating for a few of these other teams. Because now we have 5 games remaining and 1 final day left to play.
It could be devastating for the other teams, but it's more exciting for us because tomorrow is going to be the make it or break it day. Imagine the play stories that we're going to have tomorrow. But for that, we're going to have to wait. Don't go anywhere because the analyst desk has a nice little surprise for you. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, joined by Shadow and Fixes. And well, it is an amazing day. I mean, we were talking about alarms going off, and finally, Abrupt Slayers, a team who went to sleep at the end of day 1, have finally woken up in an incredible manner. Let's have a look at the MVP for this game first, before we get the conversation started with our analysts as to how the games went for the other team. But it is the new man for ASL, Leon.
Well, he was there in every fight. The way he took down 3 players of Team Stalwart Esports and taking down the players of Team SCYTES, Wang especially, he was in there every single fight. And the damage he has given out is 997. That is a high damage. 6 kills just to this one guy. 2 assists, survival time 27 minutes, 27 seconds. Not bad. In fact, damage taken 192. Not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And if my memory serves correct, I believe during the league stages, he had his name changed. It was captain, but now that he is in right now, well, you know, he's been performing amazingly well. In the last fight, he had a lot to do, but the majority of the work had already been cut out when they made themselves inside the final circle, and before that, they had a lot of kills to back them up.
Well, the name might have changed, but his playstyle still remains the same. And towards the end, I mean, it was just them taking out Aussie that made the noise and helped the players of DEADEYES actually spot them out.
It just broke loose there.
Yeah, DEADEYES guys, I mean, we know they just need one opportunity. We do have the top players on our screens as well, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be 3 players from the team of Abrupt Slayers in this list.
Well, 3 players of Abrupt Slayers are definitely there, considering the high number of kills they have. I think 14 kills to their name. And obviously, Joker, HeavenX, they were taking so many fights. In fact, PN Crew Sandesh also, the way he was taking those Car 98 shots from so much long distance, and the way he eliminated the players of Team 7C True Love, he could have clutched in that moment. He is going to be very sad, but Sandesh kind of helped the players of Team T2K unknowingly, obviously. And if we talk about DEADEYES, the noise that Abrupt Slayers player made, that really helped the players of DEADEYES.
Well, let's see if it helped them enough to actually secure the first position, because ASL, they had a lot of kills for themselves, and that's what I'm talking about. 15 kills, even though the chicken dinner wasn't theirs, the points were.
You know, that's where the new point standings really comes into play. And the Abrupt Slayers, I think after this win, they are going to create a huge lead for themselves and cause a lot of ripple across the mid areas of the point standings. But as we take a move along further, you know, DEADEYES guys, finally, they have woken up to the senses, getting back to their old playing days, playing like champions of the league. And Team SCYTES, what a moment to really step up. I mean, had they done the same thing yesterday, I think they could have been easily in the top 5.
They could have been, considering they are having a very good outing. They should have just went all aggressive since the starting. That would have worked for them because they are very good with their gun game. But if we talk about Assiduous Esports, Stalwart Esports, T2K this time tried to be unpredictable, went all the way towards the Kamesh Key, then taking that North Georgiapol Bridge area towards the rotation. They were rotating so many directions, first from the western side, then southern side. That didn't work for them, but they were in a good position until True Love.
And well, this is what happens when most of the teams decide to play a slow game on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. 76 knocks coming in, 59 kills confirmed, 231 smokes and nades used.
That's nasty, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, 76 knocks, out of which Just 59 were converted. I mean, talk about surviving. I think this is what we are going to witness in all the games tomorrow, because the hype has already been built up. And now, talk about smokes and grenades. This was the perfect setup. You have the Gatka circle. It does call out for all those smokes.
Well, it does call out for all the smokes, and if you talk about ElementriX and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, from the very start they had a very good positioning, especially CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. They had the center to their name, they were taking so many fights, like we know how CZxHIGHVOLTAGE is aggressive, that kind of a glimpse we saw in today's match. But later on, they were also backstabbed, they were also taken out pretty early, and this, I have a little complaint from the players of Team PMPL. Look at their positioning, they have the Everest to their name, they took an early rotation towards the Gatka, hoping that it will be a Gatka zone. But if they had taken the Stalwart Esports or DEADEYES approach, that a little late rotation, maybe they could have gotten the chicken dinner.
I agree with you. That's such a high priority location. I mean, you are on the top, basically one of the tallest points in this map. If you have the scopes with you, which in these matches players usually do, you get a lot of information for yourself. You can spot a lot of people and just be careful of where you're going.
The best part I loved about DEADEYES, despite the fact that they were completely sandwiched from all sides, they had good amount of cover. Those airdrops really helping in them in the last moments. Those cars, those vehicles, every single thing did come down. Even the gods of PUBG did want them to win this one. And well, I was actually really scared of Sunday. So I did have to put on my Mountain Dew helmet because, he was just taking the shots from absolute nowhere. So it's better to be safe than sorry.
I think, well, most people throw grenades towards their opponent. You just toss up your cans of Mountain Dew, don't you?
I mean, he might just go on that aiming spree, try to take those 2 downs, but I gotta say him. This is one strong helmet, lad.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the do moments of this match, ladies and gentlemen. And here they are.
Well, Team SCYTES started really good, taking down 3 of the players of Team 7C Esports, and many other players also in the rotation. In fact, Assiduous Esports, they also had to struggle a little when it came to rotation. In fact, Team ElementriX also had a very good positioning. This time, instead of going for that Georgia pull rotation, they went towards the center of the Gatka, and that worked for them for some time.
The best part about this particular game, it was a complete Erangel drama unfolding for us with all these fights, with all these teams. Even, up until the 18th or 19th minute, I still believe we had all the teams surviving, and then everyone just fell down like a stack of dominoes. But look at this. He is the messenger of death, sent right from the gods over there. And the way he was playing, that was phenomenal. SCYTES, today has been a bit dicey. They've been having their good days, they've been having their good games, but not at the best of their performance, I believe. But Team SCYTES, how on earth were they surviving the onslaught of so many people really shooting out at them? But if you have to break down the final fight, Odzik did have a chance where he could have really taken down at least 1 or 2 members. But I really felt when they were just pushing in, had the players of Abrupt Slayers really baited their teammates out, one of them, and just snuck in with a peek, could have had a better outing rather.
Although I still have to say, I love the way this match came to an end, ladies and gentlemen. With that nade coming in from the players of DEADEYES, guys, towards Joker, in fact, and it was pretty incredible, but so is the damage histogram that we have in front of us, and it is quite interesting, right? This is what happens when you have fights, be it towards the farm area, any open place, any flat open space in this map. You're going to see a graph similar to this, wherein most of the teams that were caught off guard, that were caught during their rotations, they won't have the opportunity to fight. Why? Because you're running out in the open, you're traveling out in the open. That is when you are vulnerable, and that is when you will get picked off. But if you actually manage to make it inside the zone and get a good position for yourself, you get to fight. You get to fight for survival. And that is why we do see on the top 5, on the top 6 teams, the damage bars go really, really high. Be it Team SCYTES, be it CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, be it Abrupt Slayers, be it DEADEYES, guys, all of them just making use of the opportunity that was provided to them. But obviously, I mean, Abrupt Slayers and DEADEYES, guys, making the most out of the opportunity. I mean, 15 kills, 11 kills, that is literally nothing to scoff about. And talk about scoffing about things. I mean, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard right about now in a few moments, and it is going to be pretty incredible. I think Abrupt Slayers, unless they perform like the way they did yesterday, they are pretty much secure. They have pretty much done their job and are going to the global championship.
And the $40,000, Johnny. Don't forget the money.
money is always going to be there, but bragging rights are also going to come. But Abrupt Slayers, I don't think nothing was wrong with them. They were just on a vacation that, okay, we'll take few matches off because we are at the top. Day 1, sitting at the top. Day 2, sitting at the top. Day 3, sitting at the top. What is wrong? It's completely okay if you have few bad matches. But A1 Esports, this team has stepped up. They were so aggressive. Now they are working on their placement points also. And they are sitting at the second position with 154 points and 82 kill points, still the highest.
You know, the thing about A1 Esports now in the leaderboards, I would still consider it's wide open up until I guess Team Bablu. You know, after that we might 7C if they really go godlike tomorrow. Maybe we can really expect a comeback. But apart from that, you know, with the games coming down to just single digits, just those 5 games remaining. And now let's just take a look at the teams that you know, might not be in contention anymore. Well, starting things off with CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, I really do not know what happened to them. My man Oddsy this time hasn't really been shining out in the finals like they did in the last week perhaps of the league stage. I really thought that he could carry forward the momentum.
Well, we thought that would happen, but CZxHIGHVOLTAGE kind of went towards a safer approach, just like 7Cs.
I think it's the pressure, Shadow.
Yeah, maybe pressure, but I think teams should not change their game style. They should just change their strategies, become a little unpredictable. Because 7Cs and HIGHVOLTAGE, they both are struggling with that only because they are the aggressive team. Now they are going towards a safer approach, and that won't work because you might end up with 0 points.
You know, obviously, FutureStation as a team that we really expect them to be, they've been in this situation in the past, and this is not the position I really want them to see at.
Exactly, but talking about positions, I mean, one position you want to see those individual players inside of the game is going to be positions from where they can get the kills for themselves. I mean, it is pretty incredible, the fights that we have seen today. I was talking about alarms going off. A lot of alarms were being raised by these individuals, ladies and gentlemen. These are the kill leaders that we have in the overall right now, and these people are the ones in the race fighting for those $5,000.
Well, they are fighting for that race, and Blah 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 is winning till now. If you look at it, he has got 22 kills, but Jax is giving him a tough competition. He has also got 22 kills. But if we talk about ElementriX, since Blah 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 is a player that shines out, and Sonim also, he is in the kill leaders, but I think Team ElementriX is again having a problem with the placement points, because right now they are sitting at what, 8th or 9th, 8th position or 7th position if I'm not wrong, and Blah 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 is a kill leader. They should have had a very good outing.
You know, this is a problem that they should have really fixed up right after the league stages, because that was the only thing going wrong with Team ElementriX. You know, Sonim, talk about Blah Blah Blah. They've all been, you know, shining out. But as we move along further, we have the boys coming in from Abrupt Slayers and Mr. Burrow. This lad was supposed to shine. And Chari, what a beauty this lad is. Right from the Sanhok game, even in the final games, we saw them not shying away from any fight, proving their mettle, and right now, look at them, all on the tippity top. And I just pray to my dear Lord that they do not really succumb to the pressure tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be intense.
Exactly, tomorrow is going to be super intense, but today's performance from the team of Abrupt Slayers was also pretty intense. Let's have a look at the stats of the team's players, and I mean, it is pretty incredible, right? Because it was a shaky journey. Day 1, a team comes in, destroys everyone, sitting at a KPM of 9 plus KPM on day 1. Day 2, KPM of 1.
Well, that is a big change, but if we talk about today's performance also, like till match 3 they were struggling, but match 4 they started picking off, and after that they were in there every fight and winning it, and that is working for them. I think Abrupt Slayers should go for the aggressive approach that they always had since day 1 of the finals. Day 2 they were a little again towards the safer side, or maybe they were caught out in the rotation also. Teams were studying their rotations also. That could have been the problem.
I mean, those things are just going to be some things that we're going to keep in our minds for tomorrow. Because, well, we are done with our day today, ladies and gentlemen. And as Fixes has been saying, as we all have been saying, tomorrow, the day of the finals, the final day of the finals, in fact, it is going to be really heated up for the teams that are in the top 5 right now. In fact, for everyone, because it is about your reputation and it is about that money, the money in the prize pool, and also the 3 slots for the global championship. But as I said, our journey is done for today. Also, tomorrow we have a really big announcement coming up for you guys before the very last game. So you're going to have to watch and stay tuned the entire day. But all that is going to happen tomorrow. Come back in at the same time on the same channel. Until then, take care. Good night.